Break! The Holy Father stared at the invisible energy shield in front of him. He paid the price and attacked again. Blood flowed out of his body uncontrollably. However, this time the energy shield in front of him was broken by him. Boom! However, at this moment the attack of the 5 elements millstone had arrived. He gritted his teeth and looked back with blood-red eyes. 2 beams of holy light shot out of his eyes. The holy light turned into the shadows of countless living beings and attacked the 5 elements millstone. Whoosh! 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 Come on! Continue to fight. Don't run. Lin Yo and Wang Xian rushed over quickly. Lin Yo stared at the Holy Father and roared furiously with a ghastly expression. They attacked the Holy Father at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. I will remember all of you. Just you wait. I will make you pay 10 times or 100 times the price. The Holy Father's expression was extremely ugly when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth with some heartache, and a cross appeared in front of him. The cross slowly began to melt, and a black hole appeared in front of him. His body moved and he directly entered the black hole. The moment he entered, the black hole disappeared. Oh, boss, this guy really has many tricks. He actually let him escape again. Lin Yo's expression changed slightly when he saw his Holy Father escaping again. Let me see how many trump cards he has up his sleeves. Wang Xian also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this guy to have trump cards and treasures. Wang Xian's body trembled. He sensed the location and distance of his escape through the void. Netherworld Dragon-S pursuit. In the next moment, Wang Xian's eyes focused. A black hole also appeared in front of him. Wang Xian looked at the Linyu. The Linyu's body moved and flew directly into the black hole. He followed closely behind. Buzz. It was located in the sky above the source of fire. Below, raging flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire void until it was red. Countless fire spirits were floating in the surrounding void. From afar, it looked exceptionally magnificent. A black hole suddenly appeared out of thin air. In the next second, an incomparably miserable figure covered in blood and emitting light attributes slowly emerged from the black hole. He panted heavily, his expression incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. You all wait for me, he said with a face full of killing intent. This time he had used up 2 treasures. To him, it was not a small loss. His expression kept changing as he thought about what he should do next. Buzz. However, at this moment, a black hole appeared beside him. When this black hole appeared, he was shocked and a hint of fear appeared on his face. Let me see if you still have any trump cards to escape. Wang Xian's voice rang in his ears. When the Holy Father saw him and the unicorn ox appear from the black hole, his heart sank. Boom. Without any hesitation, he immediately fled into the distance, searching for enemies in the void. Mighty heavenly dragon. Wang Xian let out a low growl. In the sky above, a gigantic divine dragon that was millions of kilometers long was suspended in the void. The terrifying divine dragon attacked the Holy Father. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Linyu's eyes locked onto the Holy Father. His body moved and he chased after him at the same speed. Holy Father saw that he was locked onto. With his current injuries, his speed had been greatly reduced. He wasn't as fast as Wang Xian and Lin Yo. The chassis in his hands had been completely depleted. After entering the 6 Paths universe, he only brought 2 chassis. In his opinion, with 2 chassis, he could escape even if he encountered a Heaven Origin Creator powerhouse from the 6 Paths universe. Moreover, if he were to bring more chassis here, it would be a huge loss if he were to really perish. It was so huge that he could not bear it. Now he no longer had a chassis. Without a chassis, what would he do if he could not escape? He felt a little despair in his heart. However, at this moment, Wang Xian would not let him off. The mighty heavenly dragon in the sky had already landed in the sky above him. Lin Yo also chased after him quickly. In Lin Yo's hand was the 5 elements millstone. It's over. When the Holy Father saw this scene, he felt a little helpless. At this moment, he could at most withstand the attack of the divine dragon in the sky. He could not withstand the attack of Lin Yo. Not to mention, There was an offensive treasure that was comparable to the heaven's origin. Boom! Boom boom! One attack after another engulfed him. At the center, there was still a burst of bright energy flashing at the beginning. However, very soon this ray of light was slowly extinguished. This was the Six Paths universe, and the Six Paths universe did not have the light attribute. In a battle here, he had a natural disadvantage compared to Wuxia. Coupled with the great grinding of the 5 elements of the Chilean ox, without the serious injury to his chassis, his life force quickly disappeared. Wuxia sensed his life force that was rapidly disappearing. A smile appeared on his face. With a move of his body, Wuxia flew over. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy impact dissipated, revealing a corpse that was rapidly falling toward the ground below. Wuxia flew over and collected all the blood from the corpse and the surrounding area. The blood of a heaven origin creator was also an extremely precious treasure. He's dead. Haha, boss, we've killed another heaven origin creator. Lin Yo flew over and laughed out loud when he saw this. His face was filled with excitement. Foster father, you guys have killed a heaven origin creator. Tianxi's face was filled with shock when he saw this scene and the corpse. Today he had been shocked by so many things. It was to the extent that he didn't even realize that he was in the source of fire. A heaven's origin creator was killed by his foster father and the rest? This had completely overturned his understanding. Although he was killed, a powerhouse at this level would have a resurrection treasure. However, he would have to pay a huge price to kill him. Wuxia smiled and kept the corpse. He looked at Tianxi and replied, "You guys are too powerful, foster father. You guys are too powerful. The battle just now was terrifying. Foster father, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. So powerful." Tianxi widened his eyes. He could not digest these things and continued to exclaim incoherently. "Now you should know something. Lin Yo and I are not creatures from the Six Paths universe. We belong to other universes. Of course, this light-attributed heavenly fate expert belongs to other universes as well. When we enter this universe, we will be suppressed by the will of the Six Paths universe. Our strength will be suppressed to below the heavenly fate realm. The battle just now was nothing. All right, we should return as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. Also, we need to make some preparations." Wuxia flew to Lin Yo's side and patted Tianxi's head as he said with a smile, "Foster father, no matter which universe you are from, you are my foster father. I was raised by you and my mother since I was young. My mother and you are the closest people in my life. And I also know that you are genuinely good to me and want to protect me." Tianxi listened to Wuxia's words and spoke to him seriously. He would not forget that when he was just born, his cultivation speed was slow. It was his foster father who told him that he was born extraordinary. He taught him how to cultivate the wood attribute. He would never forget that it was his foster father who taught him when he encountered some problems. Not to mention that everything his foster father did was for his own good. If not for his foster father, he would have been discovered and killed by some experts. In addition, with the improvement of his strength and the growth of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in his body, he also knew why he was so close to his foster father since he was young. That was because he vaguely felt that there was a treasure of the same attribute in his foster father's body. Now that he had grown up, he could think of many problems clearly. "Hee, let's go." Wuxia smiled and brought Tianxi along as they flew towards the source of water. "Foster father, is this the source of fire? We actually came here directly. This place is very far away from the source of water. Foster father, your speed is so fast and terrifying. When did I have such a fast?" "Oh no, foster father. More than a dozen of my classmates and I are going to hunt elemental beasts. What should we do now?" Sitting on the back of the unicorn, Tianxi scanned the surroundings and spoke in shock. "I will settle the matter of your experiential learning. When the time comes, just transfer some of your memories directly into the minds of your classmates." Wuxia replied to Tianxi, "Modify my memories? Is it that powerful?" Tianxi asked in surprise. "As long as one cultivates this type of ability, it's very easy for the strong to use it on the weak." Wuxia nodded his head. "There's also this kind of ability. It's a little scary. Foster father, what if someone tampers with my memory? That won't happen. You have the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation in your body. Even the powerhouses of the heaven's origin creation would go crazy to obtain such a treasure. With your current strength, even the powerhouses of the heaven's origin creation wouldn't be able to tamper with your memory. The ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation in your body has some ability to protect yourself. Tianxi chatted with Wang Xian as they flew towards the source of water quickly. The distance from here to the source of water was still very far. It would take at least a month. This was under the condition of using the teleportation formation midway. Tianxi and the rest had been training for 10 years. Hence, this 1 month didn't affect them much. Damn it. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan is actually in the body of a young man. It has completely merged with that young man. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan was born and merged with a young man. There are actually 2 powerful experts of the heaven's origin beside him. What are those 2 experts of the heaven's origin doing? Why didn't they take the treasure away directly? While Wang Xian and the rest were hurrying on their way, they were in a universe at the same time. The center of the huge basin was enveloped by bright energy. In the sky, there were countless light elves flying. An old man was sitting cross-legged in the center of the basin. The old man's body was illusory and gradually began to solidify. He let out a low voice and his expression was extremely ugly. He was in existence at the light-attributed Tianyuan level who had just been killed by Wang Xian and the rest. After his death, he was resurrected in his own universe. This resurrection had caused him to pay a huge price. Furthermore, his corpse was also a huge resource. Within that corpse, there were 2 of his weapons. One was a heavenly fate fragment, and the other was a powerful weapon. They were all his treasures, but now they were all gone. Now, even if he completely recovered, he wouldn't be able to return to his peak combat strength. The heavenly fate treasure can't be let off like this. Right now, the surroundings of the 6 Paths universe are all guarded by other heavenly fate powerhouses. They have all sorts of powerful detection methods, so it should be difficult for them to bring their treasures out. However, their strength is much stronger than mine. I'm not their match at all. He muttered. His expression changed as he kept thinking. Looks like PLL have to find some helpers. He was silent for dozens of minutes before he spoke. He wasn't his match. He could only find other heaven origin creation realm warriors to cooperate with. This was something that couldn't be helped. We're here. Tianxi, continue your training. Come and look for me after it's. A month later, Wang Xian and the rest came to the water source again. He spoke to Tianxi. Yes, foster father. Tianxi nodded his head. After that, Wang Xian left immediately while Lin Yo continued to follow Tianxi. However, this time, Wang Xian did not leave too far away in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Instead, he came to a location not too far away from Heaven's Gift. There was no difference between returning to his temporary residence and staying here. When he came to the bottom of the sea, Wang Xian moved his palm and the corpse of the radiant Heaven's origin creation expert appeared in front of him. Light attribute. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Furthermore, it's an old-fashioned radiant Heaven's origin creation expert. He moved his palm and searched through the corpse. He found a spatial item. In this spatial item, Wang Xian found a piece of the Heaven's Origin Destiny Realm fragment, which was the Divine Bell of Light. There was also a staff and some resources of the Light attribute. There weren't many resources, but the value of the Staff of Light and the Heaven's Origin Destiny Realm fragment was extremely high. The staff was obviously forged from treasures found in the chaos. Couldn't be compared to innate treasures. Now that I have obtained the corpse of an old Tianyuan Fate powerhouse with the Light attribute and a staff, can the Taiji Dragon Plate achieve a breakthrough? Wang Xian was looking forward to it. The last time, the Taiji Dragon Plate had absorbed a large amount of resources and treasures. Even with the corpse of a Tianyuan Fate powerhouse, it was still unable to achieve a breakthrough. This time, after absorbing another one, it should be able to make a breakthrough, right? Once he made a breakthrough, Wang Xian's combat strength would be able to increase by quite a lot. It's not easy to obtain the corpse of a heaven origin creator. It's definitely extremely precious. As Wang Xian spoke, he took out the Tai Chi dragon plate and started to devour it. Following that, he sized up this god of light clock. After sizing it up, he gained some understanding. This divine clock of light was a treasure that could be used for defense and trapping humans. Its power was similar to the fragments of the starfield. It was weaker than the Book of Water Forbidden Spell. The Book of Water Forbidden Spell in Wang Xian's hands was 2/3 of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Compared to a complete heaven origin creation, the power of the fragments of the ultimate treasure of heaven origin creation was vastly inferior. Even the Book of Water Forbidden Spell in Wang Xian's hands was a part of 2/3 of the heaven origin creation. However, in terms of power, there was still a huge gap compared to the complete heaven origin creation. This gap was more than 10 times. However, Wang Xian had 3 fragments of the heaven's origin creation treasure in his hands. In a battle of the same level, he was already at a huge advantage. However, he might not have much of an advantage against the veteran Heaven's Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. The veteran Heaven's Origin Creation Stage powerhouses had explored in the chaos for tens of billions of years. Hence, they usually had many trump cards in their hands. The reason why Wang Xian was able to kill the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm twice was that he didn't bring all of their trump cards. Foster father, our experiential learning is over. I will look for you now. 2 years later, Tianxi sent a message to Wang Xian. When Wang Xian saw it, his body moved and he returned to his residence. Not long after, Lin Yo rushed over with Tianxi. How was your training? Wang Xian asked with a smile when he saw Tianxi. He, foster father. In the entire Muli tribe academy, other than the 2 who are much older than me and have better results than me, the rest are not as good as me. Tianxi said with some pride. Moreover, I am completely invincible in battles of the same level. However, this is all because of your good teaching, foster father. Wang Xian smiled when he heard Tianxi's flattery. He had watched Tianxi grow up. He knew Tianxi's personality and habits like the back of his hand. Although he was already close to 100 million years old, he was just a child in front of him. Sometimes he would show off his proud achievements. He would even flatter him. He would say almost everything to him. Come and sit down. I want to tell you something. Wang Xian gestured to the seat in front of him and said to Tianxi, Foster father, are you going to tell me everything? Tianxi looked at Wang Xian with a look of anticipation. Although he had already guessed a large part of it, he still hoped to learn the real situation from Wang Xian. Wang Xian did not answer him. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy completely surrounded the surroundings. More than 90 million years ago, I came to the 6 Paths universe. Speaking of which, it has been close to 100 million years. Wang Xian took out a teacup and poured a cup of tea. Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and listened attentively. I come from the 9 Origin universe. In our 9 Origin universe, a senior said that the 6 Paths universe will have the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. You might not know about the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation, but you only need to know that this is the best treasure in the universe. Not long after I received this news, I rushed over. I heard that this news came from a powerful heavenly origin creation great being. Many great beings knew about this news. Many heavenly origin creation great beings from the universe rushed over. As for the exact number, I'm not sure, but until now it's definitely not less than 50 to 60. All the powerhouses are here for the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin realm. Wang Xian looked at him and said quietly, At least 50 to 60? Are they all at your level, Godfather? When Tianxi heard that, his eyes widened slightly. Some of them are stronger than me and some of them are weaker than me. Godfather, I am the leader of the Dragon Palace in the 9 Origin universe and the king of the Divine Dragon Clan. However, according to the information I received, the so-called 3 masters in your 6 Paths universe seem to be existences who have just entered the Heaven's Origin realm not long ago. Most of the Heaven's Origin realm powerhouses who have arrived are not weaker than the 3 masters. In fact, they are even stronger. However, this is the 6 universes. The calamity has not arrived yet. If we enter, our strength will be suppressed. Wang Xian said to him, You will have to know about this in the future. I am mainly telling you now about the preciousness of the Heaven's Origin Destiny treasure. Wuxia looked at him. In the Nine-Origin universe, my foster father belongs to the Divine Dragon Clan. In the past, the Divine Dragon Clan experienced extermination once. I only rose up later and established the Dragon Palace. In the glorious era of the Divine Dragon Clan, there were hundreds of thousands of masters at the level of the Master of the Universe. There were many masters at the pinnacle level of the Master of the Universe. There was even a legendary Dragon King who was invincible at the pinnacle level of the Master level. In addition, the Divine Dragon Clan possessed a Tianyuan destiny, an old-fashioned one. It was a Tianyuan destiny that was stronger than the initial level. The Divine Dragon Clan was exterminated because they fought with another peak race, another race that possessed the Tianyuan destiny. They fought for a Tianyuan destiny supreme treasure and perished together. This is the preciousness of a treasure of the destiny of the heaven. Wuxia looked at him and said. When Tianci heard that, he opened his mouth slightly. His face was filled with disbelief. Then, foster father, if I am discovered, what will be the result? He could not help but ask. There is only one result. Strip the treasure of the destiny of the heaven from your body. Wuxia looked at him and said, You are one with the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation. The reason why you don't have a father now is not because of other reasons. It is because you were born. You descended directly into your mother's stomach. Tianci was a little absent-minded when he heard this. This matter was a very big secret to him. When he was young, a child said that he was a bastard who didn't have a father. So this was the reason for everything. Wuxia drank his tea and waited for him to digest the news. Then my mother, her foster father. Should I be more careful in the future and not let others find out? Tianci opened his mouth and said with a frown. You have been exposed. That strong man in the heaven's origin realm will not give up. However, we can still buy some time. As long as you can step into the heaven's origin realm, there will be no problem. In addition, I have given you the soul-returning fruit. It is a fruit for resurrection. If you are killed, you can be resurrected. Apart from that, I will give you a soul-returning wood branch later to see if it can be absorbed by the heaven's origin realm treasure in your body and grow. If it is possible, you can be resurrected directly when you die in the future. Wuxia said to him, I can bring you back to my universe now and allow you to grow to the heaven's origin realm. However, there will always be some difficulties in life. From now on, you will live a normal life. If you really die, you can return to my universe and ascend to the Tianyuan blessed realm. You can come back for revenge in the future. Most importantly, you are a creature from the 6 universes. You will be suppressed when you enter the 9-origin universe. You have your family and your tribe here. Wuxia looked at him and touched his head. The last sentence was from his heart. He had already treated Tianci as his son. Tianci's roots were in the 6 Paths universe. His mother, grandparents, relatives, and friends were all here. It was unfair to take him away. Wuxia did not have a child of his own at the moment. In the past 100 million years, he had been acting as Tianci's adoptive father. Without his father's Tianci, Wuxia was equivalent to his father. He also shouldered the responsibility. He guided and taught him. In Wuxia's eyes, this was the child he had watched grow up. Foster father. Tianci listened to Wuxia's words and looked at him. His face was filled with gratitude. He could not help but kneel on the ground and kowtow to Wuxia a few times. Foster father, one will definitely focus on my cultivation from now on. I will definitely improve to the heaven's origin realm as soon as possible. I will follow foster father to explore the universe in the future. Tianci spoke to Wuxia heavily. Wuxia looked at him and smiled. Then he shook his head at him. Next, your priority is not to cultivate but to live. By the way, you are almost 100 million years old. You can look for a girlfriend, find some friendships, enjoy family love, and live a good life. As the father of a child, Wuxia did not wish for him to cultivate all day in the next few days. He hoped that he could make some friends, get to know some people, and fall in love. He wanted to enjoy family love. He wanted to live a complete life. Once he reached the heaven's origin realm, these things would be lacking. An ordinary cultivator would not dare to make friends with a Heaven's Origin Realm cultivator. There was no true love in the Heaven's Origin Realm. There wasn't much pure love. He wanted to take advantage of his youth to enjoy it. As for Tianxi's elevation to the Heaven's Origin Realm, it would be of great help to him. Wang Xian didn't care about this.
What a joke! Did he, Wang Xian, need his child to fight alongside him?
He wanted to use his own strength to fight his way to the top.
This, foster father, this. Tianxi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say.
Just live well and see if you can find a daughter-in-law for foster father. Wang Xian stood up and patted his head as he said with a smile. This, foster father. I don't have a girl that I like yet. Tianxi stood up with a slightly red face. There's no rush. If you meet her, chase after her boldly. Don't be afraid. Wang Xian spoke to him with a smile. Tianxi cracked a smile and did not speak. Very soon, Mu Liner rushed over and the three of them had a meal together. This time, the Mu Li tribe's training had ended. For the next period of time, Tianxi would be arranged to cultivate in a blessed land within the tribe for a few million years before participating in the Six Paths Universe martial arts tournament. The Six Paths Universe was preparing for the upcoming calamity. They began to select some elite disciples.
Tianxi stayed at home for a year before he began to cultivate.
The Tai Chi Dragon Plate has already absorbed a lot of energy. There is only one shackle. Now, there is the corpse of a light-attributed Tianyuan creator. With some resources, it should be enough.
After Tianxi entered the Grotto Heaven-blessed land to cultivate, Wang Xian began to study the Tai Chi Dragon Disc.
The improvement of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc was very important to Wang Xian and the Dragon Palace. After all, the improvement of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc was equivalent to Wang Xian having one more Tianyuan creator-level combat strength.
A Tianyuan creator-level combat strength was very terrifying. In the entire 9 Origin universe, there were only 9 of them.
If the Tai Chi Dragon Disc continued to improve, it would be equivalent to having 4 Heaven's Origin Creator powerhouses on his side. It would be equivalent to 2 Heaven's Origin Creator powerhouses on the Mastery level.
Perhaps only the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor could suppress Wang Xian and the rest.
As for whether he could kill Wang Xian and the rest, it was hard to say. Moreover, this would be of great help to the danger that they might face in the future. Wang Xian helped the Tai Chi Dragon Plate to absorb the energy from the corpse and the staff.
Time passed by quickly.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. 5 million years later, a deep voice came from the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. The 2 divine dragons intertwined and fused together. Waves of powerful aura came from the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. As time passed, the light and dark divine dragons slowly fused together. The 2 divine dragons fused into one divine dragon. When the 2 divine dragons were completely fused together, a special divine dragon appeared. The Yin-Yang divine dragon, which was emitting bright energy but had black dragon scales on its body, appeared in front of Wang Xian. The powers of light and darkness fused perfectly together. Slowly, the divine dragon turned into a circular plate. The circular plate was pitch black, but it was emitting a dazzling white light. It was as strange as it looked. Wang Xian sensed the energy on the Taiji Dragon Plate and smiled. Finally, he made a breakthrough. This made him smile. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate has achieved a breakthrough. Its strength has increased greatly. Wang Xian said with a smile.
This was very good news. The breakthrough of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was a little difficult to describe, but it was also a little simple.
Following the breakthrough of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, Wang Xian had a thought in his mind.
The formation of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate might be a backup plan for the divine dragons.
Including the fact that Wang Xian was able to become a 9 essences divine dragon, it could be the arrangement of the divine dragon clan who was once at the peak. Otherwise, how could there be so many earth-shattering treasures on such a small earth? This could be the arrangement of the divine dragon clan before they were annihilated. The arrangement of the 5 elements origin and the power of yin and yang could be used to create treasures that could advance to the heaven's origin. Arrange for the ancestral tree to be discovered and obtained by the inheritor of the divine dragon system. Arrange for the inheritor of the divine dragon system to evolve into a 9 origin divine dragon. If not, why didn't that Lord Water God Dragon of the Divine Dragon clan leave his inheritance to the inheritor of the Divine Dragon, to make him break through to the heavenly fate with his water attribute? This might be a backup plan of that Lord Water God Dragon of the Divine Dragon clan. She was worried that after her death, there would be a water elemental powerhouse who would break through to the Heaven's Origin Destiny realm and occupy the spot for the Divine Dragon clan. That was the reason for the arrangement. If that's the case, that Water God Dragon is really powerful. However, at the moment, he has completely exhausted the foundation of the Divine Dragon clan. Wang Xian thought to himself. However, what Wang Xian didn't know was that there were some parts of his guess that were not right. However, Wang Xian didn't think too deeply about it. Wang Xian had relied on his own hands to be able to reach this stage. The most important thing was to subdue the unicorn ox. Next, it's time to wait for the day when the heaven-bestowed crisis will arrive. I have to make some preparations. I have to let an lie come over. Wang Xian kept the Tai Chi dragon plate and muttered to himself as he walked out. He had a premonition that the light-attributed Tian Yuan creator whom they had killed the last time was coming. The breakthrough of the Tai Chi dragon plate made Wang Xian relaxed. In the following period of time, he strolled around the Mu Li tribe leisurely every day. Tianxi was cultivating. Tianxi's mother, Mu Lin was also cultivating. Mu Lin was very young. She could not fall behind in her cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have any status in the Mu Li tribe. Any tribe would be based on strength. If you were strong, your status would be high. Even if there were powerful elders, your own strength couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, others wouldn't respect you just because your father was strong. Niu Lin was once the favored daughter of the heavens in the Mu Li tribe. Her talent was outstanding. Even now, her talent was very strong in her generation. Her strength was also ranked at the top. However, she had kept a low profile ever since Tianxi was born. She had to keep a low profile. There were too many rumors in the tribe. Foster father, I'm coming to your house soon. Want have something to tell you. Tens of thousands of years had passed. On this day, Tianxi sent a message. Wang Xian received his message. He smiled and replied immediately. Foster father. 10 minutes later, Tianxi's voice sounded in the room. Come in. Wang Xian said to him. Tianxi pushed the door open and entered. Lin Yo followed beside him. His eyes were sparkling. Foster father, I have something important to tell you. During the period of my cultivation, the treasure in my body has grown a little. Furthermore, it has gained a powerful skill and a few branches. Tianxi walked up to Wang Xian and said excitedly. Oh? Let me take a look. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and placed his palm on Tianxi's body to sense his condition. Water Elemental Realm, Level 5 Universe Night Realm. Wood Elemental Realm, Level 4 Universe Dominator Realm. Level 4 Universe Dominator Realm. In any universe, this strength could be considered an elite existence. The heavenly creation true treasure in his body was growing as his strength increased. The tree in his body was already dozens of meters long. There were many branches on it. Among them were the soul-returning wood branches. The soul-returning wood branches were growing on it. Apart from that, there were hundreds of branches. Each branch possessed different abilities and different offensive methods. Even though Tianxi was only at the 4th level of the Universe Dominator, he might not be a match for someone at the 8th level of the Universe Dominator if they were to fight. An offensive type of Tian Yuan Destiny level treasure was extremely terrifying. Out of these few hundred branches, a large portion of Wang Xian knew about them. However, compared to the past, there were more branches. At the root, there were many densely packed roots. At the top, there were 2 more extremely eye-catching branches. These 2 branches were somewhat illusory. Among the numerous branches, they were also very eye-catching. Foster father, this new branch is very powerful. I call it the Divine Tree. I'll cover it up for you. As Tianxi spoke, he moved his palm and an illusory branch appeared in his hand. He held the branch and moved his body. A figure that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. When Wang Xian saw the figure that looked exactly like him, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Buzz. Tianxi waved his arm and swung it at the figure that looked exactly like him. It was an ordinary attack. The figure that looked exactly like him was 10 meters away. It seemed that the attack could not reach him at all. However, in the next second, the gray branch landed on the figure that looked exactly like him. The figure cracked under this attack and the life force in its body disappeared completely. Then it disappeared slowly. Wang Xian sensed it from the side and revealed a surprised expression. From what he sensed, be it the body that looked exactly like him or the gray divine striking tree branch, they were all very strange.
The divine striking tree branch waved its hand casually and this branch seemed to be able to teleport. It appeared in front of the target and struck directly. There was no way for him to dodge. As for the body that was exactly the same as Tianxi, in Xian's opinion, the wood attribute energy in his body was no different from his own.
It was somewhat similar to the Nether Spirit avatar, but there were some differences.
The strength of this body was exactly the same as Tianxi's.
It was even equivalent to one of Tianxi's avatars. Moreover, the energy of this body came from the position of the root of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. Impressive.
Wang Xian complimented him generously.
He, foster father, as long as one hold this divine striking tree, I will have an attack range in my heart. Within this range, I can attack whoever I want. The attack will descend in an instant. Also, the clone that I made just now has the same root as me because this is the power from the root. Now, I can use the root to create clones that are exactly the same as me and possess the same strength as me. One even feel that these clones are myself. Now I can create 3 clones. Tianxi said excitedly. Also, foster father, Tong'ansheng also has an attack method. Similarly, Tong'ansheng has an attack range. Within this range, one can make the roots enter the enemy's body, absorb his life force, and even control the enemy's body. He continued to add on.
These 2 skills are very powerful. The power of the ultimate treasure of
Tianyuan is beginning to show.
When Wang Xian heard that, he was slightly surprised. It was indeed an attack-type ultimate treasure of Tianyuan.
It could directly create clones and create 3 clones with the same strength as itself.
If it broke through to the Tianyuan creation stage and created 3 more clones, it would be equivalent to 4 beginner-level Tianyuan creation stage clones. As for the divine tree, it was also powerful.
Let me take a closer look.
As Wang Xian spoke, the energy of the ancestral tree entered Tianxi's body.
When the energy of the ancestral tree touched the treasure of heaven's origin creation, the treasure of heaven's origin creation, the divine tree, was obviously very excited and happy.
Speaking of which, Tianxi was raised by him.
The divine tree in his body was also raised by the ancestral tree. He had been instilled with the energy of the ancestral tree since he was young. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown so fast. The branches wrapped around the energy of the ancestral tree as if they were welcoming it. Wang Xian used the energy of the ancestral tree to sense the new divine striking tree and the roots beneath it. When he touched the roots, an aura of origin was transmitted over. These roots were extremely important to this divine tree. It was even the strongest part of this divine tree. This was some information that Wang Xian had obtained.
Following that, an extremely likely information flashed across his mind, causing his eyes to glow.
Wang Xian was sensing the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan in Tianxi's body. He was sensing the roots of the same root. There was an idea in his mind.
The use of the ability of the same root.
According to what Tianxi said, and Wang Xian was sensing with energy.
The same root could enter a person's body and control it perfectly. It could absorb his life force and make it a part of his body. What would happen if Wang Xian allowed these roots to enter his body without attacking him?
Could it be that Wang Xian could completely block his aura through these roots? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. With a thought, a branch of the ancestral tree emerged from his palm and entered Heaven Bestowed's body.
He came to the location of the root of the tree of God.
The branch of Wang Xian's Ling ancestral tree was twining around the root of the tree of God and sensing the energy on it. Tianxi used the ability to root together with the branch that entered your body.
Wang Xian tried it out but to no avail. This was because he could not control the tree of God in Tianxi's body.
Yes, foster father.
Tianxi nodded his head. With a thought, he activated the ability of the same root. The roots in his body twined towards the branches of the ancestral tree.
Waves of aura belonging to the divine tree surged towards the ancestral tree. The divine tree did not attack the ancestral tree. When this energy entered the ancestral tree did not resist. Very soon, when the energy of the ancestral tree was covered by the same root's energy surged towards Wang Xian's body. Very soon he narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed an excited expression. He could feel that the suppressive force of the Six Paths universe was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, the suppressive force disappeared completely. It was as if the entire Six Paths universe now treated him as a living being. Within the Six Paths universe, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. With a move of his palm, he guided the same root's energy and surged it into the body of the unicorn ox. One by one, the roots came before the Linyu. Boss! The Linyu saw the roots entering his body and did not stop them either. He looked at it in astonishment. Wang Xian did not explain. However, very soon, an excited expression appeared on the Linyu's face. Boss, I can feel it. The suppression of the six universes has disappeared. It has completely disappeared. Lin Yo stared at Wang Xian and said with his eyes wide open.
Wang Xian nodded his head and hesitated for a moment. With a move of his palm, a round ball appeared in his hand.
This round ball contained extremely terrifying energy. It contained the energy of the heaven's origin creation. However, the Six Paths universe did not attack him at all. The divine tree in the body of the heaven's gift is the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation nurtured by the Six Paths universe. It belongs to the Six Paths universe, and the attack of the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin creation can control the opponent 100%.
When the roots of the same root enter the body, it is equivalent to being controlled by the divine tree. It is equivalent to becoming a part of the divine tree. Naturally, the Six Paths universe will not attack the divine tree.
Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes shone.
This was extremely good news for Wang Xian. This was because once Wang Xian and the rest could unleash their peak combat strength, Wang Xian and the rest would not be afraid even if they were the powerhouses of Tianyuan in the Six Paths universe.
Regarding the situation of Tianxi, Wang Xian had always been worried that he would not be discovered by the powerhouses of the heaven's origin creation in the other universes. Instead, Wang Xian was worried that Tianxi would be discovered by the powerhouses of the heaven's origin creation in the Six Paths universe.
Although Tianxi was a living being in the Six Paths universe and was their disciple.
However, Wang Xian did not believe that they would not be moved by the supreme treasure of the heaven's origin creation. When the masters of Tianyuan in the Six Paths universe encountered Tianxi, it was very likely that they would snatch the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. This was what Wang Xian was most worried about. Once they discovered the situation of Tianxi and wanted to snatch the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, there was nothing Wang Xian could do. There was no way to fight back. Now that they could eliminate the suppression of the Six Paths universe, Wang Xian could completely protect Tianxi in the Six Paths universe.
He was deep in thought. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc appeared in his hand.
They entered the 5 elements millstone at the same root. Very soon, the suppression of the Six Paths universe on the 5 elements millstone disappeared completely. Once they entered the Tai Chi dragon disc's body, the suppression of the universe was also completely eliminated. This made Wang Xian look satisfied. Foster father, what's wrong? Tianxi looked at Wang Xian's expression and couldn't help but ask.
Haha, nothing. Wang Xian laughed and didn't tell him the good news. From now on, cultivate well and live a good life. Don't worry about anything. If the sky falls, foster father will take care of it for you.
When my cultivation is successful and the sky falls, I will take care of it for foster father. Tianxi made a promise to Wang Xian. There is no rush in your cultivation now. It will be fine as long as you can cultivate to the destiny realm of the heaven's origin in 200 to 300 million years. Life will be your priority. Wang Xian patted his head and said with a smile, Yes, foster father.
Tianxi nodded his head. Foster father, I will be going to the Earth City of the Earth Plains to participate in the Six Paths Conference. I estimate that I will be staying there for a few million years. Foster father, are you going? You will be staying there for a period of time.
Naturally, you have to go. Wang Xian nodded his head. Tianxi was also going to participate in the Six Paths Universe Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, all the powerhouses and heaven's favored disciples in the entire Six Paths universe would be participating. Not only would there be battles at the level of Tianxi, but there would also be battles at the level of the Masters of the Universe.
Once one could obtain a good ranking, there would be a large number of treasures as rewards.
This time, the Six Paths competition was jointly organized by the three Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses from the Six Paths universe. The treasures and resources awarded would be beyond everyone's imagination. In fact, those who were truly heaven-defying would receive the nurturing of the three Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses. Yes, yes. Tianxi nodded his head heavily when he heard Wang Xian's words. His face was filled with happiness. Foster father, I'll call mom. Let's go for a meal and play together for 2 days. Tianxi continued after that.
Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile.
In the next few days, Wang Xian and Tianxi strolled around the Muli tribe.
A month later, the Muli tribe had already started to prepare to bring their strong disciples to the Tu Yuan region.
Many strong disciples of the Muli tribe had to participate in the Six Paths assembly.
In fact, all the powerful disciples could participate in the Six Paths convention. There would be arenas set up according to age.
In the beginning, one had to get a ranking on the arenas before they could truly participate in the Six Paths convention.
At that time, the powerful disciples of every age group would begin their official battles.
The masters at the pinnacle of the universe masters would be the judges. This Six Paths convention would last for millions of years. Foster father, over here. In front of the main city area of the Muli tribe, a group of strong disciples of the Muli tribe were floating in the air.
There were more than 10,000 strong disciples.
Some of these strong disciples were participating in the competition while others were there to watch the fun. Tianxi followed his mother and some of his elders. When he saw Wang Xian flying over, he waved his hand excitedly.
Okay.
Wang Xian flew over and nodded at him. Young Master Wang Xian.
Mulin saw Wang Xian and greeted him with a smile. Wang Xian nodded at her.
Good day, young Master Wang Xian. Good day, young Master Wang Xian. At the side, Mulin's brothers greeted Wang Xian. Wang Xian responded politely one by one. Mulin knew that Wang Xian had the strength of a level 7 universe overlord.
He also told this news to his family.
After all, Tianxi was growing up day by day and had outstanding talent. His family attached great importance to Tianxi. Naturally, he had to learn more about his adoptive father.
Mulin did not hide anything and told her family directly.
This shocked his brothers and parents.
At the same time, they also understood Tianxi's current achievements and the fact that he had a God's favored son that hadn't appeared in the Muli tribe for tens of billions of years had a lot to do with his foster father.
After all, Tianxi had always been taught by his foster father. A universe ruler level 7 expert that was taught almost every day had a very high possibility of having such strength.
As for the level 7 of the universe dominator, such strength would be considered top-notch in their Muli tribe. The leader was the only one stronger than him. This also made them treat Wang Xian with exceptional respect. In fact, they even had some doubts in the beginning.
Was it Wang Xian who knocked up their sister, daughter, and deliberately found an opportunity to approach her? Otherwise, how could a master at the 7th level of the universe treat Tianxi so well?
However, they had observed for a long time and knew that the possibility of this guess was very small. This is young Master Wang Xian, right?
Thank you for teaching Tianxi. At the front, the elders of the Muli tribe sized up Wang Xian and greeted him with a smile. Elders, you don't have to stand on ceremony. Miss Mulin Seer has saved me before. It's just a small matter for me to teach Tianxi.
Wang Xian smiled and said to the elders of the Muli tribe. He was not surprised that the experts of the Muli tribe knew some of his abilities.
Let's go, let's set off. The elders nodded with a smile. Then, they flew in a direction.
What a surprise!
At a location not far away, more than a dozen women gathered together. They looked in the direction of Wang Xian and Mulin, and their expressions were unsightly.
Wang Xian had displayed the strength of a master of the universe at level 7.
This was much better for Mulin's days in the Muli tribe.
Back then, Mulin was pregnant with Tianxi, which caused quite a stir in the entire Muli tribe.
The chastity of a woman was very important in the Muli tribe, especially when Muli-in suddenly became pregnant. As the heavenly daughter of the Muli tribe, she was the most beautiful girl in the Muli tribe. The most important thing was that at that time, the elders of the tribe wanted to marry Muli-in to the woman of another tribe leader. At that time, even Mu-Liner's father was in agreement with this. However, Mu-Liner was pregnant all of a sudden, so they could only let it go. In fact, the elders of that tribe were extremely displeased. However, with the rise of Tianxi and the appearance of Wang Xian, the people in the tribe didn't dare to ridicule Mu-Liner anymore. They didn't dare to say that Tianxi was a bastard. Foster father. Have you been to Tuyen before? Tianxi was beside Wang Xian and Mu-Liner. He asked him excitedly. This was the first time Tianxi had gone on a long journey. It was the first time he had left the water source. Wang Xian shook his head. Mom, what about you? Tianxi looked at his mother and asked with a smile. I haven't been to Tuyen either. This time we can take a stroll there. The Tuyen city that we are going to is the most prosperous place in the entire Tuyen. It is the main city of the Xian Tu tribe. Mu-Lianxi also shook her head. Then we have to take a good stroll there. Mother, why don't we participate in the Six Paths Convention together this time? Mother, you're very powerful among your peers. Tianxi continued. Me? Speaking of which, if I were to participate in the competition, I would only be 1 year older than you. However, Mother, my strength is only 1 level higher than yours. This time, it's a competition between the elites of the entire Six Paths universe. I can't be ranked at all. Tianxi, you still have a chance to get a good ranking. After all, you're not even 100 million years old. At your age, you're considered outstanding. Mu-Liner shook her head and smiled at Tianxi. Mom, you're not that old either. If you participate, you'll be able to get a good ranking too. Tianxi said. The three of them chatted and hurried on their way. However, just as Wang Xian was following Tianxi and rushing towards Tuyen City, in the chaos at the edge of the 6 universes, a figure that was emitting light energy flew over. He looked at the location in front of him. In front of him, there were 6 figures floating quietly in the air. When they saw the light figure in front of them, their eyes lit up. Bai Kafushang, are you sure you know the location of the heavenly yuan? Destiny treasure. One of the 6 figures who was also emitting light asked Bai Kafushang. His eyes were filled with anticipation. I have to make fun of you. The heavenly yuan destiny treasure of the 6 universes doesn't exist in a certain place, but in the body of a young man. And in that youth's body, there are 2 heavenly yuan creation realm experts guarding it. I don't know why they didn't take it away. Bai Kafushang's gaze swept over them as he spoke. If we obtain the heavenly yuan creation treasure, how will the 7 of us split? One of the heavenly yuan creation realm experts asked with a twinkle in his eyes. I can sense it. That heavenly yuan creation treasure is of the wood attribute, and the wood attribute heavenly yuan creation treasure can split some branches. The treasure belongs to me, but I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the exact reward. Bai Kafushang's gaze swept past them as he said. The 6 figures hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. It was obviously unrealistic for 7 figures to split a heavenly yuan creation treasure. Bai Kafushang knew about this news, so he naturally wouldn't say that he would give up on this heavenly yuan creation treasure. However, if this was a heavenly yuan creation tree, then it would be easy to split it. As for whether there would be any disputes between them, that would have to wait until they obtained the treasure. Now, at least they had to reach an agreement first. This is the Earth City. They rushed from the water source to the Earth City of the Earth Plains and passed through the teleportation formation in the middle. 4 years later, the team of the Muli tribe arrived at the Earth City. The members of the Muli tribe stood in a huge teleportation square and looked around. This Earth City looks so majestic. Any building is tens of thousands of meters tall. There are some strange birds and beasts flying above it. It's so magnificent. Standing in the square of the teleportation array, Tianxi looked at his surroundings with a shocked expression. The Black Earth tribe is called the First Tribe. It gives people a sense of shock. Mu-Liner's eyes flickered as she scanned her surroundings. There was a hint of surprise on her face. Mu-Liner's knowledge was not much more than Tianxi's.
It was also her first time coming to the Black Earth tribe.
The Black Earth tribe is extremely powerful. Look at the birds and beasts flying in the sky. They are powerful elemental beasts. The Black Earth tribe has raised several powerful elemental beast races. The Black Earth tribe's Earth Dragon Army is the strongest ground combat army in our Six Paths universe. They are undefeatable. Mu Li'er's father introduced Tianxi with a smile on his face.
Tianxi was now considered a treasure of the Mu Li tribe. As his grandfather, he had no objections to Tianxi's birth. He even had a feeling that it was a blessing in disguise.
Tianxi heard it and nodded. He looked around curiously. There were many strong disciples from various races around. Mu Li tribe's strength was not bad, but there was still a huge gap between them and the top tribes. This time, it was not only the tribes from the Six Treasured Lands that had arrived, the tribes from the outer areas had also arrived.
However, compared to the tribes from the Six Treasured Lands, the other tribes were much weaker.
Let's go. This time, during the Six Paths meet, the Black Earth tribe has prepared a place for all the tribes to live. We'll go over first. At the front, an elder of the Mu Li tribe swept his gaze across everyone and said. Following that, the group of people followed the elder and flew towards a certain area of the Earth City.
The entire Earth City was incomparably huge. Each and every one of the buildings that were made of earth emitted a thick and heavy aura.
Within some of the buildings, there were even powerful battle fortresses. At a glance, it was obvious that they were not simple. They flew all the way inside. Soon, in the center, there was a basin. It was an incomparably huge basin.
In the center of the basin, there was an incomparably huge arena.
Around the arena, there were small-scale arenas. And around these basins, there were numerous earth caves.
The earth caves were densely packed and there were people entering and leaving. This time, the Six Paths competition will be held here. Around this basin is an underground palace.
We live in many earth caves. The elder of the Mu Li tribe spoke.
At this moment, an expert of the Black Earth tribe flew over and led them towards an earth cave. Although it was an earth cave, it looked extremely majestic.
The earth cave that was emitting a heavy aura and an earthen yellow luster gave off a luxurious feeling. Entering the interior of the earth cave, it was extremely luxurious and had a huge living room. Further in was a luxurious room.
There were over 10,000 rooms in an earth cave.
Every room was extremely spacious. Everyone from the Mu Li tribe, you will be staying here for the rest of your time. This is the center of our Earth City and also the safest place. In our Earth City, it is forbidden to have any internal strife, especially fighting. Once there is a fight, it has nothing to do with right or wrong. Just kill them. If there is a grudge, you can go to the arena to settle it. In the arena, you cannot care about life or death. The Black Earth tribe expert reminded everyone from the Mu Li tribe. All right, thank you, little brother. The Mu Li tribe elder smiled and nodded. In Earth City, they naturally did not dare to be presumptuous.
After all, the Black Earth tribe had a heavenly yuan creation stage powerhouse. And not far from the Six Paths arena, there's a street where you can trade any item and have some fun and entertainment. Currently, the Six Paths competition will only begin in 100 years. Everyone can take a stroll around.
The middle-aged powerhouse of the Black Earth tribe continued to speak with a smile.
The elders of the Mu Li tribe nodded.
Everyone find a room. You can take a stroll around the area. Remember, don't cause any trouble here. After the people from the Shen-Tu tribe left, the elders of the Mu Li tribe spoke to everyone.
Foster father, mother will go out to play later.
Tianxi immediately said excitedly to Wang Xian and Mu Li'er.
It was Tianxi's first time going on a long journey and he was very excited.
No problem. Wang Xian nodded his head while Mu Li'er smiled and replied. Soon, the few of them walked out of the cave and flew out. There are so many people and it's so lively. Along with Wang Xian and the rest of the people from the Mu Li tribe, they were strolling around. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. There were quite a number of strong practitioners in the Earth City. Wang Xian sensed quietly but did not sense the aura of the strong practitioners of the Heaven's origin. The strong practitioners of the Heaven's origin in other universes should not dare to come here. Wang Xian thought to himself. After all, this was the Earth City, the main city of a tribe of strong practitioners of the Heaven's origin.
Moreover, after the Six Paths competition started, it was very likely that the strong practitioners of the heaven's origin would descend. This place could be said to be extremely dangerous for them. Moreover, the Black Earth tribe should have made some preparations for the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts. Although the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts were very strong, in the Six Paths universe, 10 or so peak universe masters were enough to kill one Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert. After all, the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts would be suppressed here. Of course, the Heaven's Origin Creator had a trump card. The possibility of killing him was too small. Wang Xian had the supreme treasure in his body that was bestowed by heaven to conceal himself. Unless the Heaven's Origin Creator was a few hundred meters away from him, he wouldn't be discovered. Following that, everyone started to stroll around Earth City. There were more and more powerful disciples in Earth City. The powerful disciples from various tribes also came one by one. Wang Xian strolled around with Tian Xi, Mu Lian Seer, and the rest every day. He was very relaxed. Dong dong dong. One day 100 years later, an earthquake-like roar sounded from the arena of the Six Paths competition. Tian Xi, it's about to start. Let's hurry over. As the voice sounded, Mu Lian Er's voice came from outside. They're here, they're here. Tian Xi came out of the room, and the group immediately headed outside. In the surrounding area, many powerful disciples walked out of the huge pit. There were also many powerful disciples flying over from the surrounding area. The Six Paths competition had begun. Wang Xian followed Tianxi out of the cave and scanned his surroundings like a spectator. In the Six Paths universe, all the strong disciples from the powerful tribes began to gather. All of them were exuding different auras. A young man with his head held high and his chest puffed out proudly. A valiant-looking lady. A calm-looking middle-aged man. A famous heaven's favorite with a towering head. The Six Paths convention had gathered almost all the elites of the Six Paths universe. The experts of the various tribes led their disciples to the surroundings of the various arenas. The powerful disciples of the Muli tribe also came to a place and stood there, sizing up the surroundings. Beside them, there were also many powerful disciples of the various tribes sizing up each other. Soon, most of the tribes gathered and stood in place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the center of the front row, there were stands. Chairs were placed on them. They were obviously in the seats of honor. There, figures wearing khaki robes and emitting a strange black light flew toward the seats of honor. There were a total of 50,000 to 60,000 strong disciples. Some of the younger disciples had proud and arrogant expressions on their faces. Those are the Shen Tu tribe and the Dead tribe. They are existences that stand above all the tribes. Beside Wang Xian and the rest, Mu Lianu's father introduced them in a soft voice. The two tribes stood above the intelligence quotient of all the tribes. There were powerhouses of the heaven's origin. The number of powerhouses in the tribes was also the highest. When the strong disciples of the Shen Tu tribe and the Dead tribe arrived, everyone looked over as well. There were more than 10 million strong disciples around the entire arena. The number of people in the Mu Li tribe was considered low. The disciples of each tribe should have arrived, right? At the seat of honor, in the middle of the Black Earth tribe, an old man with a walking stick and a special hat on his head glanced at the people of the Dead tribe. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and asked indifferently, "Reporting to the leader, they have all arrived." In the front, a middle-aged man bowed and reported loudly, "Since we have arrived, let's begin. Many people might not recognize me. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Black Earth tribe. This Six Paths convention is organized by the orders of the Three Lords and will be conducted in Earth City. This Six Paths convention is to select powerful disciples with potential for our Six Paths universe to groom. This competition concerns the entire Six Paths universe. There is no concept of a tribe. Those who can achieve success will receive treasures and resources prepared by the Three Lords. All the powerful disciples do not hide anything. As long as you have the ability, you will be able to obtain opportunities that you cannot imagine." The leader of the Black Earth tribe spoke, his voice reaching everyone's ears. All the strong disciples of the surrounding tribes heard this and their gazes focused. Over 10 million gazes landed on the old man. This was the first time many strong disciples had met the leader of the Black Earth tribe.
They didn't expect this person to be a peak universe overlord, the leader of the Black Earth tribe. Hearing his words, many ambitious disciples revealed excited expressions. If they could achieve success in this Six Paths convention, it could be said that they would become famous in a single battle.
As long as they could achieve success, they would become famous in the world.
Not to mention that they would have great opportunities. How could they not be tempted? Even Tianxi's eyes were glowing as he watched fervently.
The Six Paths competition is divided by age. It is divided into the War God group, the Heaven Roll group, the Heaven's Pride group, the Hidden Dragon Fledgling Phoenix group. The Wargid group can only be participated by experts at the Universe Ruler realm.
The Wargid group, the Heaven Roll group, and the Heaven's Pride group have age restrictions. The early stages of the competition are relatively simple. Each group has 1,000 spots. After competing for the 1,000th place, you can participate in the real competition. As long as you enter the 1,000th place, there will be a reward. The higher the rank, the better the reward. The leader of the Black Earth tribe continued to introduce to everyone. Alright, you guys can make the detailed arrangements. The selection has officially begun. The leader didn't say much. He looked to the side and disappeared. There are no rules in the quota competition. Those who think they have the ability to enter the top 1,000, come out and tell us your name, age and level. Those who don't agree can challenge.
Let's challenge the strongest 1,000 in each group and take their spots. A strong warrior from the Black Earth tribe continued.
Tianxi, go up. Join the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group at your age. Follow us and we'll investigate. With your level of level 5 Universe Knight, you'll be able to rank in the top 3. The strong warrior from the Black Earth tribe landed and Tianxi's grandfather immediately ordered Tianxi. Tianxi's strength was the strongest in the Muli tribe in the past 10 billion years. Even in the entire Six Paths universe, he was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, a level 5 Universe Knight was almost invincible among those of the same level.
Perhaps only the Xian Tu tribe and the Dead tribe could have a higher realm than Tianxi.
With Tiancp's strength, he could even obtain a decent result in the Prodigy group.
It's grandfather.
Tianxi nodded and looked at his mother and Wang Xian.
Follow your heart. You can be humble, or you can show off your abilities.
Wang Xian looked at Tianxi and said with a smile, Foster father, this kind of situation will disappear in the future, right? Tianxi heard Wang Xian's words and looked around before asking.
It will disappear unless you have bad taste.
Wang Xian smiled at him and shook his head.
Hee, that's good. From today onwards, I want the entire Six Paths universe to recognize me, Muli Tianxi. I want my mother to be proud of me.
Tianxi raised his head and smiled at his mother. His body moved and he flew towards the arena of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix. There were also a large number of strong people flying over from the surrounding areas.
Among them, there were also other disciples of the Muli tribe who flew towards the stages.
However, the one that everyone in the Muli tribe thought highly of was Tianxi. Tianxi landed on the stage of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix. There were also people of the same age flying over from the surroundings. Muli tribe, Muli Tianxi, a level 5 Universe Knight. Tianxi stood on the stage and glanced at his opponent who was flying over. He smiled slightly.
He cupped his hands and said confidently to everyone. At the bottom of the stage, Wang Xian saw Tianxi standing on the stage with a confident look on his face. A smile appeared on his face. He had the feeling of an old father seeing his son grow up to be successful.
This was youth, this was youth.
HM?
Knight level 5 strength. Tianxi stood on the stage and announced his strength. All the disciples around him heard him and looked at him in shock. Hidden Dragon stage, on this stage, all of them were under 200 million years old. At this age, most of them had just stepped into the Knight realm. With a glance, there were only a few level 3 Knights.
Not to mention a level 5 Knight.
There wasn't even one in the entire arena. Muli tribe, a level 5 Knight so strong. He's definitely in the top 3 in our group. Almost, how does this guy train? Why is his level so high? Most importantly, he's not from the Dead tribe or the Black Earth tribe. Wow, this level, isn't it much higher than ours? Some youths glanced at Tianqi, who stood out from the crowd, their faces filled with envy and respect. In this hidden dragon and young phoenix arena, all of them were the top youths of the Six Paths universe. They came from the various large tribes. Every one of them was one of the top few existences in their own tribes. But now, some of them had been struck by Tianqi. Not bad to be able to train for over 90 million years to possess such strength. That's really not bad. In the middle of the hidden dragon Chicks arena, an old man floated in the air. His gaze swept over Tianqi, nodding his head, praising him generously.
What? He hasn't even cultivated for 100 million years. No way.
He's only half my age, but he's already so powerful. Hiss, how terrifying. Everyone in the surroundings was slightly shocked when they heard the old man's words. I really didn't expect that I would be invincible in the same generation. I didn't expect this brother to be so powerful as well. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. At this moment, a youth flew over from the seat of honor at the front. There were more than 100 people beside the youth. The youth in the middle was at least 3 meters tall, and his entire body was filled with explosive muscles.
He looked extremely thick. He looked at Tianqi and laughed out loud. Invincible in the same generation? You were Tu Jiangtong from the Mystic Earth tribe, right?
Your strength is not bad, but you are not my match. Voila!
The group of youths from the Mystic Earth tribe flew over and landed on the arena. The youth in the lead swept his gaze over Tu Jiangtong and Tianqi.
The two of you aren't my match, he said with confidence and arrogance. At his neck was a human head that was flickering with a black light. The black light reflected on his pale face, making it look extremely strange. You two are so small. I'll send you flying with a slap. Tu Jiangtong saw the youth flying over and shook his head with disdain.
Tianqi's gaze swept over them. Hearing their words, he smiled too.
2 knights at level 5, if they join forces, they can barely compare to me. He moved his palm and the water in front of him condensed. A sharp sword appeared in his hand. Tianqi said indifferently. It was as if he was talking about something very easy. The moment he finished speaking, Tu Jiangtong and the youth from the dead tribe were slightly stunned. Their eyes focused on him.
Haha, I thought I was confident enough. I didn't expect you to be even more confident and arrogant than me.
Tu Jiangtong stared at Tianqi and laughed.
He narrowed his eyes and walked straight towards Tianqi. He sized him up and slowly extended his huge palm. Very good, let's get to know each other.
Tu Jiangtong walked over, extended his hand and said to Tianqi. Tianqi smiled and extended his hand to shake Tianqi's.
All the gazes of the surrounding youths were focused on him.
This was clearly an open and hidden battle. A pair of huge palms and a pair of small palms were clasped together. Following that, everyone could feel waves of energy brewing in their palms. Some of the weaker ones could not help but take a step back. Tianqi and Tu Jiangtong smiled as they looked at each other.
Their bodies were somewhat out of sync. But soon, the smile on Tu Jiangtong's face began to disappear.
5 seconds later, he quickly pulled out his arm, and his huge arm kept shaking.
He stared at Tianqi and his expression kept changing. Not bad.
Tianqi looked at him, smiled, and said, Okay. It really is okay. It seems that if I want to beat you, I need to use all my trump cards.
Tu Jiangtong's expression changed slightly as he said to Tianqi with a serious expression.
I'm looking forward to the duel.
Tianqi smiled at him. Haha, good, I'm looking forward to it.
This is interesting. It seems like the first place of our group will be decided between us and this pretty boy.
Tu Jiangtong said with a loud laugh. He was very forthright. When the youth from the dead tribe heard Tu Jiangtong address him, his face turned black and he immediately cursed.
Tu Jiangtong didn't pay much attention when he heard that. That person called Mu Li Tianqi is so handsome. He's not at a disadvantage when facing the 2 elites from the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe. He even has the upper hand. He's really handsome. I didn't expect him to be able to compete with Tu Jiangtong and the others. He's really amazing. Some of the young men looked at the 3 of them and whispered among themselves.
Some of the young ladies looked at Mu Li Tianqi with stars in their eyes.
He is a little high profile. Muliner had been looking at Tianxi from below. When she saw this scene, she frowned slightly and said, "Hee hee. It's a waste of a young man to not be arrogant." When Wang Xian heard that, he smiled faintly and did not care about it at all. This was the temperament that a young man should have. Modest, confident, and proud.
A talented young man should naturally be more flamboyant.
Mu Lin's father, who was standing at the side, also said with a smile. His face was filled with happiness. "In Si-er, you should also go to the arena to spar with each other. The calamity is about to arrive. Next, you should also raise your own strength."
Mu Lin's father said to her, "Let's see if we can obtain a decent result."
"I'll give it a try, but I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. There are too many strong fighters." Mu Li'iner said. In the other arenas, there were many proud fighters. In the proud fighters group, the strong fighters had already reached the pinnacle of the universe night realm. She was much weaker.
However, she could still give it a try.
Next, the Six Paths Convention officially began. The strong disciples of the four groups also began to compete for the 1,000 spots. The competition in the Six Paths universe would last for a long time. In fact, the Six Paths Convention would last for 1,000,000 years. The battles between the great beings would usually take a long time to determine the winner. In addition, the disciples of the great beings and the elites of the Six Paths universe would participate in the competition, so it would naturally take a longer time.
It would take more than 100,000 years just to select 1,000 spots.
In addition, the most important thing was that after the top 1,000 were selected, the following competitions would not be held at the same time. Instead, for example, the Hidden Dragon Fledgling Phoenix group would decide the top 500 first, and then the Prodigy group would decide the top 500. If they were not held at the same time, the time would naturally be longer. The experts from the tribes condensed their energy into a chair and watched and discussed. The battle between the experts would be of great use to the others.
This was also one of the implications of the Six Paths Conference.
Time passed day by day. Wang Xian sat below and watched.
To Tianxi, it was a piece of cake for him to enter the top 1,000.
He could even enter it directly. After more than 100,000 years of selection, the official competition began. From low to high, the hidden dragons and young phoenixes would first decide the top 500. And when the competition was decided this time, Tianxi would also have a battle. The battle was very simple for Tianxi.
The moment he entered the arena, his opponent surrendered immediately.
There was nothing he could do about it. The difference in levels was too great. After Tianxi's duel, he relaxed and came to Wang Xian's side. "MOM has entered the top 1,000 of the Heaven's Favorites team. I wonder if she can enter the top 500. The Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix team had decided on the top 500. The Heaven's Favorites team was next. Mu Liner had entered the top 1,000 and was about to start her first battle. "It shouldn't be a problem for your mother to enter the top 500. Wang Xian said to Tianxi. Although Mu Liner wasn't very strong, the Muli tribe was still able to rank in the top 50 among all the tribes. As for Mu Liner, she was able to rank in the top 3 of the Muli tribe in this generation. It shouldn't be a problem for the top 3 of the top 50 tribes to rank in the top 500.
Furthermore, Wang Xian had also sensed that Mu Liner would be able to enter the top 500. It wouldn't be a problem.
If it wasn't enough for her to enter the top 300 from the top 500, it would be a little more difficult. It was basically impossible for her to enter the top 100.
The Xian Tu tribe and the tribe of the dead would occupy a large portion of the elites and Heaven's Favorites. There were also some other powerful tribes.
Just as Wang Xian expected, Mu Liner easily entered the top 500.
Next was the combat strength of the Heaven Roll group and the God of War group.
In these two levels of competition, all of them were masters of the universe. After watching for a while, Tianxi and the rest left.
There was no other way. They could not see their battle moves clearly.
They could not see through their energy. They were completely confused.
Wang Xian played with Tianxi for a while before returning to his room to rest. In the following days, Tianxi made some friends.
Perhaps it was because heroes appreciated each other, but he had become friends with Tu Jiangtong.
There were also some young prodigies from other tribes.
After all, there was a common language between the young people. Although Wang Xian was not very old, there was still quite a generation gap between Tianxi and Wang Xian. For the next period of time, Tianxi played with his friends. The competition continued. Time passed quickly. In the second round, Tianxi easily entered the top 300. Mulin Si barely managed to enter the top 300 despite her injuries.
She estimated that she could only make it this far. Found it. It's really troublesome to find a person here at the water source. While the Six Paths Conference was being held at the water source, Bai Kefu Xing and the other 6 Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses were hiding in a corner of the Muli tribe. Bai Kefu Sheng's face was wrinkled as he revealed a faint smile. The last time, he had only seen Heaven's Gift's face. It was very difficult to find it from just one face among the water source and the tens of billions of people in the tribe. In addition, their luck was not very good. It took them more than 100,000 years to find it. Yes, they found it, but now there's a huge problem. That youth is now participating in the Six Paths Convention. The Six Paths Convention is a grand competition of the Six Paths universe. They are preparing for the arrival of the apocalypse. The Earth City where the Six Paths Convention is held is the main city of the Black Earth tribe. The 3 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts from the Six Paths universe should be paying attention to that place. In addition, over the past 100 million years, because of our entry, the Six Paths universe has also been on high alert against us. The current Earth City is definitely a dragon's den and tiger's den. If we enter, there might be great danger. A Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert frowned and said. When Bai Kefu Sheng heard this, he also revealed a thoughtful expression.
This was indeed a huge problem. A group of Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts coveted the Heaven Origin Creation treasure of the Six Paths universe. The Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts of the Six Paths universe naturally hated them to the bone. They even formed a hunting team to search for their tracks and hunt them down.
Especially now, the location where the Six Paths universe held the Six Paths Convention was the safest place in the entire universe. When they entered this place, it was very likely that they would be discovered and killed as soon as they went over. There's a way that we can try. After a long silence, Bai Kefu Saint looked at them. We can send out a message saying that the Heavenly Kismet Supreme Treasure is over at 2 Yuan, attracting the Heavenly Kismet powerhouses of other universes over there. If that's the case, we can disperse some of the Earth City's combat strength, and we can also disperse the strength of the 3 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts from the Six Paths universes. His suggestion caused the other 6 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts to frown slightly. There will be more trouble if we wait too long. This method is the best currently. Moreover, only we know the information about the Heaven Origin Creation treasure. Our chances of success are very high. Bai Kefu Sheng continued to speak. All right. Let's do it according to your method. One of the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts nodded and agreed. This was the best choice at the moment. It would attract the other Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts to 2 Yuan. They would take the opportunity to enter Earth City.
Because they knew the specific information about the Heavenly Yuan Destiny treasure, they had a huge advantage. The other Heavenly Yuan treasures were still looking for a needle in a haystack, but they had a clear goal. The group of 7 discussed for a while and flew quickly in a direction. There is news that the Six Paths universe's Heavenly Fate treasure is located at
2 Yuan. Is the news reliable?
Not very. This is a Heavenly Fate treasure that was sent out by a Heavenly Fate treasure. He said that he sensed the existence of the Heavenly Fate treasure and that it is at 2 Yuan. Why did he spread this news? That Heavenly Yuan creator did not hide anything. He said that the Six Paths universe in 2 Yuan is currently holding a Six Paths convention, and their defense is very strong. If he went in alone to search, he would be discovered by the Heavenly Yuan creator from the Six Paths universe. That's why he used such a method. Oh? What do you think the possibility is?
The possibility is 50%.
The Six Paths universe is holding the Six Paths convention in 2 Yuan. Maybe the great beings of the Six Paths universe also sensed that the Heavenly Creation true treasure is in 2 Yuan. So they deliberately held the Six Paths convention there to focus their efforts on searching.
The other great being who released the news may already know the location of the heavenly creation true treasure and wants us to go there to share the combat power of the Six Paths universe.
It's indeed possible. Even if it's only a 50% chance, we can't give up. We have to go there and take a look. All right. I estimate that all the heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses in the Six Paths universe will head to 2 Yuan. It's been 100 million years. No one will give up this chance. At the same time, 2 heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses were chatting somewhere in the Six Paths universe.
After they discussed for a while, they flew directly towards 2 Yuan.
At the same time, at other places in the Six Paths universe, the Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were also heading towards 2 Yuan. Almost 60 to 70 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses had gathered at 2 Yuan. A storm gradually blew towards 2 Yuan's location. Time passed day by day.
The Six Paths convention continued. Now that 2 Yuan was the place where countless disciples of the Six Paths universe gathered, its defensive power was naturally extremely strong.
Almost half of the top-tier combat power of the entire Six Paths universe was here.
In addition, 2 of the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts had been sitting in the sky above 2 Yuan. When a group of Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts entered 2 Yuan, they were immediately discovered by the Six Paths universe experts and the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. A great battle broke out.
The group of Heaven Origin Creation great beings could still resist against the peak stage universe masters of the Six Paths universe.
When they encountered the Heaven Origin Creation of the Six Paths universe, they could only escape quickly.
2 Yuan's powerful defense made some Heaven Origin Creation great beings guess that the Heaven Origin Creation true treasure was very likely here.
This also made them even more unwilling to give up on this place.
This caused the entire Earth planes to be in turmoil. However, the changes in the Earth planes did not cause any waves in Earth City.
Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts had yet to set foot in Earth City.
Currently, Earth City was the safest place in the entire Earth planes. The competition continued. In the 4th round, 150 out of 300 people were chosen to enter. In this battle, Tianxi still easily entered the top 150. However, in this battle, Mu Lian stopped at this battle. She lost to her opponent. In the subsequent challenges, she was unable to succeed. In the end, she completely lost. It's over, it's over. It looks like this time, our Hidden Dragon Fledgling Phoenix Group's first place will be won by Tianxi. You're too monstrous. You've fought 3 times in a row and I've lost.
In a sparring arena in Earth City, a group of more than 30 youths stood on the arena.
Among them, the 3-meter-tall and incomparably burly Tu Jiangtong stood in the middle and looked helplessly at the figure in front of him. And in front of him was naturally Tianxi. Not far away, Gue Sanqian also looked at Tianxi with a frown. After that, he shook his head with a trace of helplessness on his face. Gue Sanqian was the strongest person among the younger generation of the Dead Tribe. After the 3 of them met for the first time, the heroes appreciated each other, and the youths had a common topic to talk about, so they walked together. These hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Although they had participated in many battles, neither side had met.
This made their hands itch. Some of them were young and impulsive, and neither side was willing to submit to the other.
Therefore, they had to fight in private.
However, the few of them had fought 3 times in a row, and Tianxi had won every time, completely suppressing Tu Jiangtong and Gue Sanqian.
This made the 2 of them look helpless. Hee. Thanks for letting me win. How about next time the 2 of you join hands? I'll see how far you can push me.
Tianxi cupped his hands at him and said with a smile.
Tianxi, are you looking down on us? How much strength did you use in your fight with Tu Jiangtong just now? Gue Sanqian was speechless when he heard his words and asked Tianxi. 400/0.
Tianxi smiled faintly. 40%? Only 40%.
My grandfather has been teaching me since I was born. You should know that my grandfather is a level 9 master of the universe, and with the treasures in my hands, I can sometimes fight above my level. Now, I'm not even as good as you. Tu Jiangtong widened his eyes and said,
I also have the guidance of a master. I really don't know how you can be so abnormal. Gue Sanqian shook his head and said speechlessly, you have the guidance of a master, and I also have the guidance of my foster father. My foster father is very powerful. Hearing their words, Tianci smiled slightly and revealed a proud expression on his face.
What a joke. He knew that his foster father was a heavenly Yuan-blessed realm expert. A heavenly Yuan-blessed realm expert had always taught him, how could he be inferior to your opponents?
In fact, if he displayed his true strength, he could scare you to death. Tianci laughed in his heart. Too amazing, Tianci, you're really amazing. Looks like our champion is you.
At the side, a girl flew to Tianci's side with eyes full of love. She looked at him with a pair of bright eyes full of admiration. The girl was about 1.65 meters tall. She was not very tall. She had a ponytail and was full of youth and cuteness. Hee no. Maybe one of us is keeping a low profile and concealing our strength.
Seeing the girl, Tianci scratched his head and revealed a bashful smile. That's not fair. This time, the most beautiful person of our younger generation, Gong Chengmu, actually likes this guy. Damn it, I'm a little envious.
On the other side, Tu Jiangtong's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. Big brother Tu Jiangtong, don't even think about it. My sister will not like you. Tianci and my sister are a true match made in heaven. A perfect match.
At the side, a youth said with a smile. Waiter, don't talk nonsense. Gong Cheng's face turned red when he heard his younger brother's words. He turned around and glared at his own younger brother. All right. Don't talk. The youth chuckled when he saw his sister scolding him and immediately said,
Sai, I can't be envious. He's really a winner in life. Gui Sanqian looked at them and said with a smile, the first place this time should be Tianci. He shouldn't be able to escape. Tianci is still powerful, especially that sword technique. It's really terrifying. When I watched from the side, I felt a chill run down my spine. The surrounding youths gathered around and said to Tianci with a smile,
it was all taught by my foster father.
Tianci said with a smile, no, Tianci, your talent is amazing. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be as amazing as you. Gong Chengmu looked at him and bit his head.
No, there's no foster father and there's no me now. Tianci shook his head seriously at Gong Chengmu. Foster father watched me grow up and taught me many things.
Oh? Then your foster father must be very powerful.
Gong Chengmu tilted his head to look at him and asked with a smile. Yes, I'll take you to meet my foster father when I have the chance.
Tianci said with a smile. Okay. Gong Chengmu narrowed his eyes and answered with a smile. Then let's find an opportunity.
Tianci nodded. Okay, stop showing off your love. Let's go. I'll take you to a fun place in Earth City today. Tu Jiangdong said loudly.
Everyone laughed and flew out.
Time passed by day after day.
Miss Mu Liner, are you here? Wang Xian strolled around Earth City for a long time and sat in his room out of boredom.
One day, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Wang Xian heard the voice and didn't pay attention to it. Buzz. However, at this moment, he received a message from Tianci.
When he saw this message, a smile appeared on his face. He got up and walked out. I don't have time. I'm really sorry. Miss Mu Lin, you've rejected me 10 times already. You can't reject me again this time, right? Let's just have a simple meal.
That's right, Iner.
It's not a big deal to have a meal. Furthermore, we will be with you. When Wang Xian walked out, he immediately saw a burly young man and 3 women conversing there. Among them was Mu Liner.
Wang Xian took a glance and nodded at Mu Liner.
Then he continued walking out. He came to a restaurant that Tianci had informed him about. Wang Xian
walked over and came to a private room on the top floor.
Foster father. As soon as he arrived at the door, Tianci immediately opened the door and greeted Wang Xian with a smile.
Okay. Wang Xian looked at Tianci's expression and nodded with a smile. Then he looked inside. Hello, uncle. In the room, Gong Chengmu lowered his head slightly. However, he raised his eyes and greeted Wang Xian shyly.
You have good taste, kid. Wang Xian took a look at Gong Chengmu, patted his shoulder and walked inside.
Foster father, let me introduce you. This is Mu. Gong Chengmu is also from our water source, the Jioha tribe.
Tianci started to introduce Wang Xian and the rest. Mu. This is what I told you, my foster father.
You're not bad. Apart from this meeting, there's nothing else. Just take a simple amulet.
Wang Xian looked at Gong Cheng peering. With a wave of his arm, an amulet floated in front of her. Thank you, uncle.
Gong Cheng peering sensed it immediately but didn't put it away immediately. Instead, he looked at Tianci. Take it. Foster father treats me very well.
Tianci smiled at Gong Cheng and said,
Why didn't you call your mother over? Wang Xian sat down and asked Tianci with a smile.
He, foster father. I'll tell you first if you still don't dare to tell my mother. Tianci smiled foolishly. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Gong Cheng to sense it.
With the strength of a level 4 universe knight, Gong Cheng was considered one of the top heavens favorites of his generation.
He had a sweet and pretty face. Wang Xian was very satisfied with this.
In addition, the Nine River tribe was also a large tribe. It was much stronger than the Muli tribe, although the Nine River tribe did not have a heavens origin creator to oversee it. However, the Nine River tribe was the strongest existence in the water source. Among all the tribes, they could be ranked in the top 5. There were many existences at the peak of the universe overlord realm in the trip. Tianci had a girlfriend which made Wang Xian, his old father, feel very gratified.
Taking advantage of the time now, it was not bad to enjoy it. Wang Xian had a meal with them. After chatting for a few hours, he left immediately. There was still a generation gap between him and the younger generation.
His peaceful life continued. Occasionally, he would go to watch Tianci's matches and Wang Xian would stay in his room.
Meanwhile, Tianci's match had also reached the top 10.
However, on this day, not long after Tianci's match ended, Wang Xian stayed in his room to practice the Heaven's Origin Sword technique. He was helping the Void Dragon body to comprehend.
Foster father. All of a sudden, an extremely anxious voice came from outside. Wang Xian opened his eyes. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. He waved his arm and opened the door.
Outside the door, Tianci looked extremely anxious and his eyes were slightly red. Foster father, my mother is injured. She is seriously injured.
Tianci looked at Wang Xian in panic and his voice was a little choked up.
What's the situation?
Wang Xian focused his gaze and asked Tianci. Mu Lin had been eliminated from the competition. In the underground city, fighting and killing were prohibited. How could Mu Lin be injured? I don't know the exact situation either. Mom is seriously injured. Foster father. Please come and take a look at Mom.
Tianci pulled Wang Xian's arm and said anxiously.
It's all right. Don't worry. Foster father is here. Wang Xian patted Tianci's arm and said to him,
Okay. Tianci nodded. He knew his foster father's identity and some of his tricks.
As long as he was not completely destroyed, he could be treated.
Wang Xian followed Tianci to a room not far away. In the room, Mu Linu's parents and a few older brothers were inside.
Grandpa, let adoptive father take a look at Mom. Let adoptive father take a 100K. Tianci brought Wang Xian inside and said loudly to his grandfather.
Okay.
At this moment, Tianci's grandfather nodded with a gloomy face in front of the bed. Although her injuries are a little serious, it's fortunate that she's not in any life-threatening condition. Tianci's grandfather took a glance at Wang Xian and spoke. Let me treat her. Wang Xian nodded and walked to the bed to sense Mu Lin's injuries.
Buzz. Wang Xian sat beside Mu Linu's bed and placed his palm on her body.
The energy circulated and entered her body, healing her injuries.
Mu Lin's injuries were very serious and almost endangered her life. However, Mu Linu's father was at least a level 5 master of the universe. He used his energy to save her life.
As long as Mu Lin was still alive, the treatment would be much easier.
Mu Lin's injuries were recovering at a terrifying speed.
Her vitality was also getting stronger.
Not long after, the injuries in her body were completely healed.
After all, Wang Xian's strength was placed here. It was easy for him to treat a universe knight. Foster father is mother. Is she all right? Tianci stood at the side nervously. When he saw Wang Xian retracting his arm, he asked anxiously.
She's fine. Don't be anxious. Wang Xian patted his shoulder and stood up.
Mu Lin's eyebrows twitched and her face regained its color. She looked at the people around her and sat up hurriedly.
Mom, are you all right? Tianci asked with concern.
I'm all right. All the injuries on my body have disappeared. Mu Liner sensed for a moment and shook her head. She looked at Wang Xian and said, "Thank you, young Master Wang Xian, for treating me. It's just a small problem." Wang Xian shook his head and said, "The injuries on your body are very serious. The other party wants to cripple you completely. Fighting and killing are prohibited in the underground city. May I know?"
Wang Xian opened his mouth and asked. Mu Linu's father, brother, and the rest were also staring at him angrily.
They had sensed Mu Liner's injuries earlier. It was very serious. It could be said that she was only left with her last breath. Furthermore, Mu Liner was sent here by someone. They didn't know the exact situation. "It was me who was fighting with someone in the arena that caused my injuries to be so serious." Mu Liner sat up. Her expression slightly changed.
"Insier, who did you duel with? Why did you duel with someone?" Mu Liner's mother hurriedly asked. "Mother, it's the people from the Black Earth tribe."
Mu Liner said in a low voice. "Little sister, you're talking about that fellow Liao Feiyu. That fellow has been pestering you all this while, and now he's actually injured you. How outrageous."
One of Mu Liner's big brothers said with a face full of anger.
"It's not him, it's his sister. Forget it."
Mu Liner shook her head and said,
"Mom, we can't let it go like this. They actually dared to hit you. I want to seek justice for you."
Tianxi, who was standing at the side, said with a face full of anger.
"Forget it. This was originally a duel in the arena, and the other party was from the Black Earth tribe." Mu Liner shook her head at him and looked at her parents and brother. "Dad, Mom, fine now. Let's forget it. This."
Mu Liner's father's expression changed. "Tianxi, fine. Cultivate well and strive for first place."
Mu Liner stood up and patted Tianxi's head. "Okay, Mom." Tianxi could only nod helplessly when he saw that his mother didn't want to tell him anything. "Let's go. Let your mother rest for a while." Wang Xian patted Tianxi and said to him, "Okay."
Tianxi nodded and left with Wang Xian with his head lowered.
"Foster father, we can't just let go of my mother's matter." Tianxi walked out of the room and looked at Wang Xian. There was determination in his eyes as he spoke. "Of course we can't just let it go."
Wang Xian looked at him and said, "Your mother was hurt so badly by someone else. Naturally, we have to take revenge. Not only do we have to take revenge, we also have to make him pay a terrible price. Do you still remember what I told you before?"
"We don't provoke others. However, if someone were to provoke us and our family members, we will have to pay 10 times or even 100 times the price." Tianxi took over and said while clenching his fist, "That's right." Wang Xian nodded. "I have already asked Linyu to investigate this matter. There will be news soon. Thank you, foster father."
Tianxi said to Wang Xian gratefully.
"No need. There aren't many peaceful days left." Wang Xian looked at him and said. Tianxi was slightly stunned when he heard his words. He looked at Wang Xian with some doubt.
"Lin Yo is back. Let's go to my room." Wang Xian did not tell Tianxi the specific situation. He brought him to his room. Although Wang Xian and the rest had been staying in Earth City, he still had some understanding of the situation in the outside world.
In particular, Wang Xian had received a piece of news previously.
The news came from the other Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe. In the group chat of the other Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses, they discussed about the current 6 Paths universe's Heaven Origin Creation Supreme Treasure.
Now, there was news that the Heaven Origin Creation Supreme Treasure was located in the Earth plane of the 6 Paths universe.
After Wang Xian received this news, he had a guess in his heart. This news must have been spread by the powerhouse of Tian Yuan, who was originally from Guangming.
As for the purpose, it was probably for Tianxi.
Therefore, Tianxi didn't have much time for peace.
It wouldn't be long before he was completely exposed.
"Boss." After entering the room, Lin Yo was already waiting there. "What's the exact situation?"
Wang Xian asked. "Boss, it's like this. During this period of time, a young man from the Xian Tu tribe named Liao Feiyu was infatuated with Tianxi's mother. However, his mother rejected him many times. This news was found out by Liao Feiyu's sister. His sister also knew about Tianxi's mother's identity and situation. As she was very dissatisfied with her, she caused trouble twice. This time,
She even provoked him into entering the arena and severely injured him. Lin Nyo reported. A heaven-chosen youth from the Black Earth tribe had taken a liking to Mu Li'in but was rejected by Mu Li'in Si. Later on, he pestered her relentlessly. After being discovered by his sister, he found out about Mu Li'in's identity and situation. He was extremely displeased. He angrily rebuked Mu Li'in for being a vixen and not worthy of his younger brother. That was why he taught Mu Li'in a lesson and severely injured her. My mother didn't provoke them at all, yet they went overboard. When Tianxi heard that, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted with a cold face. Liao Feiyu's elder sister is called Liao Fian. They are both ranked in the Heaven's Pride group of the Six Paths Meet. Currently, they have already entered the top 10. Both of their realms are at the peak of the universe night. Realm. Lin Nyo continued his introduction. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly when he heard the details. The strength of a peak universe knight? Tianxi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. Other than that, the Xian Tu tribe is divided into 4 clans. The Liao clan is one of them. Their elders are also experts from the Liao clan. They have a lot of power. Lin Nyo added. Foster father, do you want me to make a move and ambush them? When Tianxi heard Lin Knight's words, he looked at Wang Xian. The enemies who bullied his mother were stronger than Tianxi, unless Tianxi removed the restriction in his body. However, even if he removed the restriction, he could defeat or even kill the enemies who injured his mother. However, the Xian Tu tribe would definitely take revenge and punish him. What would he do then? Therefore, if he wanted to take revenge himself, he would have to do so in secret. On the surface, he was not qualified. At least, it would be under the circumstances where his adoptive father did not make a move. Your mother was bullied. As her son, it's natural for you to make a move yourself. This is your responsibility and responsibility. You have the manliness of a man. However, if your identity can be exposed later, you can live a more peaceful life. Wang Xian looked at him and said, Foster father, mother gave birth to me and raised me. She's the person closest to me and the person I have to protect all my life. Now that she is injured, even if she isn't peaceful in the future, I will avenge my mother. Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and said with determination, I also want you to live a more ordinary life. Wang Xian looked at him. Once your identity is exposed, you have to leave this place with me. You have to leave the Six Paths universe and go to another universe. If that's the case, your life will be greatly affected. You are still young and have yet to see some of your life. My foster father doesn't want you to grow up too quickly. After watching Tianxi grow up for nearly 100 million years, he had already regarded him as his son. Although parents hoped that their son could grow up as soon as possible. However, parents hoped to see their son grow up happily every day. They couldn't let him follow him into the chaos to search for treasures without enjoying too much prosperity, right? Let him spend hundreds of millions of years in the chaos in an instant. As parents, they naturally didn't want their children to live this kind of life, especially when they were young. Then, foster father, what should I do? Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and opened his mouth to ask. There isn't much time left. If you can delay it, then do it. I have some things to take a look at. Next, I will raise your water attribute strength to the peak of a universe knight. When that happens, you will use the same method as the arena to take revenge. Wang Xian said to Tianxi. Foster father, can you directly raise my strength to the peak of a universe knight? Tianxi widened his eyes when he heard Wang Xian's words. His face was filled with disbelief. Of course you can. Especially since your wood attribute has already reached the level 4 of a universe dominator. With the foundation of the wood attribute, I can even help you raise your wood attribute to the level 4 of a universe dominator. Of course, this is because I have the wood attribute as well. If other heaven origin powerhouses want to forcefully upgrade a person, they need to possess this attribute. Wang Xian said to Tianxi. Then, I have worked so hard to cultivate for so long to reach the level 5 of the universe knight. If I had your help, wouldn't I not need to cultivate and directly upgrade my realm? Tianxi was a little speechless. Sure. But this kind of life is not perfect. Wang Xian smiled and said, what needs to be cultivated still needs to be cultivated. All right, foster father, you are doing this for my own good. Whatever you say will be done. Tianxi's expression changed and he said helplessly.
Next, I will help you to improve your strength to the peak of a universe knight so that you can have the ability to take revenge. For the challenge in the arena, if you can delay it for some time, then delay it for some time. Wang Xian said to him in the end. Following that, he placed his palm on Tianxi's body, and a majestic water attribute energy entered his body. The aura on Tianxi's body was increasing rapidly. A heaven origin creator could help the weak to break through forcefully.
All the heaven origin creators could do it.
In the 9 origin universe, if a peak universe knight was trapped in this realm, a heaven origin creator could help him to break through easily.
Of course, there was still some consumption in helping him break through the shackles. This consumption needed to be made up by his own cultivation.
The Tianyuan creator would not usually do this kind of thing. However, now that Wang Xian had the ancestral tree, his recovery ability was terrifying. He helped the weak to break through the shackles. Although there was also some consumption, it was much faster and much easier to recover. When the energy surged into Tianxi's body, his realm began to rise rapidly.
Especially since his wood attribute realm had already reached the 4th level of a universe master, it was very easy for him to absorb the energy. In just a few hours, Tianxi's strength had reached the pinnacle of a universe knight.
The speed of his improvement was extremely terrifying. Alright, with the strength of a peak universe knight, you should be able to become invincible below the level of a universe master after getting used to it.
Wang Xian said to Tianxi, as for how you plan to avenge your mother, you can decide for yourself.
Thank you, foster father. You are too kind to me. Thank you, foster father. Tianxi felt the strength in his body and opened his mouth. He couldn't help but say excitedly to Wang Xian. Wang Xian patted his head and signaled him to go on his own. Tianxi walked out of the room. His eyes were sparkling as he thought about how to avenge his mother. This matter was no small matter to anyone who was a child. If it wasn't for the presence of his adoptive father, if it wasn't for his adoptive father being a strong man,
it would have taken his mother hundreds of millions of years to fully recover.
After all, the Muli tribe would not have spent a large amount of treasures to treat a disciple at the Universe Knight level. Such a serious injury, one could imagine how vicious the other party was. He wanted to completely cripple the other party. Fortunately, he had his adoptive father. If not, what else could Tianxi do?
However, now that he had the power and his foster father behind him, he wanted to make the person who hurt his mother pay 10 times or 100 times the price. Liao Fian, Liao Feiyu. Tianxi muttered coldly. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the competition stage. The competition that belonged to the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group had just ended.
The competition that was currently going on was the Heaven's Pride group. Liao Fian and Liao Feiyu were currently at the competition stage. The other party had hurt his mother on the stage.
Then he had to return it. Looks like I have to return it soon.
In the room, Wang Xian's gaze penetrated the wall as he looked at Tianxi's figure. He mumbled to himself. This time, if Tianxi was lucky, he might be able to hide for hundreds of thousands of years.
If he was unlucky, he would be exposed.
So what if I'm exposed? I'm here. Wang Xian smiled and stood up. The last spot in the top 10 of the Prodigy group should be out soon.
It's coming out soon. Obviously, Kong Chunyu is much stronger. He is suppressing everyone. Kong Chunyu from the Dead Tribe is still strong. I feel that he is the strongest in the Prodigy group. After all, he can summon 3 Pinnacle Universe Knights to fight. With his own strength, it's a 4 versus 1 fight.
The disciples of the Dead Tribe are all very strong. They can summon corpses to fight with their numbers.
As expected, Kong Chunyu is in first place. If he's in second place, he should be from the Dead Tribe. As the Six Paths convention was going on, countless disciples from the Six Paths universes were watching.
Basically, the Heaven's Pride group and the Heaven's Pride group were the 2 groups with the most people watching and discussing. The disciples of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group were relatively weak. They were relatively young, so their attention was relatively low. As for the War God group, 99% of the strong disciples couldn't see their battle situation. In other words, most of the disciples couldn't see the moves clearly when the 2 strong disciples were fighting, so they couldn't see who was stronger and who was weaker.
Only the Heaven's Pride group could understand and participate in the discussion.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Tianci flew over from his residence and looked towards the arena. His eyes were shining.
He scanned his surroundings and finally landed on the seat of honor.
He stared at a young man and then at the woman beside the young man. A cold expression slowly appeared in his eyes. Liao Fian. He gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words. Tianci stood there quietly, waiting for the battle on the arena to end. At the back of Tianci, Wang Xian's figure slowly appeared. He condensed into a chair and sat there with a calm expression.
He watched everything calmly. The battle on the arena ended not long after. Kong Chunyu easily won the competition.
The selection of the top 10 of the Heaven's Favorites group had also entered the final stage. All the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride group have come to the arena. Now, if there are any who are unconvinced, you can come and challenge them. As long as you can successfully challenge them, you will be ranked in the top 10. An old man floated above the arena and spoke to all the disciples.
This was the competition rule of the 6 Paths competition. As long as one was strong, even if the top 10 were basically chosen, they could still challenge them. Once they succeeded, they would be able to occupy his position. There weren't many such challenges, but there were also many. Hearing the old man's words, Tianxi's emotionless eyes shone with a cold luster.
He had been waiting for this time.
So, I want a challenge. The moment the old man's voice fell, Tianxi's body moved and he flew directly toward the arena.
He landed in front of the arena and stared at Liao Fian with a hint of killing intent in his eyes.
Tianci suddenly flew over and wanted to challenge him. Everyone was stunned and their faces were filled with shock.
What's going on? Who is that person?
This is Mu Li Tianci from the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix team. He is known as the strongest youth in the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix team. He is extremely talented.
What's going on? What is he doing? He wants to challenge? Why is he participating in the battle of the Heaven's Pride team?
His strength is only at level 5 Night. The top 10 of the Heaven's Pride team are all at the peak of the Night Realm.
What is Mu Li Tianci trying to do? It's Tianci. What is he trying to do? In the surrounding area, all the disciples were shocked when they saw Tianci flying over.
Even the elder on the stage and the top 10 disciples of the Heaven's Pride group looked at Tianci in surprise. However, Liao Fian's gaze turned cold when she saw the killing intent in Mu Lishianxi's eyes. Her expression was a little ugly. Mu Lishianxi. Liao Fian, my mother didn't provoke you, but you severely injured him. I want to challenge you, regardless of life or death.
The old man on the ring knew about Tianci. He frowned and said.
However, before he finished his words, Tianxi's cold voice sounded. His words stunned everyone again.
This is Mu Lishianxi's mother? Mu Lishianxi's mother seems to be a member of the Heaven's Pride group. She has been eliminated. What's going on?
I don't know, but Mu Lishianxi actually wants to fight to the death with Liao Fian? Isn't he courting death?
All the surrounding experts' faces were filled with shock and gossip when they saw this sudden change. Humph! A reckless fellow dares to challenge me. You don't have the qualifications. Get out. Liao Fian looked at Tianci with an ugly expression and said coldly.
Tianci Mu, this is the 6 Paths competition. Don't mess around. Get out. The elder above also frowned and warned Tianci.
Tianci, get down quickly. Tianci, get down. At the position of the Mu Li tribe, some of the elders and disciples of the Mu Li tribe were also there. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed and they quickly shouted at Tianci. Right now, Tianci was shining brightly in the 6 Paths competition. If something unexpected happened, it would be a great loss to their Mu Li tribe. Head judge, the rules of the 6 Paths competition do not say that I cannot challenge the members of the Heaven's Pride group. Since I have chosen to challenge them, I will bear the consequences myself.
Mu Li Tianci looked at the old man and said,
Are you sure you want to bear the consequences yourself? If you want to bear the consequences, then do as you please. Being young and impetuous is a good thing, but you have to consider your own strength.
The old man looked at Tianci and reminded him lightly.
A disciple of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group, challenging the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride group, was simply courting death in his eyes. His simple reminder was also benevolent and righteous. If he really didn't care about death and challenged, then even if he had outstanding talent, he wouldn't be able to go far. There were many Heaven's Pride disciples, but only those who could reach the end could be considered a true Heaven's Pride. Liao Fian, get out. Tianci heard the old man's words and nodded. He looked at Liao Fian, his eyes filled with ice-cold killing intent. In front, Liao Fian looked at Tianci with an embarrassed and ice-cold expression. She didn't expect that a little guy from the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix group would dare to challenge her. She also didn't expect that the son of the woman she beat up would dare to challenge her. You reckless bastard, your mother shamelessly seduced my brother. Now you have the face to come and take revenge on me. Liao Fian stared at Tianci and took a few steps forward as she said with a gloomy face. Nonsense, it was clearly Liao Feiyu who pestered my mother. You reversed the truth. Damn it. Tianci's eyes turned red when he heard her words. He gritted his teeth and growled. Liao Fian's words completely ignited Tianci's rage. Everything was clearly Liao Feiyu pestering his mother, yet here she was saying that it was his mother pestering his younger brother. This made his heart burn with rage and his eyes were filled with coldness. In the area around Liao Fian, the top 10 disciples of the elite group raised their eyebrows when they saw this scene. They moved and flew out of the arena. Liao Feiyu's expression was a little awkward as he kept changing his expression. There seems to be some gossip? Liao Feiyu? What's going on? And why did Liao Fian call Mu Lishiansi a bastard? In the surrounding area, all the strong disciples of the tribes looked at this scene with confusion and curiosity in their eyes. In any place, gossip was very attractive. I need to reverse the situation. A bastard without a father. I'll give you 1 second to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Liao Fian stared at Tianci with disdain and said coldly. Tianci's body trembled slightly when he heard her vicious words. He slowly raised his head, and a water attribute sword appeared in his hand. He stared at Liao Fian, his eyes filled with violent killing intent. Voila! In the next moment, he didn't hesitate at all, and directly charged towards Liao Fian. Courting death. A kid who is cultivated for less than 100 million years actually dares to challenge Sister Fian. He's simply courting death. This kid called Mu Lishiansi, he really doesn't know what's good for him. He thinks he's very strong in the Hidden Dragon fledgling Phoenix group, yet he wants to challenge an expert from the Heaven's Pride group. Is this kid a bastard without a father? Interesting. It seems that Liao Feiyu wouldn't bother a girl with a child. Of course, Liao Feiyu is a top-tier Heaven's Pride in our Six Paths universe. How could he pursue such a girl? It must be that girl who tried to seduce Liao Feiyu and was discovered by Liao Fian. A little thing dares to challenge the celestial sect disciples of our Black Earth tribe? At the moment when Tianci moved, some of the powerful disciples of the surrounding tribes were discussing. Especially the powerful disciples of the Black Earth tribe. They looked at this scene with cold and disdainful faces. A disciple of a small tribe actually wanted to die. He dared to challenge the elites of their Black Earth tribe. He was simply courting death. When the elders and strong disciples of the Muli tribe saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They looked around the arena with a face full of worry and hurriedly looked around. Young Master Wang Xian, heaven has bestowed him. An elder flew to Wang Xian's side anxiously and spoke to him. Don't worry. Wang Xian waved his hand and interrupted him. He looked at everything calmly. But the elder of the Muli tribe opened his mouth. His expression was extremely ugly. It was rare for their Muli tribe to have such a talented disciple. If something were to happen to him, their Muli tribe would suffer a huge loss. Boom. However, at this moment, a loud boom was heard from the arena. The elder of the Muli tribe looked forward immediately. All the surrounding disciples were also staring at the arena. What? How is this possible? However, in the next moment, shocked exclamations sounded from the surroundings. At the seat of honor, the disciples of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe looked at this scene in shock. How is this possible? Tianci stood in the center of the arena. In front of him was a headless corpse. Her head was not far from him. The head of the corpse was still staring wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. At this moment, Liao Feiyan didn't react at all. When Tianxi attacked, she was still filled with contempt. Only when she felt that Tianxi's speed was terrifying and exceeded her expectations did she react. However, it was too late. Tianxi's strength was now at the pinnacle universe night realm. As for his actual strength, it had already reached the 4th level of the universe overlord realm. He had reflexes and senses that far surpassed those of the same level. Under such circumstances, he even had the sword technique that Wang Xian had taught him, Tianyuan's sword technique, the best sword technique in the universe. In addition, he also had the teachings of Wang Xian over the past 100 million years. Tianxi himself had the strength of being invincible among those of the same level. Now that Liao Feiyan had completely underestimated her opponent, she had no time to react. Hence, this was the result. Whoosh! While everyone was in a state of shock, the referees above were also in a state of shock. Tianxi waved the sharp sword in his hand and slashed at Liao Feiyan's head and body again. A powerhouse at the peak of the universe night realm would not die immediately if his head was taken away. No killing was allowed in the arena. Otherwise, he would suffer a huge punishment. However, Tianxi didn't want to completely destroy his opponent. However, if he didn't, he would make his opponent pay a huge price. The blade swept past and Liao Feiyan's body was instantly destroyed, turning into lifeless flesh and blood. As the sword ray swept past her head, her eyes, tongue, and ears, as well as most of her life force, were also completely destroyed. There was only a trace of life force left. If it was said that Mu Lin's injuries would take hundreds of millions of years to recover, it might even be difficult for her to recover for the rest of her life. On the other hand, Liao Feiyan's injuries were basically incurable without any top-tier treasures to treat her and without the help of a heavenly yuan manifestation expert. Her injuries were 10 times more serious. This was Tiancp's revenge. And it was just the beginning. Tianxi decided that if he had the chance, if he could really step into the heavenly yuan creation realm, he would come again. He would come and take her life personally. He could suffer humiliation, but his mother could not be hurt. His mother and foster father were people he would never allow anyone to hurt in his life. Stop. The old referee's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He widened his eyes and looked at Tianxi in disbelief. He instantly landed in front of Liao Feiyan's remaining head, and a surge of energy protected it. His expression sank when he sensed it. There was only a sliver of hope left. If he didn't treat it, he would die soon. Senior referee, I won. I hit him too hard. I'm sorry, but I didn't kill him completely. I'm still young and impetuous. Tianxi looked at Liao Feiyan's head and then at the old referee. He bowed to him and said, Tianxi also knew that he couldn't kill him yet. Whether it was his foster father's words or the reason of the Mu Li tribe, he couldn't kill her. But he was very satisfied with the results so far. This? Stunned. Completely stunned. The sudden battle on the stage made everyone stunned. They looked at Tianqi in shock and disbelief. What did they see? What did they see? A youth from the Hidden Dragon and Phoenix group, a youth who had trained for less than 100 million years, actually defeated the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride group, Liao Feiyan. And it was an instant kill. Liao Feiyan was a pinnacle universe knight. A pinnacle universe knight, a top-tier Heaven's Pride in the Six Paths universe. As for Mu Li Tianxi, even though he was ranked at the top of the Hidden Dragon fledgling Phoenix group, there was a huge gap between them. The pinnacle young man from the Hidden Dragon fledgling Phoenix group was only at the level 5 universe knight. Now, Mu Li Tianxi actually killed Liao Feiyan? This? How is this possible? How is this possible? How can Mu Li Tianxi have such terrifying power? How long has he been training? Killing Liao Feiyan, the power he unleashed just now? At such a young age, with such power? Is this real? This can't be real, right? He must have used some treasure. This can't be real. All the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. They all felt unbelievable. In the entire history of the Six Paths universe, no one at such a young age could possess such terrifying strength. This was completely heaven-defying. Sister, Liao Feiyu looked at this scene and was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, He immediately flew towards Liao Feiyan, his expression extremely ugly as he looked at the head that only had a sliver of hope left.
At the seat of honor at the Xian Tu tribe, the expressions of the Liao clan's elite disciples changed drastically when they saw the scene. The scene in front of their eyes had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix Group's youth had instantly killed the top 10 disciples of the Heaven's Pride group. Unbelievable. Most importantly, Liao Feiyan was an elite disciple of their Xian Tu tribe. This was a slap to their Black Earth tribe's face. You're courting death. Liao Feiyu looked at his severely injured sister. His expression changed as he stared at Tianxi and roared.
I'm courting death? Liao Feiyu, some time ago you pestered my mother. Later on, your sister even scolded my mother and brought her to the arena to fight, causing her to be heavily injured. Now you're falsely accusing my mother of pestering you? You even insulted my mother and me. For a vicious woman like your sister, this kind of outcome is still a light punishment.
Despicable fellows like you have to pay the price. Why? Do you want to take revenge for your sister? All right then, we'll decide the victor in the arena. However, even if you don't challenge me, I'll challenge you. I'll make you, a despicable and shameless fellow, pay the price.
Hearing Liao Feiyu's words, Tianxi stared at him with a cold expression. Just now, Liao Feiyan had insulted him and his mother, causing Tianxi's heart to be filled with anger.
Now, looking at Liao Feiyu, his eyes were filled with killing intent.
Come, if you are still a man, let's have a decisive battle. Tianxi stared at Liao Feiyu and continued speaking. Liao Feiyu's expression changed drastically when he heard Tianxi's words. He was stronger than his sister, but there was a limit to how strong he was.
Now that his sister was killed in an instant, it would be difficult for him to be Tianxi's opponent. Once he was defeated, with Mu Litian's strength, he would definitely be heavily injured.
What? His sister was seriously injured, and we're on the same level, so we don't dare to fight. Ha ha ha, is this the chosen one of the Black Earth tribe? This must be the top 10 disciples of the Six Paths Universe's chosen one. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. He's really a coward. A coward like you still dares to pester my mother, useless thing. Seeing that Liao Feiyu didn't answer, Tianxi sneered with a cold face. His face was full of disdain. Today, he had to make Liao Feiyu pay a terrible price.
Today, even if he didn't fight, he still had to fight. Damn, he is forcing Liao Feiyu to accept the challenge. Who asked Mu Litianxi to be so young? Moreover, this time he is avenging his mother. If Liao Feiyu doesn't accept the challenge, it will be a huge embarrassment.
How did Mu Litianxi cultivate?
How could he be so strong? Now, Liao Feiyu can't step down from the stage. This time, he has lost a lot of face. If he really pestered Mu Litianxi's mother, he would be even more shameless. All the strong disciples of the surrounding tribes were shocked when they saw Tianxi's powerful appearance. Who would have thought that today's scene would happen? Who would have thought that Mu Litianxi would hide his strength? Mu Litianxi, the dignity of our Xian Earth tribe cannot be challenged. In the seat of honor, a universe ruler of the Xian Earth tribe frowned as he looked at Tianxi and said coldly, I did not challenge the dignity of the Xian Earth tribe. Brother Tu Jiangtong and the others are all very good people. However, when a tribe is big, there will always be some scum and trash. The Xian Earth tribe can investigate my mother's matter. If it is because of my mother, then I am willing to punish her. However, if it is because of them, will the Xian Earth tribe deal with them? Hearing the words of the universe ruler of the Black Earth tribe, Tianxi looked over and calmly replied, neither servile nor overbearing. Hearing his words, the universe ruler of the Black Earth tribe slightly raised his eyebrows. He was surprised by Tianxi's courage. Neither servile nor overbearing. He deliberately hid his strength and kept a low profile. Mu Litianxi will definitely be a powerful warrior in the future. Indeed. If it wasn't for his mother, he wouldn't have exposed his strength. The experts of the surrounding large tribes looked at Mu Litianxi, who stood proudly on the arena, and commented in a low voice, Our Xian Earth tribe is not a tribe that uses force to oppress others. Since you have a grudge, let's settle it on the arena. We don't care about life and death. Suddenly, an old man from the Black Earth tribe's seat of honor coldly watched everything and spoke. His words caused Liao Feiyu's pupils to slightly constrict. All right, many thanks to the Lord of the Black Earth tribe for being fair. When Tianzi heard this, his gaze focused as he cupped his hands and spoke loudly. Feiyu, bring your sister's body over and prepare for battle. The grudge between the two of you shall be settled on this arena. Another old man from the Black Earth tribe sat in front of the old man who had spoken. Liao Feiyu's expression was volatile. He immediately flew over while holding his sister's head. Grandfather, Liao Feiyu came before the old man. He opened his mouth and spoke. The prestige of the Black Earth tribe cannot be provoked. Our Liao clan is not a little fellow who does not know death. Kill him. The elder in front of him looked at him and transmitted his voice to him. Grandpa, his strength is very strong. Liao Feiyu heard his grandpa's words and replied with an embarrassed expression. With the strength that Mu Lishiansi had just displayed, he might not be a match for him. Kill him, go. The old man looked at his grandson and frowned slightly. He patted his shoulder and said, at the same time, a blood-red light entered Liao Feiyu's body from his palm. Liao Feiyu instantly felt a majestic energy enter his body. Then he saw an earthen yellow earth hammer enter his blood. The earth hammer contained a powerful force, as if it was going to burst his body. He felt an endless amount of energy coming from the earth hammer. Sensing the energy in his body, his eyes shone. This was their Liao clan's bloodline weapon. The so-called bloodline weapon, as the name implied, was a weapon that could only be used by their Liao clan's bloodline. This kind of weapon, in their Liao clan, there were only a dozen of them. Every one of them was in the hands of the top warriors of the Liao clan. Liao Feiyu's grandfather was an official warrior of the Liao clan of the Black Earth tribe, a level 9 universe overlord. He had the potential to reach the pinnacle universe overlord realm in the future. This weapon was a bloodline weapon, so as the bloodline of the Liao clan, he didn't need to nurture it and could use it directly. Even if he could only borrow a trace of energy, it was enough. A powerful bloodline weapon could even allow him to fight against a universe ruler at level 1. With this weapon, he had a 100% chance of killing that arrogant brat. In the surrounding area, some warriors of the Liao clan of the Black Earth tribe looked at Liao Feiyu and said indifferently, Grandpa, I will definitely kill this guy who dared to hurt my sister. I will kill him and let him know the consequences of looking down on our Xian Earth tribe. Liao Feiyu said with a face full of killing intent. Beside him, a few pinnacle universe masters of the Xian Earth tribe sensed everything and smiled. Even though Mu Li Tian was gifted with a monstrous talent. However, those who dared to hurt the top heavens favorites of the Xian Tu tribe had to pay a terrible price. The Xian Tu tribe was very protective of their own people. It had been a long time since someone dared to provoke them. Heaven's favorites, monstrous, so what? It was still the same saying. Those heaven's favorites who had yet to grow up were all weaklings. They didn't need to care. At this moment, at the side of the arena, Wang Xin sat on a chair and looked at the Xian Tu tribe. He raised his eyebrows slightly and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Wang Xian had witnessed everything that had happened to them. Even though Liao Feiyu's grandfather's actions were very secretive, so secretive that other than the nearest expert from the Xian Tu tribe, no other expert had discovered it. However, all of this could not be hidden from Wang Xian. Including him, a powerful weapon had suddenly appeared in his body. You want to kill Tianzi? HMPH. Do you really think that only you guys have a trump card and a backer? Wang Xian muttered softly. A book appeared under his feet. The book turned into a stream of water and disappeared immediately. At the same time, Tianzi, who was in the arena, suddenly sensed a surge of energy entering his body. Those guys wanted to cheat and gave him a powerful weapon. It seems like they want to use their trump cards and backers to suppress Tianzi. Feel this book of yours. The treasure in your body has my aura and the book will accept you. Tianzi, you can use the energy on it. They want to kill you and kill Liao Feiyu directly. I want to see how shameless the Xian Tu tribe can be. Following that, Tianzi heard Wang Xian's voice transmission. When he heard this news, Tianzi's expression changed slightly. Just now, when the expert from the Xian Tu tribe said that he would not use his power to oppress others, he thought that the other party was very fair. In the end, he secretly gave Liao Feiyu a powerful treasure to kill him. This was the Xian Tu tribe? This was justice.
Tianxi's gaze became colder and colder. If he didn't have a foster father, what could he do?
Expose his would attribute strength?
Even if he was exposed, if the Black Earth tribe wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. At this moment, he felt that he was weak. However, Liao Feiyu had his grandfather and his backer.
He, Mu Lishianxi, also had his backer.
He had a foster father. Kid, you dare to hurt my sister. Today I will take your head. I want you to know the consequences of hurting my sister. At this moment, Liao Feiyu's cold voice was heard. His body moved and he instantly returned to the arena. He stared at Tianxi with a face full of killing intent. Well, today I want to see whether you die or I die. Tianxi stared at Liao Feiyu and said coldly, "Damn. Is there really going to be a life and death battle?" The Black Earth tribe didn't stop it. Both sides are going to have a life and death battle. Then this is a life and death battle. Mu Lishianxi was able to kill Liao Fian just now. Is Liao Feiyu Mu Lishianxi's opponent? Who would have thought that the young man from the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group would have a life and death battle with the Heaven's Pride group? They are on completely different levels. Age is not a level, but the strength is a level, and just from the point of view, Mu Li Tianxi is even stronger. All around, the strong disciples of the major tribes continued to discuss, eyes fixed on the ring.
At the same time, the arena of this news, but also crazy to the other parts of the city as well as other tribes there.
Mu Li Tianxi of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group was instantly killed by Liao Fian, one of the top 10 prodigies of the Heaven's Pride group, because his mother was humiliated. Then, he had a life and death battle with Liao Feiyu. This news spread crazily in Earth City. When everyone saw this news, they were all stunned and filled with shock. Bang, bang, bang. Sister, it's bad. Brother-in-law is going to have a life and death battle with Liao Feiyu, inside the Earth Cave where the 9 River tribe lived.
A youth knocked on a room's door with all his might, his face filled with shock and disbelief as he shouted loudly. In the room, Gong Qingmu was sitting cross-legged in the room when he suddenly heard his younger brother's voice outside, his face filled with shock.
With a wave of her arm, she opened the room's door. Says, "Something big has happened. Something big has happened to brother-in-law."
The moment the door opened, the young man rushed over and shouted loudly,
"What happened to Tianxi?"
Gongqing glanced at him and did not care about how his brother addressed Tianxi. He quickly stood up and stared at him with shock in his heart.
Brother-in-law is going to have a life and death battle with Liao Feiyu because of his mother's matter. The battle is about to begin, and this matter has already spread like wildfire in the underground city. At the location where the 9 River tribe lived, a youth reported loudly to Gong Qingmu, his face filled with anxiety. When Gong Qingmu heard this, his expression was a little dazed.
Tianxi was going to have a life and death battle with Liao Feiyu? Liao Feiyu?
Liao Feiyu. She knew. A top-tier Heaven's Pride group.
In the Six Paths universe, among the Heaven's Pride generation, it was considered to be the hot favorite to win the championship.
Why would Tianxi want to have a life and death battle with Liao Feiyu?
No, I have to stop him immediately. Tianxi isn't Liao Feiyu's match at all, I have to stop him immediately.
Gong Cheng glanced at the panicked expression on his face and quickly ran outside. Ah, sister, don't worry. Just now, brother-in-law killed Liao Feiyu's sister, Liao Feiyan. Liao Feiyan was a Pinnacle Universe Knight, and he was killed by brother-in-law. Brother-in-law hid his strength. His strength is also at the Pinnacle Universe Knight level. He's extremely terrifying. Damn. This news is boiling in the entire Earth City. Brother-in-law hasn't cultivated for 100 million years, yet he has such terrifying strength. It's simply heaven-defying. The young man saw his sister's panicked expression and hurriedly followed behind and said loudly, "This news was obtained from the chat group of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group."
When he heard this news, he was also dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. Now, all the great beings from the tribes had rushed over to watch this life and death battle.
They had all come to take a look at that young man who had cultivated for less than 100 million years, yet had reached the pinnacle level of a universe knight. This could be said to be unprecedented in the entire Six Paths universe. What? Gong Changzhao's body stiffened slightly when he heard these words. However, he did not ask further and immediately flew out. Outside the earth cave where they lived was the arena. When he flew out, he saw two figures standing on the arena. The surrounding disciples were all rushing over. Damn, how is this possible? Brother Tianqi has the strength of a pinnacle. Night. Gong Qingmu arrived at the edge of the arena and heard Tu Jiangtong's shocked roar. The disciples who had just arrived were all discussing in shock. Are you ready to die? In the arena, Liao Feiyu stared at Tianxi with a cold face. His face was full of violent killing intent and confidence. Today, Mu Lixianxi had made him lose a lot of face. He wanted to make him pay with his life. Damn it, it's you. Hearing Liao Feiyu's words, Tianxi's face was full of coldness. With a move of his hand, he held the sharp sword in his hand and directly attacked. Tianxi, be careful. Below the stage, Gongqing glanced at the battle that had erupted and his face was filled with anxiety and concern as he shouted loudly. You don't know death. Liao Feiyu saw Tianxi taking the initiative to attack him, and his face was filled with a cold expression. His palm moved and a shield and a long spear appeared in his hand. He waved the long spear and directly stabbed towards Tianxi. Rumble. With a single move, the arena cracked open and a burst of earth attribute energy charged towards Tianxi. Tianxi waved his arm and numerous water attribute sharp swords flew towards his surroundings. Following that, they swiftly floated above his head and formed a sword formation. The sword formation directly met Liao Feiyu's attack. Pung pung pung. The sword formation attacked. The sharp swords carried a powerful might as they directly broke through Liao Feiyu's attack. Following that, the power of the sword formation did not decrease as it attacked towards Liao Feiyu's attack. Earth, sky high. Liao Feiyu felt the power of Tianxi's attack. His gaze focused and he immediately raised his shield. The surrounding soil spread towards the shield and formed an incomparably thick and heavy defense. Water doppelganger. Water, sword tomb. Seeing this scene, Tianxi's eyes focused and his body turned into dozens of doppelgangers. Each of the doppelgangers held a water sword in their hands and stood in a fixed position. Dozens of doppelgangers attacked Liao Feiyu at the same time. Humph! Seeing this scene, Liao Feiyu's face turned ugly. He didn't immediately use the bloodline weapon in his body. If he used such a weapon right from the start, he would be despised by others. He shouted loudly and the surrounding soil rushed towards his body. His entire body began to grow rapidly, and soon he became a 100-meter-tall giant. The long spear in his hand also became more than 10 times bigger under the cover of the soil. Liao Feiyu stared at Tianxi's figure with contempt, and the long spear in his hand swept out with a terrifying power. Sword 21. Tianxi's expression did not change when he saw this scene. His 21 clones suddenly turned into water energy and surged into the water sword in his hand. The water sword instantly shone brightly and streaked across a stream of light. The 21 sharp swords connected together and brought with them a sharp edge as they went straight for the long spear. Bang, bang, bang. An intense collision sound rang out. Everyone around could see that the long spear in Liao Feiyu's hand slowly turned into soil and fell to the ground. The water sword turned into a stream of water and attached itself to the long spear, instantly attacking his giant arm. Damn it! What kind of strange attack is this? When Liao Feiyu saw this scene, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. One of his giant arms was broken. However, he was not injured. This? Liao Feiyu was actually suppressed by Mu Lixianxi. Mu Lixianxi's technique is so strong. Liao Feiyu is at a disadvantage. What sword technique does Mu Lixianxi have? It's so strong. Hiss, I can't imagine it. Isn't this Mu Lixianxi too monstrous? In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples saw that Mu Lixianxi had completely suppressed Liao Feiyu. All of them opened their eyes wide in disgust. The youths from the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix group were even more dumbfounded. There was actually such a terrifying existence hidden among them? This? What kind of opportunity did Mu Lixianxi obtain? The gazes of the upper seats and the experts from the top tribes flickered as they looked at Mu Lixianxi. Their hearts were slightly shaken. What kind of opportunity could cause such a young youth to possess such great strength?
Tianzi.
At this moment, Mu Li'in Si-er, who was seated at the back, received the news. Her face was a little pale as she flew over. When she saw the situation on the stage, she was also filled with shock. Mu Li'in-er's parents and brother were also filled with shock and disbelief. The youth on the stage was their grandson?
Nephew? A piece of trash like you dares to harass my mother?
You're courting death. In the arena, Tianzi's cold gaze locked onto Liao Feiyu, his face filled with disdain. The discussions and exclamations around the arena didn't reach his ears.
His gaze was only on Liao Feiyu.
As soon as he finished speaking, his attack continued. His body moved and he split into dozens of clones. Each of them held a sharp sword in their hands. Dozens of clones quickly surrounded Liao Feiyu. Earth, heavy blow, tremor, gravity suppression. Liao Feiyu stared at Wang Xian with a cold and gloomy expression. He let out a low growl and smashed the gigantic shield in his hand onto the ground.
The ground began to collapse and tremble violently. Like waves spread out in all directions. At the same time, the entire space seemed to have frozen. A powerful gravity filled the entire arena.
An area of effect attack. Tianzi stood on the arena and immediately felt the gravity below increase to a terrifying degree. His speed was directly reduced by half.
Tianzi's expression did not change. With a move of his palm, streams of seawater appeared out of thin air and covered the ground.
The seawater became higher and higher, drowning Tianzi's figure. Whoosh! In the seawater, he was like a swimming fish as he continued to attack Liao Feiyu.
Liao Feiyu stared at him and let out a low roar. The long spear in his hand grew bigger again and he threw it directly at Tianzi. Tianzi was in the water and his figure flashed.
In the surrounding area, water clones held sharp swords and formed a sword formation. Rays of light connected the swords together. He merged the formation into the sword technique. What a powerful sword formation. If the sword formation is formed, Liao Feiyu is definitely not Mu Lixianzi's match. Beside the arena, Gong Cheng glanced around. A few elders and middle-aged men appeared and looked at the arena in astonishment. Great-grandfather! Grandfather, father. Gong Cheng Glance's younger brother saw a group of figures suddenly appear and hurriedly shouted. This Mu Lixianzi either obtained a heaven-defying opportunity or has an expert teaching him from behind. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such a realm and possess such powerful combat techniques and experience.
Gong Cheng glanced at their great-grandfather and nodded. He continued to speak and his gaze fell on her. Mu Lixianzi, do you understand him?
Great-grandfather, I didn't know that he would have such powerful strength. Great-grandfather, will he be all right? Gong Cheng glanced at her and immediately shook his head. He could not help but ask worriedly.
No, his combat experience and reaction speed are much stronger than Liao Feiyu's.
He won't lose. Gong Cheng Mu's great-grandfather shook his head and said, That's good, that's good. Gong Cheng Mu let out a sigh of relief and continued to watch. To have such combat experience at such a young age, he must have a strong teacher behind him.
An old man standing beside Gong Cheng glanced at his great-grandfather and made a judgment. The others nodded in agreement.
Heavenly sword, seal the devil. At this moment, Tianzi's cold voice sounded in the arena. On the arena, an incomparably huge sword formation was formed. The entire sword formation shone with a sharp luster. Countless sharp swords interweaved together to form a huge pattern.
The huge sword formation completely surrounded Liao Feiyu. Numerous sharp swords continuously attacked him.
Bang, bang, bang. Liao Feiyu held his shield and blocked the attacks with an extremely ugly expression.
Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on his huge shield. Damn it, how can this guy's attacks be so strong?
Liao Feiyu's face was cold. He didn't plan to use his bloodline weapon immediately. He wanted to kill Tianzi with his own strength.
Even if he won, others would know that he relied on his powerful weapon to kill Tianzi. But now, without using his bloodline weapon, he might not be his opponent.
Whoosh!
Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as he was thinking, the situation suddenly changed. Below him, numerous sharp swords suddenly pierced through the soil under his feet and shot toward him.
What? Liao Feiyu saw this scene and his face changed drastically. But at this moment he couldn't react in time. Bang! 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 Bang!
Bang! Bang! The sharp swords twisted and killed him, causing his 100-meter-long body to quickly collapse. Pieces of earth element energy armor collapsed and fell off.
The huge impact caused his heart to tremble violently and fresh blood flowed out from his mouth.
His body couldn't help but fly up into the sky.
That Liao Feiyu is going to lose.
He lost a little too quickly. To be able to defeat someone of the same level so quickly, this Mu Li Tianxi's strength is much stronger than I thought, almost half a step into the universe ruler realm.
Around them, some of the stronger warriors looked at the battle on the stage and decided in their hearts. Humph!
In the upper seat at the position of the Black Earth tribe, Liao Feiyu's father and grandfather looked at the scene, their faces cold.
Mu Li Tianqi, don't think of defeating me. I said I want to destroy you. I will destroy you.
Liao Feiyu spat out fresh blood and flew towards the sky.
His entire body was in extreme pain.
His face was slightly distorted and his face was filled with a sinister expression. Liao Feiyu's palm slowly covered the spot on his chest and he used all his strength to claw. An earthen yellow hammer appeared in his hand, and when the entire earth hammer appeared, it directly emitted an earthen yellow luster.
The water sword that was attacking him quickly crumbled and disappeared under this earthen yellow light.
It was as if it had encountered a terrifying existence.
Scram! Liao Feiyu's face was flushed red as he held the earth hammer and smashed it downwards. The earthen yellow energy charged downwards, and the force of the impact covered the entire stage. The shadow of the earth hammer covered the entire stage. When Tianxi saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. All the clones in the surroundings gathered towards him. However, in the next instant, all of his clones crumbled under this energy.
Tianxi raised the sharp sword in his hand. The sharp sword split into 8 and circled around him, forming a defensive barrier.
Crack! Crack! However, this defensive barrier quickly crumbled under the earth hammer's attack. Fortunately, the earth hammer's attack completely disappeared at this moment.
Is this his foundation?
Is this the treasure given to him by the experts of the Black Earth tribe?
Tianxi stared at the earth hammer and felt the threat of death. However, his expression didn't change much.
His foster father had already told him about Liao Feiyu's treasure. Now that he felt its terrifying power, he wasn't worried at all. For the adoptive father, he has 100% confidence and trust. Boom! The sound of explosions rang out on the stage, and terrifying energy waves crashed into the defenses around the stage. Liao Feiyu stood in the center with the earth hammer in his hand, and a sandstorm slowly formed around him.
Above him, the shadow of an earth hammer condensed, emitting a powerful light.
The sudden change and Liao Feiyu's sudden counterattack shocked all the great disciples of the surrounding tribes. What is this? What a powerful treasure!
At the Mu Li tribe, the elders and great beings as well as the heavenly bestowed seniors saw Liao Feiyu's sudden counterattack and their expressions changed drastically.
They stared nervously at the earth hammer in Liao Feiyu's hand. This weapon is not simple. No, this weapon is very, very powerful. How can a mere disciple of a universe knight have such a powerful treasure? An elder of the Mu Li tribe said with an embarrassed expression.
As universe masters, they were naturally able to sense whether a treasure was good or bad.
The earth hammer in Liao Feiyu's hand contained terrifying energy and the power it exuded. Even the most powerful treasure of the Mu Li tribe was inferior to it. It shouldn't be. A disciple of such a realm shouldn't have such a powerful treasure. This is bad. Another elder of the Mu Li tribe spoke with a gloomy expression.
When Tianxi's grandfather heard this, his expression changed drastically. His face was filled with worry and anxiety. When Mu Lian heard this, her heart trembled. She quickly flew to Wang Xian's side.
Young Master Wang Xian, will heaven bestow him with danger?
Mu Lian looked at Wang Xian and asked while clenching her fists.
Her son had suddenly displayed such powerful and heaven-defying strength. A strength that even her mother didn't know was definitely related to Wang Xian. Even if heaven-bestowing was heaven-defying, it was definitely due to Wang Xian that he had such strength and combat experience.
Otherwise, it was impossible for such a powerful existence to be born.
Don't worry. There won't be any danger. Wang Xian looked at Mu Lin and smiled faintly at her. That's good, that's good.
Upon hearing Wang Xian's words and seeing her smile, Mu Lin was completely relieved.
She had never known about the background of this mysterious young man whom she had saved until today.
Fortunately, she could tell that Wang Xian was sincere towards Tianci and treated Tianci as his own child. On the side, Tianci's grandfather and the elders of the Mu Li tribe heard it.
They looked at each other before their eyes landed on the arena once again. They had witnessed the mysteriousness and power of Tianci's foster father. Not to mention anything else. Being able to nurture Tianqi into a pinnacle universe knight was already very terrifying. This is bad. This is bad. How did that guy have such a powerful weapon? On the Nine River tribe's side, Gong Cheng's younger brother exclaimed and stared at him nervously. Gong Cheng stared at him and bit his lips. Bloodline weapon, this kind of weapon is the most powerful treasure in every clan of our Dark Earth tribe, right? Only the most powerful seniors can have it, right?
Tianqi is going to be in trouble.
In the seat of honor, Tu Jiangtong's expression changed when he saw this scene and he said,
even though he had a good relationship with Tianci, under such circumstances he couldn't help at all.
He was only at the level 5 Knight realm, he was too weak. Besides, this matter concerned the Black Earth tribe and the Liao clan.
How could a universe knight at level 5 of the Tu clan manage the Liao clan's matters?
Even if he were to look for his father and grandfather, it would be useless. TSK. Some great beings of the dead tribe looked at the Earth Hammer weapon and shook their heads lightly, mocking it. They naturally knew about such a treasure. It wasn't something a pinnacle universe knight disciple could have. The great beings of the surrounding tribes understood. This was the Black Earth tribe and this was the Liao clan. They wanted to kill this freak. Little bastard, are you ready to die? Liao Feiyu stood there like an ancient war god. His gaze was heaven-sent, and his face was filled with coldness and disdain. The powerful force made him feel that he could even fight against a universe ruler at the first level. Around the arena, the other 8 top 10 disciples also frowned. They knew that with such a powerful treasure in their hands, they wouldn't be able to fight against Liao Feiyu. No, we can't suppress Liao Feiyu without reaching the universe overlord level. A young genius from the dead tribe said, a dead person can make you more arrogant.
Tianci stared at Liao Feiyu, his expression unchanged, his eyes full of fighting spirit.
I will first cripple your limbs, and then bury your head. Liao Feiyu heard Tianci's words, and his face showed a cold expression. He raised the earth hammer in his hand, and the blood patterns connected.
He waved his arm and an earth python condensed on the earth hammer and it directly attacked Tianci.
The earth python was invincible against knights. Tianci, be careful.
Below, Gongqing saw this terrifying attack and his expression changed as he shouted at Tianci. Do you think you're the only one with powerful treasures? Tianci looked at the earth python's power, his gaze focused and his body shook. A book slowly appeared above his head. There was a huge forbidden word on the book.
Roar. The earth python let out a roar and moved its huge body towards Tianci. When the earth python arrived in front of Tianci and was about to bind him, the book of forbidden water spells released faint ripples. A ripple of water rushed towards the surroundings. As the ripple passed, the earth python's attack instantly stopped, as if time had been frozen. Following that, the earth python gradually became illusory and completely disappeared. When Tianci saw this scene, he was also somewhat shocked. He had only summoned this book and floated around him as a simple treasure, yet it had such a terrifying power. What kind of treasure did his foster father give him?
Liao Feiyu's pupils constricted when he saw the scene. He looked at Tianci in disbelief. Die.
He focused his gaze, raised the earth hammer in his hand, and directly attacked Tianci. In the sky, the shadow of an earth hammer appeared. The entire earth hammer completely enveloped Tianci, and there was no room for escape. He raised the earth hammer with both hands and forcefully smashed downwards. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Tianci raised his head and looked over.
Waves of water energy surged into the book of forbidden water spells.
The energy in Tianci's body surged into the book of water forbidden spell. The Book of Water Forbidden spell trembled again and released a ripple. This ripple charged towards the giant earth hammer that was condensed in the sky. It was still a very simple ripple, and it was still an attack that did not carry the slightest bit of powerful power. When the wave rushed towards the earth hammer seemed to turn into an illusion as it emitted waves. Then, the earth hammer formed by the earth attribute energy directly dissipated. Tianxi raised his head to look at this scene, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He stared at Liao Feiyu in front of him and walked towards him. A river appeared under his feet. Tianxi walked forward with a hint of elegance, and it was already a kind of contempt, calm and collected. No, how is this possible? This is a powerful bloodline weapon of our Liao clan. How can you withstand it? How is this possible? At this moment, Liao Feiyu saw that his attack had been instantly eliminated. He was completely flustered. He shook his head and roared loudly. He raised the earth hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Tianxi again. How? How is this possible? What kind of treasure is that? It can actually withstand the attack of our Liao clan's bloodline weapon. In the seat of honor, Liao Feiyu's grandfather and some of the top experts of the Black Earth tribe couldn't help but stand up and stare at the arena. Bloodline weapons were the best weapons of the Black Earth tribe. The Black Earth tribe had 4 clans, and each clan only had 3 or 4 bloodline weapons. However, each bloodline weapon was extremely powerful. It was forged with a large amount of treasures and resources from the entire Black Earth tribe. And such a powerful weapon and treasure couldn't do anything to that young man? What kind of treasure was that young man carrying? What grade was it? Hiss, that Mu Lishiansi actually has a treasure in his hands as well. Furthermore, the treasure in his hands is abnormally powerful, completely suppressing the treasure in Liao Feiyu's hands. In the surrounding area, when all the powerful disciples of the tribe saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Many powerful experts had some understanding of the treasure in Liao Feiyu's hands. However, as a top-tier treasure of the Black Earth tribe, it was actually suppressed by the treasure in the hands of a youth.
This? How is this possible?
This. At the Nine River tribe, Gongcheng was looking at his grandfather and the others. The experts of the Nine River tribe looked at the Book of Forbidden Water curses floating above their heads. Their eyes were wide open and their breathing was slightly hurried. They could feel an extremely powerful water energy from it. This water energy was extremely pure. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you.
Liao Feiyu widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. His face was filled with madness.
He watched as Mu Lishiansi walked towards him. His eyes were filled with fury. He was actually forced to such an extent by a guy who was a generation younger than him.
He was actually not his match?
His eyes were blood red as he raised the earth hammer in his hand.
In the next instant, his body was enveloped by the earth attribute energy released by the earth hammer. The earth hammer in his hand also rapidly grew bigger.
This time, he directly turned into 1,000 meters tall giant. His huge body, with the support of the earth hammer, caused his strength to instantly explode to its peak.
Especially the earth hammer in his hand, the faint roar of a giant beast could be heard.
The earth hammer shook and smashed toward Tianqi.
This hammer was earth-shattering.
It has already reached the destructive power of a level 1 universe ruler.
In the surrounding area, all the great beings at the universe ruler realm looked at this scene and said with focused gazes.
In the Muli tribe, everyone's faces were filled with nervousness. A huge earth hammer descended from the sky. Tianxi, who was in the arena, looked extremely tiny. He looked like an ant that could be easily crushed to death. Tianxi felt Liao Feiyu's power in front of him, and his face was filled with a solemn expression.
He slowly extended his right hand and placed it on the Book of Forbidden Water curses. Waves of water energy surged into it. When the water energy surged onto the Book of Forbidden Water curses, it only caused a slight ripple. The entire Book of Forbidden Water curses was still extremely calm.
The Book of Forbidden Water curses was too strong after all. It was a
2/3 fragment of the heavenly Yuan creation. A treasure of this level was something that Tianxi could not control. In fact, Tianxi could not even open the first page of the Book of Forbidden Water curses.
But he didn't need to open it. Even with the help of the book's power, it was still extremely terrifying.
A treasure like the Book of Forbidden Water Curses, even if a heavenly Yuan creation realm warrior touched it, he would fight for it with all his might. If this treasure was in the hands of a pinnacle universe ruler realm warrior, it wouldn't be a good thing,
because it would be coveted by the heavenly Yuan creation realm. The energy from Tianqi's body poured into the Book of Forbidden Water Curse. This time, the Book of Forbidden Water Curse only emitted a weak light. At this time, the humongous Earth Hammer had already arrived. The attack of the Earth Hammer was like an endless mountain range crashing down. It was abnormally terrifying. Hong.
All the great disciples in the surroundings stared at the scene.
Tianci raised his head and stared.
In the next moment, the Earth Hammer landed on the Book of Water Forbidden Spells.
The true treasure of our Liao clan is invincible. Die! Liao Feiyu roared, and his entire body was filled with energy.
An explosion sounded.
On the Book of Water Forbidden Spells, there was a glimmer of light. It's a little too high profile. I'm afraid the journey to the 6 universes is coming to an end.
Wuxia shook his head when he saw the scene. Using a powerful weapon to directly clash with the Book of Forbidden Water Curses was something that Wuxia did not expect.
He was already at the peak of the Universe Night realm in terms of combat strength. Why did he still need to engage in close combat? Couldn't he just attack from afar? Why did he have to use his weapon to fight against the Book of Forbidden Water Curses? Wuxia was a little speechless. He looked over and everyone looked over as well. In his line of sight, the gigantic Earth Hammer collided with a deep blue book.
The size of the two books were not on the same level. However, after the collision, the Book of Forbidden Water Curses was attacked. The entire cover of the book trembled slightly as if it was about to be torn open. However, the power that the Book of Forbidden Water Curses received was still not enough to make it open the first page. The Book of Forbidden Water Curses trembled and formed a ripple that charged towards the Earth Hammer.
In the next moment, around the arena, under the gazes of the trillions of universe warriors and disciples, the incomparably huge Earth Hammer slowly started to crumble and dissipate. This time, what crumbled and dissipated was not just the energy condensed from the Earth attribute. It was the bloodline weapon, the Earth Hammer's main body. How could a powerful weapon forged after birth be able to clash head-on with a heavenly creation true treasure?
Even if it was just a fragment of a heavenly creation true treasure.
The sound of shattering rang out in the arena.
The giant Liao Feiyu's body completely froze.
The Earth Hammer in his hand slowly began to crumble under everyone's gaze.
It completely crumbled. At this moment, he could feel the crumbling Earth Hammer. Seeing the powerful bloodline weapon belonging to their Liao clan crumble, he was completely stunned.
Yes, this time, he was completely stunned. This Earth Hammer was one of the top weapons of the Liao clan. Now it was actually destroyed. It was destroyed in the hands of a pinnacle universe knight. In the seat of honor, Liao Feiyu's grandfather's face instantly paled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
His eyes were slightly bloodshot as he stared at the arena, his body violently trembling.
Damn it! The silver Earth Hammer was actually destroyed. It was actually destroyed.
Liao Feiyu's grandfather's eyes were slightly bloodshot and his face instantly revealed a savage expression.
He let out a low roar, and a terrifying might erupted from his body.
The silver Earth Hammer was one of the few bloodline's supreme treasures of their Liao clan.
It was one of the inheritance treasures of the Black Earth tribe.
Now it had been destroyed and their losses were too great. How is this possible?
How could the Hammer of Silver Earth be destroyed so easily?
What kind of treasure is that young man holding?
Hiss, the bloodline inheritance treasure has been destroyed.
At this moment, many great beings stood up from the upper seat of the Black Earth tribe. Their expressions changed drastically as they watched this scene in shock. A young man with the power of a universe knight had already shocked them. The weapon in this young man's hand had actually destroyed the bloodline weapon of their Black Earth tribe. No.
Liao Feiyu looked at the silver Earth Hammer that had completely collapsed, and his eyes were also bloodshot as he roared madly.
When you bullied my mother, did you think about this scene?
Are you ready to die?
Tianci stared at them. His face was cold, but his expression didn't change much.
He continued to walk towards Liao Feiyu, his gaze fixed on him.
Liao Feiyu saw Tianci continue to get closer. This time, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His face was filled with fear. He didn't want to die.
All the strong disciples of the tribes around were shocked.
Die!
Tianxi suddenly increased his speed. A stream of water fell on the sharp sword in his hand. A terrifying energy formed on the sharp sword. In the next moment, it slashed towards Liao Feiyu. Stop! In the seat of honor, Liao Feiyu's father's expression kept changing as he watched this scene. He gritted his teeth and let out a low roar as he flew towards the arena. He stared at Tianxi with killing intent flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his arm, a cloud of sand flew towards Tianxi. Liao Feiyu's father had participated in the Battle of the Heaven Board. Even though he didn't make it into the top 10, he was still in the top 30. He had the strength of a level 4 universe master. His attack was fatal to a disciple at the pinnacle of the universe night realm. There was almost no chance of escaping. Liao Feiyu's father's sudden intervention stunned everyone around. Tianqi's mother, grandfather, and the elders of the Muli tribe were all stunned when they saw this sudden change. Some of the peak level 9 universe masters frowned when they saw Liao Feiyu's father's sudden attack.
Some of them looked at the Black Earth tribe and shook their heads when they saw that they had no plans to stop them.
The Xian-Tu tribe was one of the top 2 tribes in the Six Paths universe. The other tribes didn't dare to interfere in their affairs at all.
The scene in front of them was clearly the Xian-Tu tribe disregarding the rules and wanted to kill Mu Lishiansi.
Wang Xian shook his head when he saw this scene.
He waved his arm and a water sword instantly appeared in front of the sand to neutralize the attack of the sand.
Is this the Xian-Tu tribe?
If you are not their opponent, you have to use your power to suppress them. TSK, this is the attack of a ruler of the universe. They want to kill you directly. Wang Xian looked at the scene with a mocking expression.
He was not surprised by the scene before him.
Ever since Wang Xian's rise to power on Earth, he had encountered too many such incidents. He was from a powerful force that stood high up in the world. He was completely shameless enough to break the rules and directly killed the challengers that they thought were weak.
I, Mu Lishiansi, have witnessed the so-called big tribes today. Since I can't defeat them, the old ones came. They even wanted to kill me directly. Is this the style of your Xian-Tu tribe? Is this your Xian-Tu tribe? Tianxi saw this scene and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. Fortunately, his adoptive father had attacked just now. Otherwise, unless he removed the restriction in his body, he would definitely die. Destroying the treasure of our Black Earth tribe. Damn it.
Insulting our Black Earth tribe, damn it.
Liao Feiyu's father saw that his attack was blocked, and his eyes focused as he shouted with an embarrassed expression. The disciples of your Xian Earth tribe fought with me in the arena. In the end, their weapons were destroyed and they actually said that I deserved to die. Is your Xian Earth tribe so shameless? A dignified top-tier tribe actually said such shameless words. It's truly shameless to the extreme. Tianxi could not help but shout when he saw the killing intent on Liao Feiyu's father's face. This Black Earth tribe is so shameless. I can't beat them in the arena battle, but the old one came up and wanted to kill Mu Li Tianxi. Isn't this too shameless? Liao Feiyu's father's attack also shocked the surrounding disciples. A young man couldn't help but say, "Shut up." However, a middle-aged man next to him immediately scolded him.
The strong preyed on the weak.
The Black Earth tribe was not something that they could discuss. All the rules were set by the strong. The history books were also written by the strong. The weak were ultimately the losers. As long as the strong were shameless, the weak could not do anything about it. Just like now.
Shut up, my Black Earth tribe is not someone that you can teach. Say one more word and I'll kill you.
When Liao Feiyu's father heard Tianxi's words, his aura exploded as he spoke with a face full of killing intent.
When Tianxi saw how domineering he was, his breathing quickened slightly. The other party was completely unreasonable.
He was completely trying to use his power to oppress him.
Lord of the Xian-Tu tribe, our Tianxi is still young and insensible. I apologize on his behalf to you and to the Xian-Tu tribe.
I'm sorry. Tianxi's grandfather's expression changed drastically at the back. He quickly flew towards the arena and grabbed Tianxi's arm, continuously apologizing to Liao Feiyu's father. Father, we can't let him go, we can't let him go. He destroyed the powerful bloodline true treasure of our Black Earth tribe. Kill him, kill him.
Liao Feiyu saw his father making a move and he stared at Tianqi as he roared with a ferocious expression.
He had been completely defeated, and his bloodline weapon had been destroyed.
This caused him to lose his mind.
Aren't you all too shameless? The arena battle is fair and just, what's the meaning of a universe ruler-level warrior interfering now?
If you all do this, how can it be fair in the future?
Below, Gongcheng glanced and was furious. He couldn't help but shout loudly. His body moved and he wanted to fly towards the arena.
Aim, come here, don't talk nonsense.
Gongcheng aimed at the great-grandfather herd. Face slightly changed, arm wave. A wave of energy wrapped around her body, pulled her back.
Great-grandfather, I didn't say anything. They are so shameless. They don't follow the rules at all. How can they be convincing in the future?
How can they? Gongcheng aimed to continue to speak loudly, but the words did not finish, then was completely sealed by a current.
Gongchengmu opened his mouth and shouted, unable to make a sound. Her gaze was filled with worry as she looked at Mu Lishiansi.
I'm sorry to everyone in the Black Earth tribe. I'll take this kid away now.
Tianxi's grandfather once again spoke apologetically to Liao Feiyu's father, pulling him towards the bottom of the stage.
Liao Feiyu's father's face was gloomy and cold. He looked at him, but he didn't make a move. He wouldn't make a move unless he received an order from his father or an expert from the tribe. In this matter, they weren't in the right.
It was fine if they killed the other party forcefully. However, this would cause the Black Earth tribe to lose face. It would negatively affect their reputation.
There are plenty of opportunities to kill this brat. Find an opportunity to kill him easily. He thought to himself. Tianxi.
Tianxi's grandfather forcefully brought him to the bottom of the arena.
Mu Li'in and the others immediately flew over and looked at him with concern. Tianxi, let's just forget about this matter. I'll send you back to the tribe later. Tianxi's grandfather spoke to him with an extremely embarrassed expression. Tianxi had destroyed a powerful treasure of the Black Earth tribe. He was worried that the Shen Tu tribe would take revenge.
If they really took revenge, the Muli tribe would not be able to stop them.
In fact, if they dared to resist, the Muli tribe would be implicated.
Now he could only let Tianxi return to the tribe and pray that the Shen Tu
tribe would not pursue the matter.
Tianxi looked at his family members with an unwilling expression.
Foster father, I'm not willing.
Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and his face was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. It's their fault. Why are they still so arrogant?
Why can they not follow the rules? Why can they break the rules? Why are they so shameless?
He spoke, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, because they think they are superior.
Wang Xian looked at him and replied calmly, what can you do if you are unwilling? However, you can make your own decision. With Godfather around, there is nothing to worry about. Wang Xian looked at him and added another sentence. Godfather, I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger as soon as possible. Tianxi looked at Wang Xian and gritted his teeth. He made a serious decision and said, I want them to pay the price. All right, let's continue. Wang Xian looked at Tianxi's decision and said calmly, since Tianxi had chosen to expose himself, he would do so. He wouldn't be able to hide it for long anyway. It was better to make the choice on his own than to expose himself passively.
Tianxi listened to Wang Xian's words and nodded his head heavily. He looked in the direction of the arena.
In the surrounding area, Mu Li'in, Tianxi's grandfather, and the rest were looking at the conversation between Tianxi and Wang Xian with puzzled expressions. What did this mean? What did their conversation mean? Mom, grandfather, today, I want to show you guys my true strength. Tianxi smiled and raised his head slightly as he spoke. He then looked in the direction where Gongcheng was aiming. Gongcheng was also staring at her.
Aim, today I will let you see the real Muli Tianxi. Tianxi shouted at her and turned his gaze to the arena.
Pong! In the next moment, the water attribute on his body started to spread outwards. At the same time, a wood attribute energy started to explode. Liao Feiyu and Liao Feiyu's father. You all think yourselves superior, but I, Tianxi, was born extraordinary. I've beaten the young and now the old. Fine. I'll kill you all today. I want to see how shameless your Black Earth tribe is. I want to see if you can continue to send the old guys up. As Tianzi spoke, his body moved, and he returned to the arena in an instant. His speed was extremely terrifying. He returned to the arena in an instant. This speed was definitely not something that a universe knight could possess. Tianzi, Mu Lin and Tianzi's grandfather were a little dumbfounded. What was going on?
What was going on? Tianzi actually provoked the Xian Tu tribe directly.
Don't worry, just watch. Today is the day that Tianzi will become famous in the universe.
Hehe. Wang Xian smiled lightly and said to them, Young Master Wang Xian, what the hell? Mu Lin looked at Wang Xian and then at her son who was in the arena. Her face was filled with astonishment.
However, she also knew that Wang Xian would not harm her son. Then Mu Lishianzi is in the arena again. He actually wants to challenge Liao Jiang? No way, is he crazy? This? Directly challenging the Black Earth tribe, directly challenging Liao Fei Yu's father, challenging a Universe Overlord level 5 warrior. Is he courting?
Don't know?
This Mu Li Tianqi is a little reckless. What level is Liao Fei Yu's father? How can he challenge him?
Young and vigorous, what's the use of being born extraordinary?
This Mu Li Tianqi's cultivation talent is indeed very monstrous. But how can he be a match for a Universe Overlord level 5 warrior? In the surrounding area, all the strong disciples of the tribes thought that this matter had ended just like that. They thought that the Black Earth tribe would cherish their feathers and would not continue to break the rules. However, they did not expect that Mu Li Tianzi would actually take the initiative to go up to the arena again, wanting to beat up the older ones. To go up against a Universe Ruler level 5 warrior, this was simply courting death.
In the arena, Liao Fei Yu's father Liao Zhiyang was also slightly stunned.
He let that kid go. But this kid actually charged over, wanting to fight with him?
Challenge him?
Continue to provoke their Black Earth tribe?
When Mu Lishianzi came to the arena again, when Liao Fei Yu and his father Liao Jiyang heard his words, their expressions instantly darkened.
However, in the next moment, Liao Jiyang's face was filled with a sinister and terrifying smile. Just now, he cared about the face of the Black Earth tribe and did not completely kill Mu Lishianzi.
But now he actually took the initiative to step onto the arena to challenge him. This was simply courting death. Hehe, good, very good. You want to challenge me?
Liao Jiang had a cold smile on his face and his eyes were shining. Just now, because of the rules, I let you live. You don't value it now, so die. If I want to kill you, it's no different from squashing an ant. Go to hell.
Liao Jiang said. This time he didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his arm, an earth arrow condensed in front of him. The earth arrow instantly attacked Tianzi.
Although this earth arrow wasn't the strongest attack of a level 5 universe master, even a level 4 universe master would have to go all out to resist it. The difference in level was huge. The earth arrow instantly arrived in front of Tianzi. Tianzi stared at the earth arrow. His expression didn't change at all.
Under his feet, a tree was growing rapidly. The huge tree branches were luxuriant.
So. The branches directly condensed into a huge vine, facing the earth arrow. The sound of collision sounded again. Mu Lishianzi's realm was only at the level 4 Universe Overlord realm, but he still had the power of the divine tree of heavenly Yuan creation in his body. With the support of this power, it was not easy to fight against someone of a higher realm.
The huge collision sounded and the earth arrow slowly dissipated. The huge vine was like a huge python, still emitting a powerful aura.
Wood attribute. How is this possible? How did he grasp wood attribute?
Would attribute power at least at the level 5 Universe Ruler realm? How is this possible?
At this moment, everyone around the arena was stunned once again.
Yes, completely stunned. They felt 5 thunderclaps, feeling that everything before their eyes was all an illusion. A youth who had cultivated for less than 100 million years, possessing the power of a pinnacle universe knight, already made them feel freakish and shocked.
But now, this youth had displayed the strength of at least a universe ruler level 5.
And this time it wasn't water, but wood. A youth who had cultivated for less than 100 million years and was a universe ruler level 5?
This was fake, right? Unbelievable. Every great being and disciple felt a little dazed by this scene and Mu Li Tianqi's strength. Mu Li Yin Tianxi's grandfather, the experts of the Mu Li tribe, were the same. This strength? Especially Tianxi's grandfather, his current strength was only at the level 5 universe overlord realm.
However, his grandson's strength wasn't weaker than his? Furthermore, how did he control the wood attribute? Insi, or what's going on?
Why is Tianxi still controlling the wood attribute?
And so strong? He could not help but ask. However, when he saw his daughter's confused expression, he knew that his daughter did not know about this matter either.
Then everything. He looked at the calm Wang Xian and felt that the current Wang Xian was extremely mysterious. You actually blocked it. Wood attribute. Your wood attribute is so strong. How is this possible? Liao Jiang looked at this scene and roared in disbelief with his eyes wide open.
My foster father said that I'm not suitable to cultivate the water attribute.
Wood attribute is my true attribute. Are you ready to die? Tianxi stared at him with a calm expression. In the next moment, his gaze focused and the towering tree behind him instantly attacked Liao Jiang with its branches. The branches that filled the sky were like giant pythons that could swallow the sky and the earth as they attacked Liao Jiang.
Damn it, Earth explosion meteorite.
Liao Jiang's expression changed drastically. One of his hands turned into a giant arm and blasted towards the ground.
Rumble.
Rumble. The earth cracked and the earth pieces formed into terrifying meteorites that went straight for the countless branch pythons. Boom! However, those branch pythons instantly covered countless meteorites and drowned them.
The energy of the two seemed to be on completely different levels.
The terrifying branches continued to attack Liao Jiang. What? Liao Jiang's pupils constricted when he saw that his attack was easily destroyed. He knew that Mu Lishiansi was much stronger than him. He was not his opponent at all. Although it was unbelievable and hard for him to accept, it was the truth. Father, save me. Liao Jiang quickly cried out for help. Where exactly is this monster? Liao Jiang's father stood at the seat of honor and stared at this scene with his eyes wide open. His expression kept changing. He gestured to a middle-aged man at the side.
The middle-aged man beside him nodded, directly flying towards the arena.
Stop! The middle-aged man shouted loudly, waving his arm. A butcher's knife condensed in the air.
The butcher's knife was incomparably huge, almost able to stand up to the heavens and earth. It directly slashed towards the direction of Tianqi. It was an attack of a Universe Overlord Level 8 expert. And it was a very strong attack.
Hee. How ironic. This is your Black Earth tribe. You beat me up, then you beat me up, and now there's an even older one. How despicable and shameless. The moment the middle-aged man made his move, Tianxi had already sensed it.
He looked over, his face full of mockery and disdain. And this mocking voice spread throughout the entire arena.
It's Liao Mingdao, he actually made a move.
This is indeed a bit despicable and shameless. The younger ones can't win, the older ones can't win, and the stronger ones are coming?
Isn't this Xian Tu tribe too shameless? Why don't they just directly send experts to kill Mu Lishiansi? Liao Feiyu is the son of the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride group. Liao Jiang also entered the top 20 of the Heaven's Pride group. And this Liao Mingdao is even stronger. He's a strong contender for the first place in the Wargid group this time. Coming out one by one, he's too shameless.
At this moment, when the surrounding strong disciples of the surrounding tribes saw that the Black Earth tribe had actually sent Liao Ming out to attack, they couldn't help but say this.
This series of actions. Too shameless. Hit the god. When Tianxi saw Liao Mingdao's attack, his body trembled. 3 clones appeared around him.
The 3 clones held a branch in their hands. At the same time, a branch appeared in Tianxi's hands.
The main body and the 3 doppelgangers waved the branch in unison towards the huge butcher's knife.
A violent collision sound was heard once again.
The shadows of the 4 pieces of paper landed on the butcher's knife. The butcher's knife slowly began to crumble. The heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm's supreme treasure was unleashed.
For striking divine trees landed on the butcher's blade, causing it to completely collapse.
And below, the countless branches were still attacking Liao Jiang.
Liao Mingyao originally thought that after he killed Mu Lishiansi, his attack would lose its energy. However, he didn't expect that his attack would be blocked. He widened his eyes and felt numb. Yes, today's shock had made him feel numb. Save me. When the terrified cries for help continued to ring out, he finally reacted. He lowered his head and quickly flew towards Liao Jiyang to save him. Pa pa pa. However, at this moment he heard a sound that sounded like the whipping of a willow branch. Following that, 4 extremely terrifying branches appeared around him. These 4 branches seemed to want to annihilate him. This made his scalp go numb, and he hurriedly tried to defend himself. At this moment, a miserable cry was heard from below. The countless branches pierced through Liao Jiyang's body, tearing apart every drop of his flesh and blood. Liao Jiyang was dead. Liao Mingdao's expression changed drastically. Father. At the back, Liao Feiyu was completely stunned when he saw this. His father was actually killed. He was killed by Mu Lishiansi. At this moment, the surrounding people gasped. What did they see? Damn. Even those universe masters at the pinnacle level of universe masters couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Was this a dream? That youth? Or a normal human? Or a human from their 6 Paths universe? How could he be so powerful? Impossible. This is the aura of a heavenly fate treasure. This is definitely the aura of a heavenly fate treasure. At the same time, in a room outside Earth City, 7 figures were gathered inside. It was slightly crowded and their auras were concealed to the extreme. The 7 of them were the 7 heavenly fate powerhouses from Bai Kafu Saint. During this period of time, they moved forward carefully and finally entered Earth City. In order to prevent being discovered, they had no choice but to hide in this small room. When they were discussing how to go deeper in, they suddenly felt the fluctuations of the heavenly fate treasure. This made the 7 of them instantly widen their eyes. It's the aura of the heavenly fate treasure. It's the aura of that heavenly fate treasure. Bai Kafu Shang's eyes emitted a hot luster as he excitedly shouted. However, his expression quickly changed. No, the aura of the heavenly Yuan creation treasure has already been leaked. The heavenly Yuan creation treasure is about to be exposed. We must act immediately. We must act immediately. Bai Kafu Shang anxiously said. Let's go. Let's charge over. We have to go over directly. Don't worry about being exposed, we have to go over directly. The other 6 great beings of heavenly creation also said crazily. Hong. In the next moment, their bodies moved, and they flew directly in the direction of the aura of the heavenly creation true treasure. Their speed was very fast. The sudden exposure of the aura of the heavenly creation true treasure gave them a bad premonition. Because the 6 paths of the universe of the heavenly elements are also looking for the heavenly elements of the ultimate treasure. The exposure of this aura is likely to attract the heavenly karma of the 6 universes. Once they're there, it'll be hard for them to compete. Come on, we got to hurry. 7 figures, almost all of them. According to their calculations, they can be there in less than a minute. What is this aura? At this moment, in the void around Earth City, the news that Tu Yuan had a heavenly Yuan creation treasure had been spread out. A large number of heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses had entered Tu Yuan. The 3 heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe naturally knew about this news. In addition to the 6 Paths convention held by their 6 Paths universe, the 3 heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses had been here all along. The metal elemental cheetah-like heaven origin creation realm great being was not far from Earth City. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely powerful and pure power. This power was the power of the heaven origin creation true treasure. And with this pure power, it was definitely not from the fragment of the heaven origin creation true treasure. Could it be that the heaven origin creation true treasure is really in Earth origin or Earth City? The cheetah-like heavenly creation true treasure's eyes shone brightly. In an instant, his speed reached a terrifying level as he flew towards Earth City. The heavenly creation true treasure appeared. The heavenly creation true treasure sensed it. Earth City's arena. All the tribal disciples watched as Tianqi killed the universe ruler level 5 Liao Zhiyang. They watched him fight against a level 8 universe overlord, Liao Mingdao. In the seat of honor,
Liao Feiyu's grandfather saw his son being killed, and his eyes instantly revealed a berserk killing intent. He stared fixedly at Tianci, preparing to directly suppress him. He didn't believe that such a young youth could have such powerful strength. Hong! 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 However, at this moment in the center of the great beings of the Black Earth tribe, in the center of the great beings of the dead tribe, two universe masters at the pinnacle of the universe ruler realm suddenly gave off powerful auras. They stared at the godly wood branch in Tian Chi's hand, their eyes wide open, full of shock and excitement. Tian Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure. Tian Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure. A low roar came from their mouths. Tian Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure. At this moment, they recognized the Tian Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure. As the core of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe, the people who were closest to the Tian Yuan Destiny Supreme Treasure, they knew much more than the other great beings. Among them, there was information about their Six Paths Universe's Sky Origin Creation True Treasure. They had a detailed understanding of the Sky Origin Creation True Treasure, and they also had a treasure to check it. Tianci couldn't sense it before he used the power of the Sky Origin Creation True Treasure. But now they could. In the surrounding area, all the great beings of the tribes looked over in shock when they saw the two pinnacle universe masters. Today, they had been shocked too much. A heaven-defying youth. And now, he had spat out a heavenly Yuan creation true treasure from the mouths of two pinnacle universe ruler realm great beings. What was going on? The aura of a pinnacle universe ruler realm great being swept across the entire arena, making everyone feel extremely stifled. All the tribes could feel that the sky was about to change. It was as if something big was about to happen. So. The sky above the Six Paths competition arena was filled with wind and clouds. The Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe's peak universe master realm warriors quickly arrived at the arena and stared at Tianci. They stared at the god-striking wood branch in Tianci's hand. On it, they could sense the pure information of the heavenly creation true treasure. Tianci looked at them, his face full of calmness. Heavenly creation true treasure. The one in your hand is a heavenly creation true treasure? A patriarch of the Black Earth tribe stared at Tianci with a trembling body and growled in a low voice. I didn't expect that the heavenly creation true treasure that the other universe's heavenly creation great beings invaded and made us search for in the entire Six Paths universe would be in your hands. In your hands. The great being of the Dead tribe was trembling, and his eyes were filled with excitement. A true treasure of Tian Yuan creation that caused the entire Six Paths universe to tremble and caused many great beings of Tian Yuan creation to chase after it appeared in front of them. This made his breathing quicken. What? The treasure that caused other great beings of Tian Yuan creation to invade our universe and search for it. The treasure that our Six Paths universe has been searching for hundreds of millions of years is actually in the hands of Mu Lydian. Tian Yuan creation true treasure? This Mu Li Tianci was able to reach such a terrifying level at such a young age because of the Tian Yuan creation true treasure? Oh my God! At this moment, all the great beings' disciples from the surrounding tribes felt their breathing stop. Close to 100 million years was the most chaotic year in the Six Paths universe. It was also the year that all the great beings from the tribes felt the most dangerous. The great beings of heavenly creation from other universes invaded. Later on, those great beings of heavenly creation sent their subordinates into their universes. For this reason, the three great beings of heavenly creation from the Six Paths universe even gave orders to form a team to hunt down the intruders. The invasion of the other universe masters all originated from the birth of a heavenly creation true treasure in their Six Paths universe. Now, this heavenly origin creation true treasure was in the hands of a youth. The heavenly origin creation true treasure isn't in my hands, but has always belonged to me and has always been one with me. My mother was unmarried and pregnant and gave birth to me because the heavenly origin creation true treasure was born in my mother's body. Tianci looked at them calmly and said, What? The top-tier universe masters of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe widened their eyes when they heard Tianci's words. Around the arena, Mu Li'in also opened her mouth when she heard the news. Mu Li'in was a person who kept her body clean. When she suddenly got pregnant, She was also a little confused and couldn't understand it at all. Later on, her father guessed that a powerhouse had controlled her body and defiled her, making him pregnant. This was also the most reasonable and most likely scenario.
Even she accepted this answer. But now she was not defiled by anyone. She was pregnant and was given birth because of the heavenly Yuan destiny treasure.
The heavenly Yuan destiny treasure was born in her body? This? Mu Liner was in a daze.
The surrounding disciples were also shocked. No wonder the other universe masters, the three lords of our universe, and all the tribes tried their best to find the heavenly fate treasure but couldn't find it. It turns out that the heavenly fate treasure was born in a person's body and fused perfectly with a person.
A great being at the pinnacle of universe masters murmured. In the past 100 million years, the entire Six Paths universe had been searched thoroughly, but they still couldn't find the heavenly fate treasure.
So that was how it was.
Heavenly fate treasure.
However, at the positions around the arena, some of the great being's disciples looked at the center of the arena with their eyes slightly wide open. Their eyes flickered as they took out communication devices, treasures, and some special scrolls to spread some news.
Those who received the news were all heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses from other universes. A group of heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses had entered the Six Paths universe. In these 100 million years, their invasion of the Six Paths universe was already very deep.
Their subordinates would be suppressed by the Six Paths universe. In that case, they could develop the subordinates of the Six Paths universe. Regardless of whether it was coercion or enticement, it was simply too easy for the heaven origin creation great beings to control some of the great beings' disciples from the Six Paths universe.
In fact, there were even spies in the various tribes.
And their spies were for the news of the heaven origin creation true treasure. Especially since it was rumored that the heavenly Yuan destiny supreme treasure had appeared here, the group of heavenly Yuan destiny realm experts naturally gathered some spies here.
There were many spies around Earth City. Now that these spies had received this news, they immediately sent it out. The heavenly Yuan destiny supreme treasure had appeared. There were even some spies who scanned their surroundings warily and took out an item that looked like an altar.
Teleportation array.
It could instantly teleport a great being of heavenly origin creation. Take the heavenly origin creation true treasure away. A great being at the pinnacle universe ruler realm from the Black Earth tribe focused his gaze and immediately decided to send a voice transmission to his companion beside him. Beside him were three other great beings at the pinnacle universe ruler realm. They were great beings who were watching the competition from the upper seats. Similarly, they were here to prevent other universe invaders from wantonly slaughtering the elites and great beings of their Six Paths universes. Now that the heavenly creation true treasure had appeared, they knew the importance of the heavenly creation true treasure. They had to get it, even if they had to pay a terrible price.
Honk!
Just as they were about to make their move, a powerful force rushed toward them from the side.
The four pinnacle universe masters of the dead tribe were also ready to make their move toward Tianci.
This time, both sides had no scruples at all. Even if it was a battle, they wouldn't hesitate.
In fact, the three pinnacle universe masters of the dead tribe had already attacked the four great beings of the Black Earth tribe.
Obviously, they wanted to fight for a chance for their companion. The sudden change made everyone's expressions change drastically. The experts of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe actually started fighting. This? Attack. That heavenly Yuan destiny treasure belongs to us. However, the instant they attacked, 7 figures flew towards them at a terrifying speed from the entrance of the arena. Their gazes locked onto Tianci. Their eyes filled with excitement and greed. The energy that erupted from their bodies caused the expressions of all the experts around the arena to change drastically. Hong! Just when everyone thought that the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe had started to fight, an aura that caused everyone to feel despair suddenly attacked. This terrifying aura covered the sky and the sun. It far surpassed the power of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe warriors on the stage. Get down, get down!
Around the stage, all the warriors of the tribe sensed this terrifying power and shouted in fear.
This terrifying power could crush a universe knight to death. It was fortunate that the warriors of the various tribes were able to defend themselves. allowing the disciples below the universe ruler realm to survive. Even so, those universe ruler realm warriors were breathing heavily, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. What kind of enemy was this? It's the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from other universes. Fight them. The expressions of the peak universe masters from the Black Earth tribe and the Death tribe changed drastically when they saw the 7 figures flying over, and they hurriedly shouted. At this moment, they gave up on both sides and faced the outside together. Facing the outside enemy, they didn't hesitate at all. Earth Core, open. A peak universe overlord from the mysterious Earth tribe didn't hesitate at all. He took out a treasure and placed it on the ground, punching it. Hong! In the next moment, an incomparably huge defense rose up on the stage, forming an incomparably strong defense. Break the defense! The figures that flew over were naturally the 7 heavenly fate realm experts. Seeing the defense that rose up instantly, their eyes focused as weapons appeared in their hands one by one. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Following that, all sorts of attacks landed on the Earth's core defense. Crack, crack, crack. When the attacks landed on the surface, the Earth's core defense did not collapse immediately. However, even so, huge cracks appeared on the circular defense that covered the entire arena. The entire defense could only sustain 2 more attacks. Oh no! All 7 of them are heavenly Yuan creation realm experts from other universes. All peak stage universe masters. Block them. The expression of the peak universe masters of the Black Earth tribe changed drastically when they saw the scene. Immediately, they roared out loud. This Earth core defense was set up by the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts of their Black Earth tribe. Now, a huge crack had appeared on the other party's attack. This scene caused them to be shocked. Block. All peak universe masters blocked them. The peak ruler-level powerhouses of the Dead tribe also roared. There were more than 100 million disciples of the tribes around the arena. Among them, there were more than 10 peak ruler-level powerhouses other than the 2 tribes. These were the peak powerhouses of the other tribes. They didn't refuse the orders of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe. The current order of the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts was to fight against the invaders from the other universes in unison. Boom! 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 The top-tier experts instantly floated in the sky with weapons in their hands as they stared at the 7 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts outside. Everything happened in an instant. Tianxi's identity was exposed. The great beings of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe attacked, and 7 powerful intruders arrived. Everything happened in an instant. Tianxi's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this scene. Only at this moment did he realize how fatal an attraction he had to the other great beings. Even the great beings of the 6 Paths universe wanted to attack him. This made him look a bit embarrassed. Black Earth tribe, Death tribe, I have merged with the heavenly creation true treasure. Do you still want to kill me and take the heavenly creation true treasure? Tianxi looked at the top-tier great beings of the Black Earth tribe and Death tribe and asked with an ugly expression. He felt bad that the great beings of the same universe wanted to kill him and take the heavenly creation true treasure. Was the 6 Paths universe still his universe? Your life belongs to the 6 Paths universe. The 3 lords will make the decision. Stand there and don't move. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. A peak ruler of the Black Earth tribe glanced at Tianxi and said with a dark face. After saying that, he looked at the 7 heavenly creation great beings in front of him and quickly passed the news to their Black Earth tribe's Lord Tianyuan creation. When Tianxi heard the words of the powerhouse from the Xian Tu tribe, he looked extremely embarrassed. This was the answer given to him by the powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe. As long as he dared to act rashly, he would be killed immediately. His face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, all the powerhouse's disciples from the surrounding tribes reacted slightly. When they saw this sudden scene, they were slightly shocked. You want to kill Tianxi? Wuxia, who had been standing in front of the arena, was not surprised at all when he saw the scene. However, when he heard the words of the Xian Tu tribe's expert at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He opened his mouth and spoke calmly. His figure disappeared at the same time and appeared beside the expert at the peak of the Universe Dominator realm. Before the expert who was at the peak of the universe dominator could react, he saw a figure suddenly appear beside him. He was stunned.
You don't know whether you are dead or alive.
Wang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent as he stared at him.
In the next moment, he waved his arm and his palm turned into a dragon claw. He held it in his hand. His life force was gone in an instant. Instant kill. Then, as if nothing had happened, he quietly landed on the stage. The sudden change once again caused everyone to be stupefied, especially the experts surrounding the peak ruler of the Black Earth tribe, the Dead tribe, and the other peak ruler experts.
Before they could react, an expert of the same level was actually killed just like that. This caused them to be filled with shock. What kind of existence was this?
You are also an expert of the heaven origin creation realm from the other universes.
An expert at the peak of the Dominator realm from the tribe of the dead shouted loudly with a face full of shock. Nearly 20 experts at the peak of the Dominator realm hurriedly got close to each other and stared at Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with shock.
Let me introduce myself. I am the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace from the 9 Origin universe.
Wang Xian looked at them and said calmly,
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace from the 9 Origin universe?
At this moment, at the Muli tribe, Mulin her father, brother, and all the strong disciples of the Muli tribe seemed to have a sudden flash of lightning in their minds.
He.
Mulin was tongue-tied and couldn't believe it. The young man he saved was actually an expert from another universe.
A heavenly Yuan Destiny realm expert. The strong disciples of the Muli tribe were stunned. Muliyin's parents and the others were even more incredulous.
The young man who was saved by his daughter.
The young man who had lived in their home for a long time, stayed in their Muli tribe for nearly 100 million years and taught TNC cultivation was actually the strongest in another universe. He was the kind of existence that could contend against the 3 lords from their 6 paths universe.
This? All the strong disciples from the surrounding tribes were also stunned.
There's an expert from the heavens origin creation next to that precious treasure of the heavens origin creation. Attack with all your might. Don't delay any longer. When Bai Kafusheng saw that the Earth's core shield had actually blocked their attacks, his eyes turned red when he saw Wang Xian's figure. He immediately shouted loudly. Now, every second that they stayed here, they would be in greater danger.
They had to end the battle quickly and snatch away the ultimate treasure of the heavens origin creation. This time, he had gathered 6 powerhouses in order to end the battle quickly. Even if there were 2 to 3 heavens origin creation powerhouses beside the young man with the ultimate treasure of the heavens origin creation, they could still end the battle quickly.
All right, don't hold back. Use your trump card. The other 6 sky origin creation great beings focused their eyes and immediately roared. They attacked the center of the earth once again. This time, they used their powerful trump cards at the same time.
A terrifying energy was brewing in the sky.
Resist. In the sky above the arena, more than 10 to 20 pinnacle universe master-level great beings saw the terrifying power of the 7 sky origin creation great beings.
Their expressions were abnormally ugly. A peak of the Dominator realm expert from the Dead tribe immediately roared loudly.
At this moment, they had no time to care about Wang Xian's side.
Moreover, the group of peak of the Dominator realm experts also knew that this Heaven Origin Creation realm expert from the 9 Origin universe was not here to fight for the Heaven Origin Creation supreme treasure. Even if he had killed one of their peak of the Dominator realm experts, it was the best choice to defend against the outside world at this moment. In addition, the surrounding universe masters also started to move. They set up layers of powerful defensive barriers, wanting to help the peak masters defend against it. Ka. However, when they faced the 7 heavenly Yuan creation realm masters, they knew what despair was. What was a heaven origin creation realm expert? A terrifying and strange energy directly landed on the Earth's core. Waves of energy directly caused the defense of the Earth's core to collapse.
The defense of the other peak ruler realm experts, as well as a large number of ruler realm experts, also quickly collapsed under this attack.
All the disciples of the 6 Paths universe were filled with shock. Even under the suppression of our 6 Paths universe, their strength is still so terrifying. Is this a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert? When will our Lord Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert arrive?
A peak ruler realm expert couldn't help but shout loudly.
They stared ahead. The 7 heaven origin creation realm experts had broken through their defenses, but fortunately, their attacks had completely dissipated. However, they only managed to block one attack from the opponent. The 7 powerhouses of the heaven's origin continued to attack them at a terrifying speed.
Block them together. Otherwise, Mulishiansi will be killed by them. One of the powerhouses of the tribe of the dead, who was at the peak of the ruler realm, looked at the desperate situation in front of him. He lowered his head and shouted at Wang Xian, who was in the arena below.
At this moment, only Wang Xian and them would be able to hold him back for a little longer. This time, we are determined to obtain the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. Fellow from the 9 origin universe, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for what happened last time.
Bai Kefu Sheng glanced at Wang Xian and growled with a murderous look on his face. Hee hee. Wang Xian stood in the arena and ignored the words of the expert from the tribe of the dead. When he heard Bai Kefu Sheng's words, a cold smile appeared on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Do you want revenge?
When the calamity arrives, I will visit your universe."
Humph.
Bai Kefu Sheng's face darkened when he heard Wang Xian's words. He didn't dare to continue bragging.
He had witnessed the strength of Wang Xian's side. It was enough to kill him.
Unless he could obtain the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin, he wouldn't be able to fight against Wang Xian. He locked his gaze on Tianxi again, and his speed increased abruptly.
We can't defend against it at all. A powerhouse at the peak of the ruler realm saw that Wang Xian had no intention of attacking. His expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly.
How could he defend against 7 powerhouses of Tianyuan if he was close to them?
The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan is ours.
A heavenly creation realm great being saw this scene and his eyes lit up.
The heavenly creation true treasure was right in front of him.
He could get it easily.
Buzz.
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 Buzz. Huh?
The heavenly creation true treasure is here. Attack. How dare you?
How dare you steal the true treasures in our 6 paths universe? Die! However, the moment Bai Kefu Sheng and the others flew toward Tianxi.
The heaven origin creation realm experts who had used teleportation arrays and treasures through hidden lines suddenly appeared. There were a total of 5 heaven origin creation realm treasures that had arrived this way.
The moment they appeared, they immediately locked onto Tianxi's location and quickly attacked.
Their sudden attack once again caught everyone off guard.
This included Bakfu Saint and the others. This made their expressions extremely ugly. At the last moment, not only were there 5 more Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. The Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert from the 6 Paths universe, Jin Bao, also rushed over.
He looked at the situation from afar and roared with killing intent.
With a wave of his arm, a metal chain attacked the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts.
Our Lord Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouse is here. This is great.
The disciples of the 6 Paths universe revealed an excited and relaxed expression when they saw one of their Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouses. Damn it! Damn it!
Bai Kefu Sheng couldn't help but roar when he saw the scene.
This was troublesome. They were in big trouble now.
They never thought that the powerhouses of the 6 Paths universe would arrive so quickly.
Furthermore, the other great beings of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm also arrived so quickly.
Next, it would be extremely difficult to obtain a Heavenly Yuan Creation True Treasure.
Walala.
The terrifying metal chains attacked the great beings of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm one by one.
This made the great beings of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm have no choice but to resist. Their strength had been weakened, and they were no longer able to contend with the great beings of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm from the 6 Paths universe. If they didn't resist, they would be easily killed. Good chance.
However, there were 2 Heavenly Creation Realm powerhouses among them whose eyes were shining.
None of the 12 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses dared to take the attacks of the 6 Paths universe's Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses rashly. They had to dodge or resist. However, it was still very easy for the 12 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses to block the Golden Leopard, although their strength was greatly suppressed. However, 10 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were still able to take on a Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouse from the 6 Paths universe.
a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert from Bai Kefu Xing's group and a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert who was teleported over through their own dark lines. Their gazes focused, and their bodies moved. A figure vanished in an instant. A figure froze there like a puppet. They instantly used their trump cards and powerful treasures. They knew that the longer they dragged it out, the slower their chances of obtaining the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan would be. At this moment, they had to give it their all. The metal chains passed through two figures. The other 10 Tianyuan powerhouses immediately dodged or blocked the attacks of the chains. Buzz. The changes around the arena were extremely intense. Wang Xian stood quietly on the arena while Tianxi stood beside him. When Wang Xian saw the appearance of the other 5 Heaven's Origin powerhouses, his eyes flickered slightly. It was especially so for one of the gigantic figures that was shrouded in a dense fog. There was not one figure in the human-shaped fog, but 12. 12 familiar figures. 12 ancestral witches. They had also arrived. The 12 ancestral witches had obviously noticed Wang Xian as well. There was a hint of doubt on their faces. Ha! Suddenly, Wang Xian sensed 2 figures attacking his direction. One of the figures was located underground. The other figure was moving at a terrifying speed. It was flying towards him in a special state. With the special figure in front of him, the figure in the ground clearly had some misgivings. The latter knew about Wang Xian's existence. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan is mine now. With the treasure in my hands, as long as I can get my hands on it, I can immediately return to my own universe. Shui Sha was faintly locking onto Tianxi, and the energy in his body had reached its limit. He was a water elemental master of Tianyuan. Similarly, he had stayed in the 6 Paths universe for over 100 million years in order to search for the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. This was the first time he came into close contact with the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. He had to get it. As long as he got it with his secret technique, he could return to his own universe in an instant. Ha! However, when he arrived tens of meters away from Tianxi in an instant, he was suddenly shocked. Through his senses, he instantly sensed that Wang Xian was a powerhouse of Tianyuan. Boom! He didn't even hesitate for a moment. Even when he sensed that there was a Heaven's Origin creator beside the young man who was hiding the Heaven's Origin creator's treasure, he didn't pause for a moment. He continued to attack Tianxi. The Earth Element Heaven's Origin creator who came underground with Bai Kefu Shang didn't make a move. It was because he knew of Wang Xian's existence. He knew of Wang Xian's strength. Flash. The moves of the Heaven Origin creator were all instantaneous. On the arena, a palm formed by water currents appeared in front of Tianxi. At the same time, numerous water snakes attacked Wang Xian directly. Attack! When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes focused and his body shook. He completely ignored the attacks of the water snakes. At the same time, the figure of the unicorn ox appeared instantly and attacked the water snakes at the same time. Around Wang Xian, the Tai Chi dragon disc was spinning and directly broke through the water snakes. The attack of the unicorn ox also destroyed the palm that was trying to grab Tianqi. The distance between the two parties was too close for experts of their level. This was equivalent to a close combat battle. With the breakthrough of the Taiji Dragon Plate, Wang Xian could completely ignore any attacks from the opponent with the Taiji Dragon Plate. Wang Xian wanted to kill the opponent in an instant. His body was comparable to an old-timer who had just entered the Heaven's Origin creation stage. In addition, Lin Yo was an old-timer who had entered the Heaven's Origin creation stage. In addition, there was the existence of the Taiji Dragon Plate and the great grinding of the 5 elements. At such a close distance, Wang Xian was confident that he could kill the opponent in an instant. There's another Heaven's Origin creation stage expert? Why are there 2 Heaven's Origin creation stage experts beside this young man who has the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin creation stage? Shui Shane's expression changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian instantly defeating his attack and the sudden appearance of the unicorn ox. Damn it, what's going on? His expression changed drastically and he wanted to retreat. However, Wang Xian was not prepared to let him retreat at this moment. Wang Xian rushed over. His arm turned into a dragon claw and he hugged Shui Shain directly.
9 types of elemental energy sealed the space around him directly. "You're courting death." Shui Sha could vaguely see that Wang Xian wanted to keep him here. A cold and ruthless look appeared in his eyes. With a move of his palm, a spear appeared in front of him. With a move of his body, he instantly merged into the body of the spear and shot backward. Once he was stopped, he would definitely be penetrated by the divine spear. The penetration power of the water attribute was extremely terrifying. "Since you're here, don't leave," Wang Xian snorted coldly. He completely ignored the penetrative force of the divine spear and enveloped it. At the same time, the fragment of the starfield spun above his head and sealed the space. A root penetrated into the water sand and his body. The same root had taken root.
This was a root that Wang Xian had taken out recently while the Tian Yuan destiny-level treasure in his body was undamaged. When the same root rooted into the enemy's body, it could be perfectly controlled.
When Wang Xian sent the same root into his body, it wasn't to control him. Instead, it was to prevent the enemy from using a powerful treasure to escape. Similarly, the starfield fragment spacelock was also to prevent the enemy from escaping.
Bang! When everything was activated, the divine spear instantly pierced into the Taiji dragon plate. A terrifying collision sound was heard instantly.
What kind of treasure is this?" Shui Sha'in was shocked when he saw that his attack was completely blocked. His escape technique was not only fast, but it was also exceptionally difficult to stop it. This was especially so when Wang Xian wanted to use his own body to block it. The penetration of the water attribute allowed him to easily penetrate the body of any enemy. However, this time he was blocked. "Break!" Shui Shane's eyes focused. The powerful water energy in his body surged. The tip of the divine spear started to spin, trying to break through the defense of the Taiji dragon plate. As a veteran powerhouse who had just entered the Heaven's Origin realm, his strength was still very terrifying. The Taiji dragon plate was unable to withstand his attack. A hole appeared and the divine spear continued to pierce through Wang Xian's body.
The divine spear penetrated into Wang Xian's body, but there was no fluctuation from Wang Xian.
The ancestral tree that was about to reach maturity gave Wang Xian a terrifying recovery effect. The divine spear penetrated through Wang Xian's body and continued to strangle the life force in his body. Meanwhile, the flesh and blood in Wang Xian's body were growing crazily under the treatment of the ancestral tree. His recovery ability had reached an abnormally terrifying level. If Wang Xian wanted to kill an expert whose strength was similar to his, he would have to use the Kylan Bull and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to kill him.
Regardless of his injuries, he had to fight to the death.
Wang Xian, Linyu, the 5 Elements Millstone, and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. The combined combat strength was sufficient to kill an existence with the same strength as Wang Xian. Shui Sha'in was at this level.
When they fought, Wang Xian and the rest could kill him. However, it was extremely difficult to kill him in a short period of time or even in an instant. However, Wang Xian had a solution now. He would exchange injuries for injuries and try his best to keep him alive.
He would use a powerful treasure to prevent him from using the treasure to escape in an instant.
This fellow wants to keep me alive. He wants to wipe me out in an instant.
Shui Sha saw through Wang Xian's thoughts, and his expression changed drastically.
His body was attached to the divine spear. He slowly extended his palm and grabbed at Wang Xian's penetrated body.
Although Wang Xian's body was pierced by the divine spear did not penetrate his body completely. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's body could explode if the water sand-like palm penetrated his body. Roar! However, just as he was about to make a move, Lin Yo had already rushed over. The strange devil symbols on his body went straight into the divine spear. The symbols that contained terrifying erosion, destruction, and tearing immediately caused the entire divine spear to tremble violently. Shui Shane's expression changed drastically as well. He tried to stop the invasion of the symbols frantically. Buzz.
However, at this moment, the 5 Elements Millstone above Wang Xian's head sent down a wave of destructive energy and attacked the divine spear as well.
Wang Xian stretched out his hands and held the divine spear tightly. Waves of energy surged into it. Oh no! Shui Shane's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he took out a special piece of leather from the divine spear.
A drop of water energy dripped into the leather. He wanted to escape from this place. Buzz. However, just when he thought he was going to escape, a tree root suddenly appeared in the leather in his hands. It was an emerald green tree root.
Following that, he felt that his mind was in a trance.
A surge of energy was trying to control his body. This made him horrified. His face was filled with fear.
No! He roared crazily. His voice was filled with unwillingness. The attack of the unicorn ox entered his body. The destructive force of the 5 elements grinding was destroying his life force. Wang Xian was also attacking him. The roots of the same root prevented him from escaping in an instant. Death had arrived. The life force of the water sand disappeared completely. His body came out from the divine spear and landed on the ground at the side. Wang Xian pulled out the divine spear that was inserted into his body. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. He looked at the ground in front of him calmly. There was another strong cultivator of the Heaven's Origin realm hiding there.
The strong cultivator of the Heaven's Origin realm who was with Bai Kefu Sheng noticed Wang Xian's gaze. When he saw the corpse beside him, his body trembled violently.
He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He hurriedly fled backward and returned to the side of Bai Kefu Sheng and the rest.
Hiss. At this moment, the sudden death of a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert caused the entire arena and the entire battlefield to be silent.
Even the golden leopard from the 6 Paths universe had his gaze slightly focused. During these 100 million years, a large number of Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts had entered their 6 Paths universe.
During these 100 million years, they had also continuously hunted and killed them. The 100 million years of hunting and killing made them understand that none of the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts that could enter their 6 Paths universe were simple. If the other party wanted to escape, even if they used their trump cards, it would be difficult to stop them.
It was too difficult to kill a Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert. However, here, a Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm expert was actually killed in a short period of time. The one who attacked was actually a Heaven's Origin creator from another universe. Is it a great Tao-level existence?
The death of a Heaven's Origin creator halted the battle in the surroundings. A Heaven's Origin creator stared at Wang Xian with a face full of fear as he growled in a low voice. No, it's just 2 beginner-level Heaven's Origin creators. However, they have a lot of trump cards.
Bai Kefu Sheng stared at Wang Xian. When he saw a powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin being killed by Wang Xian so quickly, his face was filled with fear.
He had been killed by Wang Xian once.
However, he had struggled for a period of time previously. This time, the powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin was killed so quickly. Didn't he use all his trump cards when he killed him? Tianxi's foster father actually killed a Heavenly Kismet Realm expert from another universe. Oh my god! He's so strong! The powerful disciples of the Mu Li tribe widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. That pet!
No, didn't his foster father let that Lord Godly Beast follow Tianxi on his birthday?
This God Beast has been following Tianxi for more than 90 million years. I thought it was just a pet, but I didn't expect it to be a Heavenly Creation level Lord. Mu Liner's older brother looked at the unicorn ox and couldn't help but exclaim. The unicorn ox that had been following Tianxi all along. They even had a pet that was given to Tianxi by his godfather. The result? An existence at the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm. A supreme existence. What? When the surrounding strong disciples heard this, they were a little dazed. Especially those who knew Tianxi and had seen the unicorn ox, they were even more in disbelief. No wonder Muli Tianxi is so strong, so monstrous. He has a Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm treasure, and he has a foster father at the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm, as well as a divine beast at the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm who has been protecting him all along. At the 9 River Tribe, Gong Cheng was staring at his grandfather with his mouth agape. What kind of immortal brother-in-law is this? Gong Cheng's younger brother was staring with his eyes wide open.
Today, he felt that he had learned something new.
I haven't seen you for a few days. Dragon King, you have become stronger again. However, what is going on?
The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan destiny is right beside you. Why didn't you take it away? The 12 ancestral witches looked at Wang Xian, who had instantly killed an expert of Tianyuan. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They knew that Wang Xian had not broken through for too long. However, he was able to kill an expert of Tianyuan so easily. Even they could not achieve such a feat. The current Dragon King and the rest were even fearful of the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches looked at Wang Xian with endless curiosity. Currently, a large number of Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses had entered the Six Paths universe. Even all the Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses had arrived in the Nine Paths universe. Even the great Tao-level fallen Shadow Devil Emperor had died here once. Now that the Heaven Origin Creation treasure was within Wang Xian's grasp, why didn't he take it away? It's because of some special reasons. When Wang Xian heard the 12 ancestral witches' words, he spoke with a smile on his face. Senior 12 ancestral witches, I want to protect him. Please do not participate in this. He will not be obtained by other powerhouses of Tianyuan. He spoke very politely to the 12 ancestral witches. As soon as he finished his sentence, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked into the distance. He saw a familiar figure arriving again. Within a short period of time, all the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm were rushing over. Have you asked us if you want to protect him? You are really the stupidest powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm that I have ever seen. You gave up the Heaven's Origin realm treasure just because his mother saved you and didn't let this body of yours die. You even wanted to protect him. What a stupid and merciful person. Bai Kefu Shang stared at Wang Xian. When he sensed that another powerhouse was flying over from behind, he roared furiously. Now, the longer he dragged on, the more powerhouses would come. The chances of him obtaining the Heaven's Origin Creation treasure would become even slimmer. Everything was because of this damn fellow. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? I only need to have a clear conscience. Wang Xian looked at Bai Kefu Shin and said plainly, I can't believe it's because of this. Dragon King. PM impressed. When the 12 ancestral witches heard this answer, they were filled with astonishment. It was because his mother had saved his life and she didn't even want the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin Creation. Now, she had to protect him so that he could grow up. This kind of behavior was very foolish to many powerhouses. Those who could become strong practitioners in the Heaven's Origin realm had their hands stained with blood. Which one of them didn't kill hundreds of millions of lives? However, at the same time, the 12 ancestral witches were also very impressed by Wang Xian's behavior. Such people could be befriended. Otherwise, why would I, Lin Yo, willingly follow, boss? When Lin Yo heard the 12 ancestral witches' words, he opened his mouth and said with slight pride, This? When Mu Liyin Xia heard this answer, her gaze was a little dazed. She recalled 100 million years ago when she was ridiculed and discussed by the entire tribe because of her pregnancy. She was in a bad mood and brought her maidservant out for a walk. Under unexpected circumstances, she saved Wang Xian, who was on his last breath. At that time, she even said that it was a blessing for her son. A casual action actually created the current scene. A powerful Heaven Origin creator, a top-notch existence from other universes, was protecting her son. This caused her to have mixed feelings. In the sky, Jin Bao was also looking at Wang Xian with an astonished expression. He was also extremely astonished. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. A Heaven Origin creator from another universe was actually protecting the supreme treasure of their Six Paths universe. Wang. Right at this moment, an incomparably huge true treasure flew over from the front of the arena. The surrounding space shook. Jin Bao looked over and slightly frowned. I advise everyone to immediately get out of our Six Paths universe. Otherwise, I'll let you all be stained with blood here. Jin Bao's face was filled with killing intent as he growled in a low voice. The flying treasure opened a huge door and 4 figures stood there. The flying treasure was the Void Pagoda. Among the 4 figures, 2 of them were figures that Wang Xian was very familiar with. The Void Empire's Guardian Duke of the Void Universe, Duke of Heaven's Gate and Duke of Shining. Duke of Heaven's Gate and the rest swept a glance at the Golden Leopard. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they swept their gaze across the surrounding powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation. In the end, their eyes landed on Tianxi. Their eyes were burning with passion. However, when they saw Wang Xian beside Tianxi, their gaze froze slightly. "It's you, the Dragon King of the Nine Origin Universe's Dragon Palace." The Duke of Heaven's Gate stared at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Hee, long time no see." Wang Xian smiled when he saw them. If not for the fact that he was chased and injured by them, Wang Xian probably wouldn't have met Mu Lin or... "I didn't kill you last time. Looks like PLL have to kill you this time." The Duke of Heaven's Gate spoke with a face full of killing intent. "Oh? Only the four of you came to your void universe? If that's the case, I'm afraid that there will be a few of you left." Before Wang Xian could speak, the 12 ancestral witches looked at them and spoke indifferently. Faced with the void universe, the heaven origin creation realm powerhouses from the Nine Origin universe had always maintained a united front. If they dared to make a move against Wang Xian, the 12 ancestral sorcerers would also make a move. "You guys from the Nine Origin universe, do you really think that we are afraid of you?" Staring at the 12 ancestral sorcerers, Duke Xining spoke with a gloomy face. "You guys are talking too much nonsense." Wang Xian looked at the four heaven origin creation realm powerhouses from the void universe and said coldly, "Everyone stop stalling for time. The longer we delay, the more powerhouses will rush over. There is only one heaven origin creation realm powerhouse from the Six Paths universe here. With our strength, we can definitely fight against him. The heaven origin creation realm is a treasure. We will have to rely on our own abilities." Bai Keful scanned the surroundings and said loudly. There were 7 of them on their side and they still had the advantage in numbers. If they were to be in a stalemate, their chances of success would decrease. And there were more than 10 heavenly fate realm experts around them. Even if their strength was suppressed, it would still be easy for them to fight against the golden leopard. After all, there wasn't a single weakling that could come here. There were even quite a number of control realm experts among them. It wouldn't be a problem for them to suppress the golden leopard. When the rest of the heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses heard this, their eyes flashed. "Attack!" A heavenly Kismet realm powerhouse roared and waved his arm. A wave of energy directly attacked the golden leopard. "Attack!" When the other heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses saw this scene, they knew that they couldn't hesitate. They attacked at the same time and attacked the golden leopard in the sky. More than 10 heaven origin creation realm warriors launched their attacks at the same time, causing the golden leopard's expression to change slightly. He couldn't take the opponent's attack head-on. He could at most block 10 heaven origin creation realm warriors. "All of you deserve to die." The golden leopard's figure flashed and directly dodged to the side. However, the opponent's attacks covered a very large area. Once he dodged, the opponent might very likely take away the heaven origin creation true treasure that belonged to their Six Paths universe. Even at this time, they couldn't count on the Dragon King of the Nine Origin universe. After all, there were too many opponents. Whoosh! He waved his arm and took out a powerful chassis and threw it towards the arena. Facing the attacks of more than 10 heavenly Yuan creation realm warriors, the golden leopard quickly dodged. However, he also knew that the opponent's main target was the heavenly Yuan creation treasure. With a wave of his arm, a golden barrier covered the arena at a terrifying speed. The golden barrier landed on the arena and quickly began to expand. It enveloped the entire arena and all the disciples from the 6 paths of the universe. Pung ping ping. One by one, the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts flew towards the bottom of the arena. When they saw the golden shield enveloping the entire arena, their eyes focused. One by one, they launched their attacks, wanting to break through this defensive shield. However, this golden shield was, after all, a trump card of the golden leopard. Without the suppression of the power of the universe, its defense was extremely terrifying. As the attacks landed on it, the golden shield only trembled for a moment. "You guys really deserve to die." The golden leopard stared at it, its eyes filled with a sinister expression. Its gaze locked onto a figure that was also of the metal attribute. Its entire body drew out a golden light as it attacked the metal attribute heavenly fate realm expert. "Damn it! This golden leopard has locked onto me." When that metal attribute heavenly creation realm expert saw the scene, his expression changed slightly. Attack this golden leopard, he wants to break us one by one. He roared loudly and quickly dodged to the side. When the surrounding heavenly creation realm experts saw this scene, they frowned slightly. They hesitated for a moment and did not help that expert. They were pressed for time, and the most important thing was to get the heavenly origin creation true treasure. If time dragged on, and the Six Paths universe sent another heavenly origin creation realm warrior, then their chances of getting the true treasure would be even slimmer. Boom! 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 The heavenly origin creation realm warriors continued to attack the golden light shield. The terrifying attacks caused the golden light shield to tremble. Attack! On the Void Pagoda, for heavenly Yuan creation realm experts also attacked the golden light barrier. Duke Tianmen, I have a way to directly pass through this golden light barrier. A heavenly Yuan creation realm expert from the Void universe frowned when he saw that his attack only caused a slight ripple on the golden light barrier. No, that guy from the Nine Origin universe is inside. His strength is not weak. Duke of Heaven Gate shook his head and glanced at the situation inside the golden light barrier. He quickly scanned his surroundings. At the side, Jin Bao wanted to attack one by one. He was chasing after the metal-type heavenly Yuan creator. That heavenly Yuan creator did not hesitate at all. He immediately fled into the distance. Under such circumstances, Jin Bao did not dare to continue chasing after him. He could only lock onto the second heavenly Kismet realm expert. The defense of this golden light barrier is very strong. Attack one point of the golden light barrier together quickly. Duke of Heaven's Gate roared loudly. A wave of space energy circled a point on the golden light barrier. The power of space slicing shot towards the golden light barrier. Duke Shining and the other two heavenly Yuan creation realm experts also attacked that spot. Attack! Attack! The heavenly Yuan creation realm experts around also attacked that spot. This attack almost penetrated the entire world. All kinds of energy attacked the spot. Inside the golden light barrier, all the disciples of the Six Paths universe felt an endless chill when they saw this. If this defense is broken through, we might die under the pressure of these great beings. A universe ruler-level great being swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a face full of shock, "It was too terrifying." More than a dozen heaven origin creation realm great beings from other universes, this endless power made them feel terrified. Foster father, can this golden light barrier withstand their attacks? If they break through the defense, will they slaughter the people around them? Tianxi stood on the stage and was shocked when he saw this scene. These experts were all here for him. At this moment, he was a little worried about the Muli tribe. He was also a little worried that his family members and tribesmen would be affected. This is just the beginning. Once the golden shield is broken, just this pressure alone will be able to kill a weak master of the universe. As for the Muli tribe, I will get Lin Niu to take care of them, Wang Xian said to Tianxi. Wang Xian, sir, is this just the beginning? How many heaven origin creation stage powerhouses are there? Muli Tianxi's grandfather, who was at the back, trembled when he heard this. He asked in shock. There were a total of 16 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses around them. 16 of them. In their entire universe, there were only 3 of them. I don't know either. Wang Xian shook his head. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. I know. In our 9 origin universe, other than Lin Niu and I, there are still 7 powerhouses in the heavens origin realm who have yet to arrive. However, they should be arriving soon. As he spoke, he sensed a strong energy coming from the front. Another heavens origin creator is here. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at the location of the golden light shield. There were cracks there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky above the Earth City, more than 10 heavens origin creator powerhouses flew over this time. Golden leopard. Kill them all. Kill them all. An extremely angry voice came from behind the dozen of figures. The yellow earth that filled the sky was about to slowly devour the entire Earth City. There are too many enemies. How long will it take for the undead to rush over? Golden Leopard's eyes shone when he saw the arrival of Earth Sand City. However, when he sensed the dozen or so figures that were chasing after Earth Sand City, his expression sank again. When Earth Sand City was rushing over, he noticed a dozen or so Heaven Creation Realm powerhouses rushing towards Earth City. This infuriated him and he immediately launched an attack. However, these 10 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts tacitly counterattacked. As they counterattacked, they flew towards Earth City. According to their group of Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts, a large number of Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts were gathered here in Earth City. They already knew that the Heaven Origin Creation treasure had appeared in Earth City. Next, they would definitely rush over at the fastest speed possible. As more and more warriors gathered, the chances of obtaining the Heavenly Creation true treasure would become smaller. At this time, all the Heavenly Creation Realm warriors were working together in tacit understanding. They are already on their way here and are about to arrive. When the undead arrive, kill them all and chase them all away. Earth Sand City roared angrily. As long as we can tie down the two guys from Six Paths Universe, we can get the Heavenly Creation true treasure and attack them. The Heavenly Creation true treasure depends on our ability and luck. A Heavenly Creation true treasure chased by Earth Sand City roared loudly. The second Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouse from the Six Paths universe that had rushed over. Over 10 more Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses that had rushed over. This caused the entire scene to become abnormally chaotic. In the sky, Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses from other universes continuously attacked the two powerhouses from the Six Paths universe. There were also some powerhouses from the Heaven's Origin Realm who would attack the golden barrier below them from time to time. Cracks appeared. All the powerhouses' disciples from the Six Paths universe were trembling as they watched this scene. There were already 30 of them. There were already close to 30 powerhouses from the Heaven's Origin Realm. Any one of them was in existence who could wipe out a tribe with a wave of his hand. Yet there were 30 of them here today. They felt as though they were in hell. This was especially so for some of the strong disciples who were close to Wang Xian. Combined with what Wang Xian had said just now, they felt a chill down their spines. They were trembling. At this moment, they felt as though they were no different from ants. Young Master Wang Xian, will Tianxi be in danger? Mu Lino's body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and flew to Wang Xian's side. She grabbed Tianxi's hand and asked, "Don't worry, I'm here." Wang Xian looked at Mu Lin and nodded with a smile. This scene did not exceed his expectations. Looking over, Wang Xian noticed two familiar figures. Earth Sand City, we are defending above the arena. We can't let them get close. At this moment on the battlefield, the golden leopard sensed that there were cracks in the golden barrier. His expression changed slightly and he immediately shouted at Earth Sand City. Just now, he didn't dare to stand on the stage. Now that Sand City had arrived, he had this information. Sand City was an Earth Elemental Heavenly Creation Realm expert, and in terms of defense, it far surpassed Heavenly Creation Realm experts of the same level. In comparison, his attack power was slightly weaker. Good. Sand City let out a wild roar and his entire body transformed into an incomparably huge giant that stood tall between heaven and earth. He directly flew towards the sky above the golden light barrier and stood tall above it. The golden leopard immediately flew onto Earth Sand City's body. Attack them. Break through this defensive barrier. The Heavenly Yuan Creation treasure is inside. When Bai Fu Sheng saw so many Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts arriving, his eyes turned blood red as he roared, "Attack!" The experts from the void space also focused their gazes and attacked Earth Sand City and the golden leopard from the Six Paths universe. Around 30 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm powerhouses attacked the Sand City and the golden leopard. When they saw this terrifying attack, they took a deep breath. The center of heaven and earth, the holy beyond the law. The Sand City let out a low roar and the surrounding soil covered him, forming a huge giant beyond the law. This giant was half the size of the Earth City. The golden leopard used offense as defense and attacked the attacks in front of him. A golden cheetah's figure devoured the sky and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The alien giant's figure was covered by the attacks, and it let out an intense rumbling sound. The soil covered the entire sky. We can't hold on for long. Earth Sand City, which was under the attack of nearly 30 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses,
changed its expression slightly, and growled in a low voice.
The undead are almost here.
Jin Bao took out a treasure and inspected it before growling in a low voice.
However, in the next moment his pupils constricted slightly.
On the treasure in his hand, not only did it show the location of the undead, there were also over 40 red dots.
Each red dot represented a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert. Damn it, there are actually so many Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts that have entered our universe.
The golden leopard's heart sank.
Boom, 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 boom,
boom. Around 30 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts continued to attack them. Once they dodged, the golden light barrier below would be instantly destroyed. Even all the expert disciples around the arena would be instantly killed. And here, there were most of the elite disciples of their Six Paths universes. Hand over the Heavenly Yuan Creation True Treasure, or all the disciples of the Six Paths universes will die. Bai Kefu Shang roared angrily when he saw the two Heavenly Yuan Creation True Treasures blocking their attacks. Six Paths universes, don't even think about taking over the Heavenly Yuan Creation True Treasure. I advise you not to seek your own death. Otherwise, your Six Paths universes will suffer.
Another Heavenly Yuan Creation Great being threatened.
This made the expressions of Sand City and Golden Leopard extremely ugly.
Boom,
boom, boom, boom,
boom, boom. The dead battle spirits.
At this moment, 3 enormous coffins appeared in the sky not far away. The coffins quickly opened and 3 terrifying figures flew out. Do you really think that our Six Paths universe is easy to bully? Fight! Between heaven and earth, a murderous aura quickly formed. Even the surrounding yellow sand quickly disappeared.
Undead, let's work together and kill them. Even if we don't want the Heavenly Yuan Creation True Treasure, we have to leave a dozen of them behind.
Golden Leopard saw the appearance of the undead and saw the undead fighting with more than 40 Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts in front of him. His face was filled with anger as he roared.
At this moment, their hearts were filled with anger.
This was totally bullying them. All right, killing them will be a huge resource. The undead replied loudly.
The Six Paths universe is not as weak as I imagined.
Wang Xian, who was standing in the middle of the arena, saw that the 3 Heaven Origin Creator level powerhouses from the Six Paths universe had arrived. When he saw the strength of the undead-type Heaven Origin Creator level powerhouse, he revealed an astonished expression. The Golden Leopard from the Six Paths universe and Sand City had just stepped into the Heaven Origin Creator level.
They were not as strong as him. However, this undead was very strong.
He had summoned 3 powerhouses who had just stepped into the Heaven Origin Creator level.
Coupled with his own strength, he was comparable to an existence at the control level.
Foster Father, will the 3 lords from our Six Paths universe be their opponents? Tianzi, who was standing at the side, could not help but ask when he saw the last powerhouse of the Six Paths universe coming.
The strength of your Six Paths universe is stronger than I expected. Whether or not you can withstand it will depend on the trump cards of both parties and the other powerhouses. Whether or not they are willing to use their trump cards, overall you are still at a disadvantage.
Wang Xian said. Looking at it now, the Six Paths universe was equivalent to 7 powerhouses who had just entered the Heaven's Origin manifestation level. As for the other universes, there were more than 70 Heavenly Kismet Realm powerhouses.
However, if these 70-plus Heavenly Kismet Realm powerhouses used their powerful trump cards, the 3 Heavenly Kismet Realm powerhouses from the Six Paths universe were still no match for them.
This was because the trump cards of these 3 powerhouses were definitely not as many as the 70-plus Heavenly Kismet Realm powerhouses. Boom! Boom boom!
Terrifying explosions resounded in the sky above the Earth City arena. Above them, Golden Leopard and Sand City were fighting against close to 30 Heaven Creation Realm powerhouses. The undead alone was fighting against 40 Heaven Creation Realm powerhouses. Because this was Earth City, Sand City had a natural advantage. In addition, the group of Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were also afraid that the Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses from the Six Paths universe would single-handedly kill them. Hence, they were a little afraid.
This resulted in a balanced situation in the battle. However, from Wang Xian's point of view, This balance was short-lived. There are more than 70 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses from various universes. All of them are here for the Heaven Origin Creation treasure. This scene is really spectacular. Lin Yo stood beside Wang Xian. His gaze swept across the surroundings as he said with a slight sigh. Among these Heaven Origin Creation stage powerhouses, there were many existences at the control level. On the other hand, the existences at the Great Tao level had yet to appear. If the Great Tao level powerhouses were in the Six Paths universe, they would not have much of an advantage. No matter what level they were at, as long as they entered the Six Paths universe, the strength they unleashed would definitely not be able to reach the Heaven Origin Creation stage. All of them were suppressed to below the level of the Heaven's Origin manifestation. This also caused the Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouses at this level to not come over. For example, the fallen Shadow Devil Emperor did not come in again after being wiped out by the power of the universe. It's time to make a move. Wang Xian stood at the side and flexed his wrist. A faint smile appeared on his face. Just now, Wang Xian and the rest had killed a water element Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouse. The corpse of a water elemental Tianyuan creator along with some resources in his hands. To the Dragon Palace, this was a huge amount of resources. Even during the calamity, it was exceptionally difficult to kill a Tianyuan creator. For example, during the war between the Nine Origin universe and the Void universe in the last Calamity War, not a single Tianyuan creator died. Of course, this kind of death was a true death. But among the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts, there were only 6 who were killed once. 3 from each universe. Among them, Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor killed 2. This kind of killing, the other party could have treasures to resurrect. To truly kill a Heaven Origin Creation Realm expert, it was too difficult. If he could kill them, each corpse would be a huge resource. He scanned his surroundings and revealed a confident expression. I hope he has a bloodline or something. Lin Yo mumbled. If he could kill a Heaven's Origin creator with a bloodline or something, it would increase his strength. Whoosh! At this moment, a rope suddenly flew towards Tianxi on the stage. A strange rope directly passed through the defenses of the Golden Leopard and Sand City. A Heaven's Origin creator is using his means. Wang Xian's eyes focused when he saw this scene. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the rope. Lin Yo, who was at the side, also made his move and grabbed at the rope. The Heaven's Origin creator who was controlling the rope had just rushed over. He didn't know that Wang Xian and the rest were beside Tianxi. When he saw Wang Xian and Lin Yo making their move, his expression changed slightly. Bang! Wang Xian and Lin Yo made their move. They grabbed the rope in their hands in an attempt to control it. Buzz! However, the rope disappeared in an instant. What's going on? There's a Heaven's Origin creator at the spot below. Isn't he a powerhouse from the Six Paths universe? The heavenly creation great being took back the rope and shouted loudly with a face full of surprise. The rope in his hand was a trump card. He was prepared to use it to snatch the heavenly creation true treasure. In the end, he did not expect that the youth who was hiding the heavenly creation true treasure actually had 2 heavenly creation great beings guarding him. There's a foolish fellow who wants to protect the youth who has the heavenly creation true treasure. He wants to obtain the heavenly creation true treasure and also wants to kill him. Bai Kafu Shang's gaze swept over as he roared with a gloomy face. Now, the chances of him obtaining the heavenly Yuan destiny true treasure were too small. His words also attracted the attention of all the heavenly Yuan destiny realm great beings. Use your trump card to attack and suppress the 3 fellows from the Six Paths universe. Heavenly Gate Duke from the Void universe looked around with killing intent as he roared loudly. Boom! 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 At the surrounding area, a group of heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses immediately released powerful attacks and suppressed Golden Leopard and Sand City. However, the surrounding heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouses would not take out their trump cards. Their trump cards were used to obtain heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm supreme treasures. They did not take them out at this moment. At the side, more than 40 heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts gradually led the battlefield to this side. This was to make it easier for them to obtain the heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm treasure. Duke Tianmen's face darkened when he saw that the surrounding heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts didn't care about him at all and only increased their attack power slightly. There were absolutely no fools who could become heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts. All of them were human spirits. If it wasn't for the sake of obtaining the ultimate treasure in the Heaven's Origin Realm, no one would use their trump card. Buzz. However, in the arena, Tianxi, who was standing beside Wang Xian, suddenly had red eyes. His body moved and he flew towards a direction at his fastest speed. Ha! When Wang Xian saw this scene, his gaze focused slightly. He waved his arm and a wave of energy enveloped him, fixing him in front of him. Following that, Wang Xian's palm landed on his body and the branches of the ancestral tree entered his body. The soul-returning tree branch trembled slightly, causing his eyes to clear up. Tianxi's body paused as he looked at Wang Xian with a stunned expression. Foster father, what happened to me just now? Tianxi asked in astonishment. I've been controlled. You have to be careful from now on. The attacks of these powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Realm are very strange and they have countless means. It's impossible to guard against them. Wang Xian frowned slightly and said, with a move of his palm, the roots of the ancestral tree extended into Tianxi's body and connected with the divine tree in his body. The pressure from the 6 universes disappeared completely. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. There were more than 70 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses around him. Many of them had strange and unpredictable methods and all kinds of trump cards. Wang Xian might not be able to guard against these trump cards. In fact, if they wanted to kill Tianxi, it would be very easy. At this moment, Wang Xian had to be on his guard. The suppression of the 6 universes had disappeared, and the branches of the ancestral tree were still in Tianxi's body. Wang Xian stood there and watched the battle in front of him quietly. Very soon, there would be a strong cultivator in the Heaven's Origin Realm who could not hold back anymore. At that time, it was time for him to make his move. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky, a Heaven's Origin creator wanted to control Heaven's gift. In the next 10 seconds, all kinds of energy waves penetrated through the defenses of the Golden Leopard and Sand City and landed around Heaven's gift. However, this time all the energy waves were blocked by Wang Xian. This caused some of the Heaven's Origin powerhouses who were secretly attacking in the sky to frown. They did not suspect Wang Xian, even though they knew that Wang Xian was also a Heaven's Origin powerhouse. It seems that the Heaven's Origin treasure has a special energy. They attributed the failure of their abilities to the Heaven's Origin treasure in their bodies. The battle continued. The terrifying battle caused the great beings, disciples from the 6 Paths universe, to be filled with fear and horror. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. The terrifying energy fluctuations around them made them realize that they couldn't even mobilize the energy around them. Some of the treasures that could make them teleport directly lost their effects due to the strong energy disturbance. It was as if they were in the center of hell. They prayed that the flames of hell would not descend on them. All the experts at the peak of the universe's ruler realm gathered together to support their energy. They were ready to defend themselves at any time. However, at this moment, the experts at the peak of the universe's ruler realm were gathered. The experts from the dead tribe focused their gaze. They looked at where Wang Xian and Tianxi were and immediately flew over. Greetings, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The 3 experts who were at the peak of the dead tribe's dominator realm flew to Wang Xian's side and greeted him respectfully. When Wang Xian saw them flying over, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at them indifferently. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, we have already sent all the information here to our Lord of the Dead. Our Lord said that they won't be able to hold on for long. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, do you have any backup plans? Can you protect the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan? The tribal patriarch of the dead tribe continued to speak to Wang Xian. Tell the dead that the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan destiny belongs to my godson, Mu Litian. It belongs to him naturally. Wang Xian looked at them and spoke. It's you, Dragon King. The 3 top-notch masters of the dead tribe immediately responded respectfully. They didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who came from the 9 Origin universe. So what if the Black Earth Tribe could kill the peak stage master of the Black Earth Tribe? This master had even killed an existence in the heavenly Yuan realm just now. Their hearts were beating violently as they spoke to him carefully.
The three experts of the dead tribe immediately sent a message to the undead through their special method.
In the sky, the undead received the message from his subordinate. His eyes were sparkling. He had thought of today's situation. However, he didn't expect Wang Xian to exist. He didn't expect that there was a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm from another universe who didn't take away the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm. Instead, he helped the young man who had the ultimate
Heaven's Origin realm. Instead, he helped the young man who had the ultimate
treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm to grow up. Instead, he protected him. This was something he had never thought of. But the current situation, this kind of situation, was a good thing for their Six Paths universe. The heavenly creation true treasure belonged to the disciples of their Six Paths universe, and it would always belong to their Six Paths universe. The only pity was that they did not obtain the heavenly creation true treasure. If today was not such a situation, even if the heavenly creation true treasure belonged to the disciples of their Six Paths universe, he would have ordered them to hand it over. He would have even killed him and taken the heavenly Yuan creation treasure. But now the situation was different. Moreover, he guessed that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace must have a backup plan. Otherwise, he would have taken the young man away.
What a lucky young man. He was born to be a heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouse. He was a little envious. He immediately transmitted his voice, tell the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace that his foster son, Mu Lishiansi, is a disciple of the Six Paths universe and also our disciple. The heavenly Yuan creation treasure was born to him and will be his in the future.
We will protect him and help him grow to the heavenly Yuan creation realm. We will repay him generously in the future. Lord Dragon King, our Lord of the Dead, has said that Mu Lishiansi is a disciple of our Six Paths universe. He is the disciple of the Lord of the Dead. The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan belongs to him. In the future, we will protect him and help him grow to the Tianyuan realm.
We will repay you generously. The three powerful warriors of the dead tribe reported to Wang Xian in shock.
In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples of the tribe were shocked when they heard the words of the tribe of the dead.
They looked at Tianci in unison as their eyes sparkled.
What did this sentence mean? It meant that Muli Tianci would be one of the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin creation in their Six Paths universe in the future. He would be one of the top powerhouses in their universe. He would be an existence that they had to kneel down to. I don't care about the promises of your Six Paths universe. If you have any evil intentions, I will destroy all the living beings in your Six Paths universe and let the undead resist as many as they can. The current situation is still under control. Furthermore, Tianci has exposed himself because of the incident with the Shen Tu tribe. Give me an explanation. Wang Xian smiled faintly and continued to speak to them.
The current situation was still under control. As for the other 6 universes, Wang Xian was not very worried. Not to mention that Tianci could be resurrected if he died.
In the future, as long as he revealed his strength, he would not dare to make any moves against Tianci.
If they dared to make any moves against him, with the power of the Dragon Palace, they would be able to wipe out all the living beings in the 6 universes in the future. In fact, as long as Wang Xian was given some time, he would be able to wipe out all the living beings in the 6 paths of the universe. This was his confidence.
When the 3 experts from the tribe of the dead heard Wang Xian's words, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Talking to such an expert who was so powerful that he could wipe out all the living beings in the universe made them a little fearful.
They nodded and immediately passed the message to the undead. When the undead heard Wang Xian's message, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
He didn't doubt whether Wang Xian was bluffing or not.
He knew that this was a powerful universe with existences at the level of Great Tao in the 9 Origin universe.
It was completely incomparable to their 6 Paths universe. The other party might really have the ability to cause the lives of the living beings in their 6 Paths universe to be in dire straits. He wasn't angry at this threat at all. The other party wanted their 6 Paths universe's disciple to become a heavenly fate powerhouse and possess a heavenly fate treasure, even if this disciple was his foster son.
But he was still a member of their 6 Paths universe. His root was ultimately in the Six Paths universe. This was an extremely lucky thing for the entire universe.
This was enough. Lord Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, our Lord of the Dead Souls has said that we will become friends with you in the future. As for the incident of someone bullying a future heaven origin creator, we will naturally have to pay a heavy price.
The Liao clan of the Black Earth tribe has been exterminated. Lord Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and Lord Mu Lishiansi, are you satisfied?
Faced with Wang Xian's words, the undead passed the news directly to the 3 strongest masters of the undead tribe and instructed them to pass it on to Wang Xian. This was the undead's explanation to Wang Xian and the rest. This was also the best solution for the Six Paths universe. As for Liao Fei and the Liao clan of the Xian Tu tribe, they were simply courting death.
Relying on their own status and strength, they wanted to bully others. Under normal circumstances, they did have the capital.
But this time they had kicked an iron plate. At this moment, after the 3-peak ruler realm experts of the dead tribe finished speaking, from the side, cries of surprise could be heard from the Black Earth tribe. Liao Feiyu's grandfather, the Liao clan's peak ruler realm expert. After hearing this, their bodies trembled violently. Lord Undead Lord, we are disciples of the Black Earth tribe. We don't belong to the Lord Undead Lord.
Liao Feiyu's grandfather's eyes widened as he said with a terrified expression, "You dare to attack the future heavenly Yuan creation realm expert, no one can save you." The peak stage sovereign realm expert of the undead tribe said with a cold expression, No, why do you want to kill us?
You can't kill us. Elders, you can't kill us.
Liao Feiyu looked at the elders and shouted in fear.
This matter clearly has nothing to do with us. It's Liao Feiyu's family's actions. Why should the entire Liao family be responsible?
Some experts from the Liao family of the Black Earth tribe said with fear and unwillingness.
This is the words of our Lord Undead Lord. Lord Tu shouldn't refuse. Moreover, even if Lord Mu Lishiansi wants to destroy your Black Earth tribe, I don't think Lord Tu will refuse.
The 3 peak stage sovereign realm experts of the dead tribe looked over and said coldly. In the current situation, it was obvious that the Lord Undead had a request from the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. As for what he was asking for, it was very obvious.
They were currently fighting against more than 70 Heavenly Fate realm powerhouses, so it was obvious that they couldn't hold on.
And if they couldn't hold on, all the powerful disciples of the Six Paths Universe's tribes would die here. There might even be something even more terrifying. So what if the Liao clan sacrificed the Black Earth tribe?
Moreover, Mu Lishiansi now had a Heavenly Fate-level foster father and a powerful background. He would definitely be able to become a Heavenly Fate-level powerhouse in the future. If the Liao clan offended him now, when he broke through to become a Heavenly Fate-level powerhouse in the future, would the Black Earth tribe have an easy time? In addition, he had a Heavenly Fate Supreme Treasure on him. In the future, even the Lord of Sand City wouldn't be his match. If he did not destroy you now, who would he destroy? If he did not destroy the entire Black Earth tribe, it would be considered good.
When all the powerful disciples of the Black Earth tribe heard this, their expressions changed.
Especially the powerful disciples of the Liao family. Their faces were filled with despair and death.
They never thought that Liao Feiyu would actually bring them a disaster. All the Xian Earth tribe's Liao clan disciples, kill yourselves.
Over at the Xian Earth tribe, an expert at the peak of the ruler realm had a drastic change in expression as he said, "Just now, our Lord Tianyuan creation also gave this order."
The words of this expert from the Xian Earth tribe once again caused the bodies of all the Liao clan disciples to tremble violently. Godfather, forget it. Among the Liao clan of the Xian Tu tribe, only Liao Feiyu and the rest have a grudge against me. The rest have not provoked me either. Mu Lishiansi's eyebrows twitched violently when he saw the scene.
This was the first time he had encountered such an act of wiping out an entire clan so easily. This caught him off guard and made him feel a little uncomfortable. A strong person should not be merciful to his enemies. A wildfire cannot be extinguished and a spring breeze will come again. However, you can make your own decision on this matter. Godfather respects your choice. When Wang Xian heard Tianxi's words, he looked at him and spoke.
Foster father, I might still need to get used to it. Other than Liao Feiyu and the rest, let's forget about the rest. Tianxi nodded his head. After pondering for a moment, he continued to speak to Wang Xian.
All right, Wang Xian nodded his head. Thank you, Lord Mu Litianxi. Why aren't you all thanking Lord Mu Litianxi? When the peak stage ruler of the Black Earth tribe heard Tianxi's words, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He quickly thanked Tianxi and berated the Liao clan's disciples. Thank Lord Mu Litianxi for not killing us. The Liao clan's disciples quickly lowered their heads and thanked him loudly. Tianxi was a little absent-minded when he saw this scene. The experts from the Liao clan who wanted to kill him and bullied him just now actually wanted to thank him for not killing him.
All the experts from the surrounding tribes were also a little shocked and absent-minded when they saw the scene.
Who would have thought that the battle between Mu Litianxi and the Black Earth tribe's Liao clan would cause so many huge changes? It would be such an outcome. They looked at the young boy with a twinkle in their eyes.
Today's matter could be passed peacefully, and this young boy looked down on them. And they would also worship him. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, our Lord of the Undead, has sent news that a group of Heavenly Fate realm experts are using their trump cards. They won't be able to stop so many experts. At this moment, the 3 peak stage rulers of the dead tribe at the side hurriedly spoke up.
Resist as many as they can.
Wang Xian spoke to them.
Yes, my lord.
The 3 peak stage rulers immediately responded.
Breakthrough. After obtaining the Heaven Origin Creation Treasure, we will kill that guy from the 9 Origin Universe.
Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, 2 figures flew over from the sky at a rapid speed.
In the Void Universe, the Heaven's Gate Duke and the other Heaven's Origin Creation Realm powerhouse broke through the defense of the Golden Leopard from the Sand City and teleported over instantly. Boom! Boom! When they rushed over, there were 2 figures flying over in a strange way from the left. Apart from that, Wang Xian also sensed a cloud of sand coming from underground. The Heaven's Origin powerhouses with special abilities could no longer hold it in.
They used special methods to attack Tianxi.
Lin Yo, do it.
Wang Xian sensed the scene and narrowed his eyes slightly.
Buzz. The moment Wang Xian spoke to the unicorn, the same root was connected to the body of the unicorn.
The entire same root was connected to Wang Xian, Tianxi, and the unicorn.
In addition, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the 5 Elements Millstone in Wang Xian's hands were also connected to the same root. The suppression from the 6 universes had all disappeared.
Boom! Wang Xian took a light step on the ground. A terrifying earth elemental energy formed a cage and attacked the sand-covered shadow on the ground.
He raised his head and waved his arm. The fragments of the starfield enveloped the surroundings and rapidly expanded into the shape of a planet. A strong suction force sucked all the powerful disciples from the 6 universes into the planet. Exclamations rang out. Countless strong disciples from the 6 universe tribes were sucked into the planet, including Tianxi, who was also standing on top of the planet. The planet was suspended in the sky behind Wang Xian. His gaze was fixed on the Duke of Heaven's Gate, who was rushing over, as well as another strong disciple from the Void Universe. You want to stop us? You're courting death.
When the Duke of Heaven's Gate saw Wang Xian making a move, his eyes revealed a cold and sinister look.
He moved his hand and a small knife appeared in his hand. The small knife slashed directly in Wang Xian's direction. Whoosh! 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 The Duke of Heaven's Gate and the other Void Universe powerhouse immediately increased their speed. In the surrounding area, one of the 2 figures took out a treasure that looked like a swamp and threw it at the Lin Yu. Wait for them to get closer. When Wang Xian saw their attack, he immediately transmitted his voice to the Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as he nodded his head.
Earlier, the strength that Wang Xian used did not exceed that of the Heaven's Origin realm.
He was waiting for them to get closer.
In the face of such an expert, even if Wang Xian and the rest had already lost the suppression of the power of the universe, they still had to be fully confident.
The spatial attribute small knife instantly arrived beside Wang Xian. Wang Xian hurriedly dodged and blocked it.
He put some distance between his body and the planet behind him. The unicorn ox's single horn emitted a radiance and released a stream of energy to meet the swamp-like treasure.
He only used 1/10 of his strength. The ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin is mine. In an instant, the 4 Heaven's Origin powerhouses broke through the defense line of Wang Xian and the unicorn ox. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another figure flew out from the ground and attacked Tianxi on the planet as well. Ha ha ha! The ultimate treasure of Tianyuan belongs to my old devil. While all the tribal powerhouses on the planet were looking at this scene in horror. Among the tribal powerhouses, a figure suddenly exploded and a powerhouse with a terrifying aura appeared from his body. This powerhouse's pitch-black claws were clawing towards Tianxi. In addition, one of the tribe's disciples had a change in expression. He was also attacking Tianxi at a terrifying speed. The tribe's powerhouse's disciples around him were instantly killed by the terrifying energy fluctuations. In an instant, 2 Tianyuan manifestation powerhouses appeared from the bodies of the Six Paths Universe tribe's powerhouses disciples. This strange and powerful method was something that Wang Xian had never expected. However, the 7 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm attacked Tianxi. Wang Xian did not panic at all. Instead, he revealed a faint smile on his face. The 7 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm were already very close to Tianxi. Wang Xian was also very close to them. Boom! His mind jolted. The planet that was formed from the fragments of the entire galaxy exploded into a ball of fog instantly. Lost planet. This was a special planet within the fragment of the galaxy. Could create a powerful environment. Once the weaker ones were hit, they would be lost in the illusion. In addition, the powerhouses who were in the illusion might suffer fatal attacks from the outside. This lost planet was not of much use to the strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm. However, these 7 strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm were already below the level of the Heaven's Origin realm when they were suppressed in the Six Paths universe. Furthermore, Wang Xian possessed the strength of the Heaven's Origin realm. One person could fight against or even kill more than a dozen of them. Under such circumstances, Wang Xian controlled the lost planet and instantly caused the 7 strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm to feel the changes in their surroundings. Their surroundings had turned into mirrors. Their faces were in the mirrors. There were countless mirrors around them and countless disciples. What's going on? The sudden change made the 7 powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm slightly shocked. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Duke of Heaven's Gate's pupils constricted slightly as well. He quickly swept his gaze across the surroundings. In his line of sight, his companion had already disappeared. There were mirrors all around him. His appearance was all over the mirrors. Illusion? A special treasure? Space tremor. He growled and the power of space rushed towards his surroundings. When the space tremor attacked his surroundings, a familiar scream was heard. When Wang Xian saw that his trap had succeeded, a smile appeared on his face. Duke of Heaven's Gate and his companion were still in the same position. His AoE attack landed directly on his companion. The powerful attack made his companion let out a scream. Wang Xian's body moved. His speed was comparable to their teleportation speed. He arrived in front of this Heaven's Origin creator in the Void universe. With a move of his palm, a huge dragon claw enveloped him directly. The terrifying power of death instantly passed through his body and killed him completely. Duke of Heaven's Gate's expression changed drastically when he heard this scream. He hurriedly used his energy to protect his body and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Crack, crack, crack. In the next second, he felt that all the mirrors around him were shattered. A terrifying claw covered it. The claw contained energy that could seal everything. It also contained the threat of death. His heart pounded violently. He wanted to escape. However, there was a huge gap between his current strength and Wang Xian's. A branch was sent into his body to prevent him from using special treasures to escape. Following that, Wang Xian clenched his palm. A miserable scream rang out. The life force of Duke of Heaven's Gate was instantly extinguished. A spatial attribute powerhouse with the ability to control was easily killed by Wang Xian. The suppression of the universe, the sudden sneak attack, and the 2 Void universe powerhouses who were caught off guard. All kinds of conditions were added together, causing Wang Xian to kill 2 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses consecutively. At the side, Lin Yo also launched a fatal attack on the other few powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm. The current situation was similar to a powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin realm launching a sneak attack on a powerhouse at the peak of the ruler realm. How could he defend himself before he could react? He couldn't defend at all. a powerful horn and terrifying claws. When Wang Xian was attacking the two Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses in the Void Universe,
Lin Yo also launched an attack.
the sudden attack completely caught the two Heaven Origin Creation Stage powerhouses off guard. On the other side, the Five Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate also launched an attack. Above the Five Elements Millstone, 5 divine dragons gathered together to form a 5-colored divine dragon that attacked a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc turned into a Yin-Yang divine dragon and attacked as well. It attacked at the same time. It was an attack that could kill instantly.
However, when the Tai Chi Dragon Disc's attack landed on the 1-meter-tall
Elder, the Elder's skin cracked and he blocked the Tai Chi Dragon Disc's attack.
Following that, the old man's face was filled with fear as his figure quickly disappeared.
A ray of light pierced through the sky.
Even so, Wang Xian, Lin Yo, and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate's attacks were all successful.
The 5 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses were instantly killed by them. Screams of pain rang out. There were a total of 7 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses who had used special methods to attack Tianxi and wanted to obtain the Heaven Origin Creation treasure. When the last Tianyuan creator heard this terrifying voice, his pupils constricted slightly and his face revealed a look of astonishment. Without any hesitation, he used his trump card to escape and escaped from this place in an instant.
Wang Xian looked at the Tianyuan creator and did not pursue him.
The Tianyuan creator who was able to come here all had powerful trump cards. If they wanted to escape, it would be extremely difficult for Wang Xian to chase after them. Therefore, the 7th powerhouse who was in the Heaven's Origin realm managed to escape. He looked at the 5 corpses of the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm with a hint of excitement on his face. The value of these corpses added together was even higher than a complete corpse in the Heaven's Origin realm.
A complete corpse is a corpse in the Heaven's Origin realm that cannot be resurrected when it is truly dead, especially when 2 of the corpses were the corpses of a Heaven Origin creator who was at the control level.
Wang Xian waved his arm and kept them away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Ha! This is... On the planet that was a fragment of the starfield, the powerful disciples of the 6 Paths universe widened their eyes when they saw this scene.
The people on the Lost Planet were not affected by the energy emitted from the Lost Planet. They only saw the 7 heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses that were attacking Mu Lishiansi suddenly stop in their tracks. Then, Mu Lishiansi's foster father, the Dragon King, and the others began to attack quickly. 5 heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses were killed, and 2 escaped.
This shocked them greatly.
The 3 lords of the 6 Paths universe had not been able to kill a single heavenly Kismet realm powerhouse during this period of time. And this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had already killed 6.
Mu Lishiansi's foster father and the others are so strong, they're simply too strong.
Yeah, I didn't expect that Mu Lishiansi would have such luck. Not only did he have a Tianyuan creator's treasure, but he also had such a powerful foster father to protect him.
This is because Mu Leonor is kinder. If she hadn't saved the injured Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, Mu Lishiansi would have been killed long ago without the protection of a powerhouse.
It's mainly because the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is more loyal. Even a powerhouse of this level has a resurrection treasure. But the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace gave up the powerful Tianyuan Destiny treasure because of this favor. It's really admirable. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others are too strong. Mu Lishiansi shouldn't be in any danger this time. On the Lost Planet, the powerful disciples of the major tribes kept discussing. They even deliberately praised the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and Mu Lean Air. Everyone understood the situation before them. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had once again killed 5 heavenly Yuan creation realm powerhouses. With his terrifying strength, it should not be a problem for him to protect Mu Lishiansi.
Then, Mu Lishiansi would be the heavenly Yuan creation realm lord of their 6 Paths universe in the future.
At this time, they naturally had to curry favor with him.
When the 7 Tianyuan creation powerhouses suddenly passed through the defenses of the Sand City's undead and attacked the Tianyuan creation supreme treasure,
the surrounding Tianyuan creation powerhouses were a little impatient as they stared at it closely. However, When they saw the 5 Tianyuan creation powerhouses suddenly being killed and the 2 Tianyuan creation powerhouses fleeing, they were slightly shocked and had an incredulous expression on their faces. 5 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses had been attacked. This was 5 of them.
Among them, there were even 2 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses from the Void universe.
What was going on? Damn Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. You guys are able to unleash all of your strength. How can you guys not be suppressed by the 6 Paths universe? Duke Xining stared at Wang Xian's position. When he saw that Duke Tianmen and his other companion were actually killed, his expression changed drastically. He shouted in shock and anger.
Even if they were in the 6 Paths universe, it was exceptionally difficult for them to kill them. Just like how Wang Xian was able to escape after being chased for so long.
However, now that 5 of them were killed, there was only one possibility. Those who possessed true strength could launch a sneak attack and kill them instantly.
This made it so that none of his trump cards could be used. Otherwise, there was no second possibility.
Duke Xining's words caused the eyes of all the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts to freeze slightly.
Dragon King, do you want to protect this Heaven Origin Creation treasure?
Protect that youth. Among the Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts, the Elven Empress of the 9 Origin Universe, the Hetian Saint, the Emperor of the Phoenix, and Patriarch Black Tortoise were among them. They did not retreat to the side and did not make a move like the 12 ancestral warlocks did. They still had some thoughts regarding the Heaven Origin Destiny Realm treasure. Now that they saw that Wang Xian could actually unleash the true strength of a Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouse, they frowned slightly and immediately transmitted their voice to Wang Xian. Yes, everyone, stop fighting. You can't get it. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and said confidently. Following that, his gaze landed on the undead and the rest. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. We can send another 10 Heaven Origin powerhouses over and let them fight over it. All right.
The undead's eyes flickered as he looked at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with astonishment.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was able to resist the suppression of the 6 universes even though he did not know what method he used.
But this also meant that the Dragon King and the others could truly fight against them. They could easily wreak havoc in their 6 paths of the universe.
Such an existence definitely couldn't be their enemy. Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts, which 10 of you want to obtain the Heavenly Yuan Creation treasure? I won't stop you. The undead's gaze swept across the Heavenly Yuan Creation Realm experts as he spoke indifferently.
Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm powerhouses, which 10 of you want to obtain the Heavenly Yuan Creation treasure?
I cannot stop you.
The voice of the undead sounded in the sky above Earth City. He glanced at the Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm powerhouses around him and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His face was full of mockery.
Around him, more than 60 Heavenly Yuan Creator Realm powerhouses heard this and their faces sank. There was a 99% chance that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wouldn't be suppressed by the 6 Paths universe.
Although the scene of him attacking just now was blocked by the mirror image so they couldn't see the inside.
However, the Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouse beside him shouldn't be suppressed by the 6 Paths universe either. Under such circumstances, 10 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses against 2 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses who weren't suppressed. There was no way to fight them.
They were completely no match for them.
Only 20 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses could contend against them. There was another problem. Now, there were only 60 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses. They were already at a disadvantage.
In the past 20 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses, the remaining 40 or so were completely no match for the 3 Heaven Origin Creation Realm powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe.
Everyone has been searching for 100 million years in the 6 Paths universe. No one is willing to give up at this time. Everyone, use your trump cards and use all your trump cards. Otherwise, it's impossible to obtain the Heaven Origin Creation Realm treasure. Use your trump cards and give it a try. Bai Kufu Saint looked at this scene with an unwilling expression. With a move of his palm, a bright picture scroll appeared in the sky above him, exuding a terrifying power. This was a powerful trump card of his. Since he said this, then he had to take out his trump card first.
He had to take out his strongest attack and give it a try.
The eyes of the surrounding heavenly Kismet realm experts flickered slightly, and their faces revealed a hesitant expression.
They were also a little hesitant. They believed that if all the experts took out their powerful trump cards, they would still be able to fight. There was even a high chance of success.
However, it was only a hope.
Some of the ultimate trump cards of the strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm could only be used once.
This would depend on whether they were willing to use it or not.
Linyu, protect Tianxi, and attack. Kill more of the strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm.
However, just as Bai Kefu Sheng finished his sentence, Wang Xian roared and instantly attacked Bai Kefu Sheng. It was better to strike first. The various attacks from the group of Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses were very strange. Wang Xian did not want to defend passively. If he could take the lead and kill a few more Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses, he would have profited greatly in this trip to the 6 paths of the universe. Roar!
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 When Wang Xian flew out, he immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon.
His gigantic body exuded an endless holy majesty. The dragon's roar resounded across the sky of the 6 paths of the universe. The 5 elements grinding on the top of his head and the Tai Chi dragon circling around him. The roar of the divine dragon sounded in the 6 paths of the universe for the first time.
Attack! Kill them!
How dare you act so presumptuously in our 6 paths of the universe? Pay the price. When the undead saw that Wang Xian was about to start a war and hunt down the Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses, he focused his gaze and roared loudly.
For the past 100 million years, the Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses from the other universes had wantonly entered their territory, causing their hearts to burn with rage.
Now it was time for them to start their counterattack. The 3 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe instantly launched their attacks.
The Dragon Palace Dragon King has been following that Heaven Origin creation treasure youngster for close to 100 million years to hunt down those 2 fellows from the Void universe. He must be 100% prepared. It's basically impossible for him to obtain the Heaven Origin creation stage treasure.
Let's wipe out the Void universe.
The 12 ancestral warlocks' eyes flickered when they saw the scene. They looked at the other Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts in the 9 Origin universe and immediately sent a voice transmission.
The Elven Empress, Black Tortoise's ancestor, the Hatian Saint, and the rest of the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts fell into deep thought when they heard the 12 ancestral warlocks' words. Damn it, the Dragon Palace is going to have another Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm expert. The Emperor of the Phoenix looked very embarrassed when he saw this scene.
It was very difficult to resolve the enmity between the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan.
The stronger the Dragon Palace was, the more dangerous it would be for the Phoenix clan. Now, the Dragon King had a young man who was 100% able to step into the Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm and had a Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm treasure. This was a huge crisis for the Phoenix clan. However, he had no other choice. The current Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wasn't any weaker than him. If he added in his underling, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. Attack! At this moment, the Hatian Saint, Patriarch Xuanwu, the Emperor of Angels, the Elven Empress, and the rest exchanged glances with the 12 ancestral witches. They immediately attacked Duke Xining and the others in the void space. Damn it! You bunch of darned fellows from the 9 Essences universe. You actually didn't snatch the Heavenly Yuan Creation Supreme Treasure and attacked us instead.
Duke Xining's expression changed drastically when he saw the 12 ancestral warlocks attacking the 2 of them. He roared furiously. Once the Heavenly Yuan Creation Supreme Treasure from the 9 Essences universe attacked them, they would definitely not be able to obtain the Heavenly Yuan Creation Supreme Treasure today.
Those guys from the 9 Origin universe have given up. We are lacking a few more powerful teammates.
Oh no, the 9 Origin universe wants to kill 2 people from the void space. We are lacking nearly 10 experts.
When the surrounding Heavenly Creation experts saw the 9 Origin universe experts giving up their true treasures and directly attacking the void space experts, their expressions were abnormally ugly. Now, the chances of obtaining the ultimate treasure of the Heavenly Genesis was already very slim, and this situation had happened again. Even if they used all their trump cards, it would be very difficult for them to deal with the 3 masters from the 6 Origin universe and the Dragon King. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. If it wasn't for you, the ultimate treasure of the heavenly Genesis would have belonged to me. Bai Kafu Shang roared furiously when he saw Wang Xian attacking him. However, when he saw Wang Xian charging towards him, he didn't hesitate at all. He quickly fled into the distance. The strength that Wang Xian had displayed now was enough to kill him in an instant. Starfield Spatial Lock. Wang Xian waved his arm and the starfield fragment flew in front of him, locking onto Bai Kafu Shang's figure. At the same time, he swayed his gigantic dragon tail and charged towards the heaven origin destinies around Bai Kafu Shang. Around him were the 6 companions he had called over. When they saw the gigantic dragon tail sweeping over, their expressions were extremely ugly. Are we just going to run away like this? The 6 heavenly Kismet realm experts roared with some unwillingness. They were clearly the first to discover the heavenly Kismet supreme treasure. Yet they didn't obtain anything. Instead, they wanted to use up their treasures to escape. Wang Wing. However, 2 of the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts didn't hesitate to take out their treasures, wanting to escape. I will sacrifice my blood to the vast land, the 6 paths land, and trap you. Today, even if I have to pay a price, I will leave some of you guys here. At this moment, above the arena, Sand City suddenly roared. I sacrifice my blood to the vast earth. This was a powerful ability of Sand City. They had to pay a huge price to use their blood to form a powerful defense. Blood sacrificed to the pale earth, the earth was spiritual. It formed a special earth space domain. In this space domain, it could interfere with all escape abilities and skills. Just like spatial teleportation in my world, the distance of teleportation couldn't exceed the limits of this world. Of course, this ability of Sand City wasn't invincible. This restriction could only be maintained for a short period of time. But even if it was a short period of time, in his opinion, it was enough. The yellow soil that filled the sky formed a special pattern. There was a blood-red pattern in the yellow soil. The entire Earth City was enveloped by this move. All the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts were enveloped within it. Wang. The heavenly Yuan creation realm experts who were preparing to escape when they took out their treasures. The treasures temporarily lost their effectiveness. This caused their expressions to change slightly. The expressions of the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts who were preparing to escape also changed slightly. Damn the 6 paths universe, make your move and block this Dragon King. With our strength, we can completely block him for a while. Bai Kafu Shang sensed that he was locked on. He sensed the strange earth elemental energy around him that was preventing them from escaping. His expression was extremely gloomy. He looked at the 6 heavenly Yuan creation realm experts around him and roared loudly. Oh no, we can't escape even if we want to in a short period of time. The 6 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses around Bai Kafu Saint had a drastic change of expression when they saw this scene. They gritted their teeth as they looked at Wang Xian who was attacking them. All right. Wang Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. The powerhouses from the 6 paths universe finally had some useful trump cards. Although they could only trap these powerhouses for a dozen seconds, it was enough. He locked his gaze on Bai Kafu Shang and the other 7 powerhouses and continued to sweep his dragon tail. Attack! Attack! Bai Kafu Shang and the other 7 heaven origin creation realm powerhouses roared and immediately unleashed an extremely powerful attack. The battle had completely erupted. In the surrounding area, dozens of heaven origin creation realm powerhouses frowned slightly when they saw Sand City trapping them. When they saw the 3 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses from the 6 paths universe charging over, their expressions turned ugly. Duke Sheening and the rest from the void universe had even darker expressions. They hurriedly blocked the attacks of the 12 ancestral warlocks and the rest. Boom! 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 On Wang Xian's side, when Wang Xian charged towards Bai Kafu Shang and the other 7 heaven origin creation stage powerhouses, the surrounding heaven origin creation stage powerhouses naturally would not participate in it. They quickly hid. Bai Kafu Shang and the rest immediately tried to defend themselves. A loud boom rang out. The 7 powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation were sent flying rapidly under Wang Xian's dragon tail. The 7 powerhouses of the heaven's origin manifestation looked a little gloomy. Hold on for more than 10 seconds. The blockade from the Six Paths universe can only last for more than 10 seconds.
One of the powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin manifestation said loudly with a gloomy face. It's not a big problem to last for more than 10 seconds. Everyone, don't hold back.
Another Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouse shouted loudly. Roar! Wang Xian stared at them and roared before flying directly towards them.
His incomparably huge body moved towards them in an attempt to tie them down.
He activated the 9 Origins Dragon Field. Boom! The energy of the 9 elements filled the entire space. It completely enveloped the 7 Heaven Origin Creation Realm experts. The impact of the energy entered their bodies. Light!
Bai Kufu Shing roared as a ball appeared in his hand and opened it.
The holy light enveloped them all.
The other 6 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm were also doing their best to defend themselves.
Can you block it? Wang Xian's dragon body surrounded them in the middle. He extended his dragon claws and clawed downwards.
At the same time, the 5 elements millstone above him turned into a 5 elements divine dragon. The Tai Chi dragon disc that was surrounded by him also turned into a Yin-Yang divine dragon. They attacked by Kopasheng and the other 7 Heaven Origin destinies at the same time.
Boom!
Wang Xian's dragon claw landed on their defense. To Wang Xian's surprise, the layers of defense were broken by him. The last layer of defense was still able to block him. However, it was useless to just block his attack. Roar!
Roar Pong! The 5 elements dragon horn crashed into the last defense. This made the expressions of Bai Fo Shang and the other 7 Heavenly Creation Realm warriors change drastically. Not good, the true treasure in his hand can actually ignore the suppression of the Six Paths universe. Bai Fo Shang shouted with a face full of fear.
Gone, I'll block it. The rest of the defense is up to you guys. A Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouse's face revealed an extremely pained expression.
He waved his arm and a piece of cloth met the attack of the 5 elements millstone. Pong! The dragon horn crashed onto the piece of cloth, but it was blocked by the piece of cloth that was filled with strange patterns. Following that, the piece of cloth slowly began to collapse and floated downwards. Roar! However, before they could be happy and continue to defend themselves, the Yin-Yang divine dragon that was formed from the Taiji dragon disc had already arrived. Why are there still more?
When the Yin-Yang divine dragon's attack power that was comparable to that of a Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouse was attacking them, a look of despair appeared on the faces of the Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouses. Generally speaking, when they were suppressed by the Six Paths universe, 10 suppressed powerhouses could withstand a Heaven's Origin manifestation powerhouse that was not suppressed. The 7 of them were at a disadvantage when facing Wang Xian alone.
If they were to use the 5 elements grinding technique and their trump cards, they might be able to last for more than 10 seconds. However, there was a third existence who was comparable to the Heaven's Origin. How were they supposed to fight this? Boom!
The power of Yin and Yang revolved and annihilated all the energy as it engulfed them.
Buzz!
Before the Tianyuan creator could react, the energy swept across their bodies and instantly made them lose all their vitality.
Crack!
Crack! One of the Tianyuan creator's body cracked like porcelain, leaving behind a fake corpse. His original body appeared at the side of the earth where the blood sacrifice was being held.
His forehead was filled with cold sweat as he swept his gaze toward Wang Xian in fear.
Buzz! Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the 6 corpses.
In the next moment, his gaze focused and locked onto the 2 Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses in the Void universe. Get rid of them!
Wang Xian roared at the 12 ancestral warlocks and attacked them directly.
Not good.
When Duke Xining heard Wang Xian's voice and saw him attacking the 2 of them, his heart sank.
He swept his gaze over and was shocked. Beside Wang Xian, there were 2 extremely terrifying divine dragons on the left and right. One was of the 5 elements while the other was of the Yin and Yang. The 2 divine dragons of the Yin and Yang 5 elements were exuding a strength that was not weaker than the fate of the Heaven's Origin.
This is? The Dragon King's own strength is not weaker than the control level.
The Elven Empress and the rest looked over. Their pupils contracted slightly and their faces were filled with shock. This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is growing too fast. Even the ancestor of Xuanwu exclaimed in astonishment. It had not been long since Wang Xian possessed the strength of the Heaven's Origin realm.
In the end, he was already comparable to an existence in the control level. This was not even counting the fact that he still had a powerful subordinate. In addition, he also had the foster son who would definitely become an expert at the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm in the future. The future of the Dragon Palace was too strong. This is bad. The Emperor of Phoenix's heart sank when he saw Wang Xian's invincible aura. A bad premonition enveloped his heart. The current Dragon King had a great chance of exterminating him. Void space. When Duke Xining saw Wang Xian attacking him, he did not hesitate and took out an extremely powerful treasure. Void space allowed him to be in another space. As long as he could not find the entrance to void space, he would not be able to kill him. Similarly, as he was in void space, he could not attack his opponents in the outside world. This was a dodge-type treasure. The last time he encountered an undead, he used this treasure to escape easily. However, he managed to dodge it. The Tianyuan creator from the void space was dumbfounded. He looked at Wang Xian, who was attacking him, and the 7 experts from the 9 origin universe who were surrounding him. A bitter and despairing expression appeared on his face. There was no way for him to dodge. It was already very difficult for him to fight against the 12 ancestral warlocks alone. Not to mention the Dragon King from the Dragon Palace who was not suppressed by the 6 origin universe, as well as the 2 treasures that were not suppressed by him. With a teleport, he wanted to continuously dodge. As long as the blockade of Sand City was ineffective, he still had the confidence to escape. Whoosh! However, the speed of his teleportation was too slow in Wang Xian's eyes. Wang Xian's body shook. The incipient saint wings appeared on both sides of his body. The power of wind and thunder flickered, and he instantly appeared beside the Void Universe expert. The dragon claw clawed at him directly. The Void Universe expert couldn't dodge at all. He roared in despair. Wang Xian waved his arm and killed him directly. He kept his corpse. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. My Void Universe will definitely destroy you in the future. When Duke Xining, who was hiding in the void space, saw the scene, he roared with a gloomy face full of murderous intent. When Wang Xian heard his words, he smiled contemptuously. After sensing Duke Xining's location, Wang Xian did not attack him. Instead, he swept his gaze to the side. He set his gaze on the 20 or so Heaven Origin creator powerhouses who were attacked by the undead. Wang Xian swayed his huge body and flew over directly. Only 10 seconds had passed since Wang Xian killed by Kung-Fu Saint's 6 Heaven Origin creator and the Heaven Origin creator in the Void Universe. There were still a few seconds left. Within these few seconds, Wang Xian could kill one more Heaven Origin creator and obtain a huge amount of resources. This resource could allow the disciples of the Dragon Palace to achieve a terrifying improvement. This is bad. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has locked onto us. He has 2 special treasures that are comparable to the Heaven Origin creator. We are completely unable to contend against him. When Wang Xian flew towards the 20 Heaven Origin creator, the expressions of the 20 Heaven Origin creator powerhouses changed drastically as they roared in shock and anger. We must break the blockade around us, or all of us will die. One of the Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses roared crazily. Boom! 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 He took out a treasure and attacked the blockade set up by Earth Sand City. A violent explosion rang out. Faint ripples appeared on the blockade of Earth Sand City as it started to turn illusory. Thunder! Wang Xian's eyes focused when he saw this scene. He flapped his incorporeal holy wings. An endless amount of thunder and lightning energy covered the entire space. All the Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses were covered in it. Thunder shower. Boom. The blockade was attacked again. It began to turn into nothingness. Whoosh. At this moment, some Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses escaped through their treasures. The surrounding Heaven's Origin creation stage ultimate treasures also escaped through their treasures rapidly. This was especially so for the more than 20 Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses who were targeted by Wang Xian. Each and every one of them was not stingy with their trump cards. When Wang Xian saw the scene, his eyes flickered slightly. He waved his arm and the 5 elements Divine Dragon turned into the 5 elements Millstone. Wang Xian injected the power of wind and thunder into it and waved his arm. The 5 elements Millstone flew directly in a direction at a terrifying speed. In the next moment, Wang Xian grabbed the Tai Chi Dragon Disc
and waved it forcefully as he flew towards another direction. Wind and thunder lock. The lightning had already landed in the bodies of all the Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses. After Wang Xian activated the wind and thunder lock, he immediately ordered the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone to pursue the 2 Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouses. His gaze landed on Lord Shining, who had stepped out of the void space in an instant. The Heaven's Origin creator in the void space was his first target. After Duke Shining came out of the void space, he opened a scroll with a flick of his palm and disappeared quickly. Wang Xian moved and chased after Duke Shining according to his ability to search for enemies in the void space. Chase after them and kill them. The eyes of the golden leopard and the rest of the undead were slightly red as they roared with murderous intent. Boom! 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 In the surrounding area, a portion of the heavenly creation realm great beings did not use their treasures to escape. Instead, they fled in all directions.
Streams of energy attacks covered the entire world.
At this time, all the heavenly creation realm great beings no longer had the mood to fight for the heavenly creation true treasure.
They knew that beside the heavenly creation true treasure youth, there was another heavenly creation realm great being who was not suppressed by the universe energy.
It was too difficult for them to kidnap the youth from his hands.
In an instant, all the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts fled.
The undead chased after them. In the sky above Earth City, the terrifying energy and aura quickly disappeared.
Hoo.
When all the tribal disciples on the lost planet saw all the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts leave, they panted heavily and wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads.
This time for them it was a complete return from hell.
At this moment, they were glad that they were still alive.
They were glad that they were not dead.
The lords have gone to hunt down a group of Heaven Origin creation realm experts. Who, the Dragon King of the 9 Origin universe, was actually so powerful that he could turn into an incomparably powerful divine beast. Mu Lishiansi's foster father doesn't seem to be a human, but a powerful race of the 9 Origin universe. I've heard some news about the 9 Origin universe from the records of the race. The 9 Origin universe is a powerful universe, and there are many powerful peak races there. That Dragon King of the Dragon Palace just killed a lot of Tianyuan creator-level powerhouses. That huge body of the divine dragon is too terrifying.
On the lost planet, all the tribal powerhouses were discussing what had just happened with shocked faces.
Some powerhouses looked at Tianxi in the center, and their eyes were shining. Tianxi had survived this crisis safely. He might be able to become a Tianyuan creator-level powerhouse soon.
He would become one of the rulers of their universe.
Sister, am I going to be invincible in the future?
Brother-in-law Tianxi, in the future, he will become a heavenly Kismet realm expert. He will also have an extremely powerful foster father. In the 6 Paths universe, will I be able to do whatever I want?
Not far away. Gong Chang Mu's younger brother grabbed his sister's arm with excitement. His eyes were burning as he roared in a low voice. Gong Changmu was still in shock as he looked towards Tianxi.
The surrounding experts of the 9 River Tribe were excited when they heard this news. This time, their 9 River Tribe might be able to rise up and become the 3rd largest tribe in the 6 Paths universe.
Of course, all of this was to allow Gong Changmu to truly be together with Mu Li Tianxi. Now, Mu Lishianxi's background and potential had reached the heavens. The surrounding experts were also looking at Mu Lishianxi with different thoughts.
However, none of them had any ulterior motives.
One had to know that there was a Tianyuan creator standing by Mu Lishianxi's side to prevent any accidents from happening.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Whoosh! At the same time, at the position of Wang Xian, he was flying rapidly in one direction. The power of wind and thunder has fallen on all the Tianyuan fate of the strong body. However, the target of Wang Xian's attack this time is the Duke of Shining in the Void Universe. This time the Void Universe came to 4 strong Tianyuan creation, has been killed by him 3 the last Shining Gong. At the same time, the 12 ancestral warlocks were also pursuing Duke Shining in the Void Universe.
The 12 ancestral warlocks had a huge advantage when it was convenient to lock down their opponents.
However, their speed was much slower than Wang Xian's. After Duke Shining used his treasure to teleport, he had already fled to an extremely distant place. Within a few seconds, Wang Xian had pulled away from the 12 ancestral witches. This damn dragon king of the Dragon Palace, Duke of Heaven's Gate, and the rest have all died at his hands. This time, in the Six Paths universe, they were all screwed by that fellow. Duke Shining came to another area through the escape scroll. He growled with a gloomy face. This time, when they came to the Six Paths universe, not only did they not obtain any treasures, they had suffered a huge loss instead. To them, it was simply terrible. Every time they died, they would consume a huge amount of resources and treasures. Those treasures that could be resurrected without any injuries, they did not even have many in their hands. There were even some experts who did not have those treasures that could be resurrected without any injuries. After being resurrected, either their strength would drop, and they would need to improve again, or they would need to cultivate again, wasting time. The calamity was about to arrive, and this wasn't a good thing. Go back. This time, their void universe suffered a crushing defeat. He was the only one left, and he could only return quickly, because he knew that he might be locked onto by the 12 ancestral warlocks of the 9 essences universe. His body moved and a water droplet appeared in front of him. The water droplet landed on his head. The water droplet turned into a pool of water and landed on his body. Following that, traces of the power of lightning and the power of darkness were washed away by the water droplet. Duke Shining took a glance at the 2 types of energy that had fallen out of his body. He looked at the disappearing water droplets with a slight heartache. His body moved and he flew into the distance quickly. A few minutes later, when Wang Xian arrived here, he swept his gaze across the place where Duke Shining had stayed and shook his head slightly. It seems that I won't be able to kill the last Heaven Origin creator in the Void universe. Wang Xian thought to himself. He was not too disappointed about this. It was not so easy to kill an expert of such a level. The reason why he was able to kill so many powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm was firstly because of the sneak attack and secondly because he had the help of the powerhouses of the 6 universes. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill so many powerhouses of the Heaven's Origin realm. However, based on my senses, the powerhouse of the Heaven's Origin realm, who was pursued by the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, did not manage to get rid of the power of wind and thunder to lock down the enemy. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly. With a move of his body, he immediately changed his direction. Currently, since he came to this universe, Wang Xian had a total of 13 corpses of the Heaven's Origin creator. He had obtained 11 corpses not long ago and did not have the time to check if there were any powerful treasures. Now, if he could kill 1 or 2 more, he would be able to return with a full load. He flew quickly. A few minutes later, he could sense that the Tai Chi Dragon Plate had already caught up with the Heaven's Origin creator and was attacking him. When the Heaven's Origin creator saw the Tai Chi Dragon Plate that was chasing after him, his expression changed drastically. When he was unable to escape, he could only use his treasure to escape from a long distance. Netherworld Dragon Chase. The moment he sensed that the Heaven's Origin creator was escaping, Wang Xian used the Nether Dragon's pursuit. A black hole appeared in front of him and Wang Xian stepped into it. Buzz. At that moment, he appeared beside a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had just escaped the attack of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate through his treasure. When he saw the gigantic divine dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him, his face was filled with fear. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I have no enmity with you. Boom. The middle-aged man roared in fear. However, what greeted him was Wang Xian's gigantic dragon claw. The dragon claw grabbed him directly. A terrifying energy surged into his body and instantly killed him. The 14th one. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. He continued to chase after him according to the power of the wind and thunder to lock down his enemies. As for whether these Heaven Origin manifestation powerhouses had any enmity with him, it wasn't important. When the calamity began, many universes that had no enmity would erupt into war. Those powerhouses at the peak of the universe masters would go crazy for resources and the chance to break through. As for those Heaven Origin manifestation powerhouses, they would also go crazy for the sake of expanding their influence. Once the calamity arrived, the powerhouses from the other universes could not be trusted. Once the calamity began, the powerhouses from the same universe would usually form a united front and forget about the past animosity. When the calamity erupted, The only people who could be trusted were the teammates from the same universe. Wang Xian did not care if they had any enmity with him. If he could kill them, he would kill them. It was similar to how Heaven's Gift didn't have any enmity with them. However, they all wanted to kill Heaven's Gift and obtain the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's origin creation. It didn't matter if it was good or bad. There was only the cruel law of the universe.
Wang Xian continued his pursuit. However, what made him a little regretful was that the energy of the wind and thunder lock on the enemy disappeared after more than 10 minutes.
The ability of the Netherworld Dragon to pursue and attack required a very long time before it could be used once. Without this ability, it was too difficult for Wang Xian to chase down a Heaven's origin creator.
Just like how the powerhouses in the Void universe chased after Wang Xian back then, it was exceptionally difficult to kill a Heaven's origin creator. After more than 10 hours, Wang Xian gave up completely and summoned the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate over.
After that, he flew towards Earth City. As he had used the Netherworld Dragon's pursuit ability once, the place where Wang Xian was currently at was no longer at the Earth plains. Instead, he was at the grassland.
However, without the suppression of the 6 universes, Wang Xian's speed was still very fast. Halfway through, the 12 ancestral witches, the Elven Empress, and a few other strong cultivators in the Heaven's Origin realm sent a message to Wang Xian.
They wanted to meet Wang Xian at the Tree of Chaos beside the 9 Origin universe to see if they could make a deal. After Wang Xian saw their message, he immediately agreed to it. He had many corpses of Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses in his hands. The 12 ancestral witches knew about it. Such resources were of great use to Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses. Needless to say, it could be used to nurture his subordinates. Furthermore, the corpses in Wang Xian's hands could not be used up. He could definitely trade with them in exchange for some treasures and resources. This time, I should be able to gather the resources needed for my breakthrough.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered.
He had gained enough this time. After chatting with the 12 ancestors, the Elf Queen, and the rest for a while, he returned to Earth City not long after. When Wang Xian rushed over, he discovered that some of the destroyed buildings in Earth City had been rebuilt. In Earth City, there was the aura of a Heaven's Origin creator.
The Earth element Heaven's Origin creator has returned.
Wang Xian thought to himself. He sensed the location of Tianci and immediately flew over. Buzz. Soon, Wang Xian's figure appeared in a hall. There were 6 seats above the hall. Lin Yo had transformed into his human form and sat on the seat above. Beside him, Tianci was also sitting there.
The other one was the 6 Paths Universe's Tianyuan Destiny Realm powerhouse, Tusha City.
In the large hall, there were also the Mu Li tribe's powerhouse disciples, Tianci's mother, and the rest. In addition, there were a group of powerhouses at the peak of the 9th level of the Universe Dominator. Greetings, Dragon King. When the group of powerhouses from the 6 Paths universe saw the arrival of Wang Xian, they hurriedly greeted him. At present, the relationship between Wang Xian and their 6 Paths universe was very delicate. If the 3 of them wanted to protect Mu Lishiansi and help him break through to the Tianyuan Destiny Realm, then the relationship between Wang Xian and them could be considered very good.
Of course, all of this required the official announcement from their side. However, they could also tell from the current situation.
Mu Lishiansi was going to become a Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouse in the future.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was too powerful. Even if the 3 of them from the 6 Paths universe wanted to snatch the Heaven Origin Destiny Realm treasure, the chances were very slim.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace of the Divine Dragon Clan from the 9 Origin universe. It is really fortunate to be able to get to know each other in such a way. I would also like to thank the Dragon King for helping our 6 Paths universe to protect the treasure of our universe.
Upon seeing Wang Xian's arrival, Tusha City immediately stood up and cupped his hands in gratitude with sparkling eyes.
Foster father. Upon seeing Wang Xian, Tianci immediately ran to his side. Everything is a good fortune.
Wang Xian stroked Tianci's head and said to Tusha City with a smile. Hehe, it is you, Dragon King, who is fated with our 6 Paths universe. No matter what, our 6 Paths universe needs to thank you properly. If not for you, the ultimate treasure of our 6 Paths universe would have been snatched away.
In the future, our 6 Paths universe would also have one less powerhouse who can suppress everything.
Tusha City spoke to Wang Xian very politely.
There was nothing they could do about it. The strength that Wang Xian displayed now was not weaker than their Six Paths universe. Furthermore, they did not have the suppression of the Six Paths universe at the moment.
If they were to become enemies with Wang Xian, their entire Six Paths universe would be plunged into misery.
More than half of the living beings would be wiped out. Hehe. Maybe we are really fated. Wang Xian smiled and was very polite to him. Haha. Indeed fate. This time we want to properly thank the Dragon King. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Six Paths of the universe, the other two souls of heaven and the golden leopard entered the hall. The spirit of the dead laughed and said to Wang Xian, "No thanks necessary."
Wang Xian shook his head when he saw them coming.
"We have to thank you. If not for your help, our Six Paths universe would have suffered a great loss today. We have also prepared some treasures to gift to you. We hope that we can make friends with you, Dragon King."
The undead looked at Wang Xian and said seriously,
"If you really want to thank me, give heaven some treasures and let him enter the heaven's origin creation realm as soon as possible." Wang Xian smiled and said to them, "Haha, that's fine too. The Tianyuan manifestation treasure can be directly nurtured and recognized as its owner. Tianxi is extraordinary since he was born. In the future, we will also be the best comrades. Now, we naturally have to take out the treasures and let him reach the Tianyuan manifestation stage as soon as possible." The specter smiled and nodded. "Next, since all the tribes of the Six Paths universe are here, we will hold a grand ceremony to celebrate and congratulate the future Tianyuan manifestation masters of our Six Paths universe," Tusha City suggested.
"Everyone, please make your decision. However, after a period of time, I will bring Tianxi to the Nine Origin universe. After he has reached the Tianyuan universe, I will ask him to come back."
Wang Xian spoke to them. His words stunned the spirits of the dead and their eyes flickered.
Mulian and the rest were not too surprised by his words.
Tianxi had already told them some things. Mulian and Tianxi's grandparents also agreed to let Tianxi return to the Nine Origin universe with Wang Xian. This was because they knew that in this world, other than them, only Tianxi's foster father was genuinely good to Tianxi. He would not harm him. They also had complete trust in Wang Xian, even more than their trust in the three lords of the Six Paths universe. "Dragon King, it's good that you want to bring Tianxi to the Nine Origin universe. After all, Tianxi has yet to reach the destiny realm of the Tianyuan universe. There are also experts from other universes coveting the supreme treasure in his body.
The Nine Origin universe is very strong, and experts from other universes do not dare to enter.
It's also a good choice for Tianxi to go back with you, Dragon King, the Dead Spirit, Golden Leopard, Earth Sand City, and the rest looked at each other and spoke to Wang Xian. They understood everything in their hearts. This Dragon King was worried about letting them watch Tianxi. After all, the attraction of a Heaven's Origin Destiny treasure was too great. They could understand why he wanted to take it away. Most importantly, Tianxi was a disciple of their Six Paths universe after all. He had to return to the Six Paths universe to live.
They were not worried that Tianxi would not return in the future. Moreover, Tianxi's tribe and family were all in the Six Paths universe. Tianxi was still a member of their Six Paths universe now and in the future.
"Tianxi, go with the Dragon King to another universe and cultivate in peace. We will take good care of your family and your tribe," Tusha City said to Tianxi.
"Thank you, Lord Tusha City." Tianxi heard this and thanked him with a smile.
"Hehe, I don't dare. Tianxi, your strength will definitely surpass mine in the future. I still need you to take care of me in the future," Tulsa City quickly said. He also understood that Muli Tianxi had a heavenly fate treasure. As long as he broke through to the heavenly fate realm, his strength would definitely be stronger than his.
It would be good for the future to build a good relationship with him now. Tianxi will be stronger than us in the future. I wonder what kind of ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin realm Tianxi has. Jin Bao looked at Wang Xian and asked curiously.
"Would attribute, attack type," Wang Xian said to him. Attack type. When Tianxi stepped into the Heaven's Origin realm, he should be able to match the control level. Jin Bao also admire the Dragon King. He is not moved by such an ultimate treasure. It is really admirable.
Jin Bao sighed slightly and cupped his hands at Wang Xian. As the precious treasure of the heavens' origin creation, they all knew that as long as they killed Tianci, they would be able to easily snatch away the precious treasure of the heavens' origin creation.
Regardless of whether it was for their own use or to nurture their own disciples, it would bring them immeasurable benefits. Wang Xian was still very shocked to be able to give up.
He wasn't the only one. All the powerhouses in the heavens' origin realm were very surprised by this.
When Wang Xian heard his praise, he smiled faintly. The group chatted for a while before they came to a palace at the side.
This palace was called the Heavenly Dragon Palace. It was a majestic palace that was personally built in Earth City by Sand City. The size and glory of the palace was the highest in the entire Earth City. It was heaven's gift. A dragon was naturally the Dragon King's dragon.
This was also Earth City's way of fawning over heaven's gift. The Six Paths competition was also suspended because of heaven's gift.
And this matter was also spread to every corner of the Six Paths universe at a terrifying speed.
Heavenly Yuan Destiny Treasure Youth. Mu Lishiansi, who was born extraordinary. Mu Lishiansi, who would definitely step into the Heavenly Yuan Destiny realm in the future. And Mu Li Tianxi's foster father. The 9 Origin Universe Dragon Palace Dragon King. All sorts of legends and discussions spread throughout the entire Six Paths universe.
Especially when the powerful disciples of the Mu Li tribe heard this news, they were all dumbfounded and filled with shock.
Who would have thought that a true dragon son of heaven would appear in their small Mu Li tribe?
A true dragon son of heaven.
The strong disciples of their Mu Li tribe were quickly invited to Earth City by the experts of the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe.
Even the leader of the tribe was in a daze when he heard this news.
The Mu Li tribe had truly soared into the sky this time because of Tianci. The 9 River tribe had also soared into the sky together with the Mu Li tribe. The 9 River tribe was only able to do so because of Gong Cheng's aim.
Mu Li Tianci and Gong Cheng's aim was a matter of a couple, but it made the experts of the 9 River tribe excited for a long time. Especially when they learned that Mu Li Tianci had already brought Gong Cheng aim to meet that Dragon King and obtained his approval.
Their 9 River tribe was a true aristocratic family of the Empress.
The tribe of the future wife of a heavenly Yuan creator. Who dared to provoke them? Even the Black Earth tribe and the Dead tribe didn't dare. The Black Earth tribe's Dead tribe had 2 lords, the Sand City and the Dead.
But their 9 River tribe didn't only have Mu Lishiansi. They also had Mu Lishiansi's foster father, the extremely powerful Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Everyone in the Six Paths universe knew how powerful the Dragon King was. In the following period of time, the Six Paths Conference continued. After the Six Paths Conference had selected all the strongest people, a grand banquet was held. The main purpose of the banquet was to celebrate Mu Lishiansi. It was to celebrate the fact that their Six Paths universe would be able to increase the number of powerhouses in the Heavens Origin realm in the future. The entire banquet lasted for a year. And when the banquet ended, it had been more than 10,000 years since the last Great War.
During these 10,000 years, Wang Xian had Tianci accompany his family and girlfriend.
Tianci, cultivate well and strive to reach the Tianyuan blessed realm as soon as possible. I still need you to protect the Six Paths universe in the future. After the banquet, they were in a large hall. Tusha City and the rest spoke to Mu Li Tianci, who was in front of them. Okay, goodbye, uncles. I'll be back as soon as possible. Tianci nodded at them. Take good care of Tianci.
The leader of the Mu Li tribe spoke to Mu Li and the rest. This time, it wasn't just Tianci who followed Wang Xian to the 9 Origin universe. Tianci's mother, grandfather, and more than a dozen family members also followed. Even Gong Chengmu, his father, and some of his family members followed. With Enlai around, traveling through the universe was not too difficult.
As long as it was a teleportation, it would be completed. Even if Tianci wanted to come back, it would be very easy. Furthermore, Tianci had followed Wang Xian to the Tree of Chaos this time. He would be able to break through to the Heaven's Origin blessed realm after cultivating for at most 200 million years.
200 million years was not a long time for a group of powerhouses.
However, Mu Li could not bear to be separated from her child for such a long time. Hence, she wanted to go over together.
Following that, Mu Lian's father and the rest followed her. Naturally, Wuxia did not have any objections to this. When they reached the Dragon Palace, it was not a bad thing for Heaven's gift to have some acquaintances. Let's go, everyone. See you next time. Wuxia gestured to Enlai, who was at the side. Then, he bowed to the spirits of the dead in Sand City. Enlai's energy enveloped them and disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the Tree of Chaos. The Tree of Chaos was comparable to a miniature universe. On its gigantic branches, the strong disciples of various races were cultivating. It had been over 100 million years since the discovery of the Tree of Chaos in the Nine Origin universe. Over the past 100 million years, the great disciples of the Nine Origin universe had been cultivating here. Wow, what a huge tree! What kind of tree is this? How can it be so huge? And how can the energy here be so abundant? Gongcheng's younger brother, who had followed Gongcheng over, looked at the incomparably huge Tree of Chaos and was somewhat dumbstruck. This is the Tree of Chaos in the Chaos. It doesn't belong to the six paths of the universe. For the time being, it has drifted to the edge of our Nine Origin universe. Wuxia introduced it to them indifferently. Greetings, Dragon King. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue and the Divine Dragons flew over and bowed respectfully to Wuxia. Okay. Wuxia nodded at them. This must be the Crown Prince of Tianxi. Prime Minister Gue looked at Mu Lixianxi and said with a smile, I am Mu Lixianxi. Tianxi looked at Prime Minister Gue and the Divine Dragons around him and nodded nervously. Let's go. Wuxia smiled and flew forward. Every peak race occupied a spot in the Tree of Chaos. The place occupied by the Dragon Palace was also very spectacular after some construction. In the middle there was a palace. Wuxia introduced Prime Minister Gue to Tianxi and the rest. Then he sent someone to show them around the surrounding areas. He also let the disciples of the Dragon Palace get to know each other. Tianxi was Wuxia's foster son. He could be considered the first crown prince of the Dragon Palace. His position in the Dragon Palace was needless to say. In addition to the fact that he possessed the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Origin, Prime Minister Gue and the rest were very respectful towards Tianxi. Tianxi and the rest had also seen the other peak races in the Nine Origin universe, as well as all kinds of powerful existences. At present, due to the Tree of Chaos and the appearance of a group of Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses, the strength of the Nine Origin universe had received a huge increase. This increase was several times that of the past. Wuxia took a simple glance. The number of powerhouses at the ruler realm in the Nine Origin universe had increased by a lot. It was much more than the Six Origin universe. Prime Minister Gue, how have you been recently? Wuxia asked Prime Minister Gue. Recently, Wuxia had not paid attention to the situation in the Dragon Palace for a long period of time. Dragon King, there are more than 500,000 masters of the ruler realm in our Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue said with a smile. There is a lot of energy in the Tree of Chaos. In addition, the disciples of our Dragon Palace can easily use the energy to advance to the pinnacle of the universe Night Realm. Now, there are often disciples who have made breakthroughs. It is convenient to have high-end combat strength. Last time, with the fragment of the elemental god that you obtained, there are 7 masters of the pinnacle of the ruler realm in our Dragon Palace. Currently, we are still in a state of rapid improvement. Prime Minister Gue said there was a hint of pride on his face. Also, Dragon King, according to the information that I have received among the other peak races, there are only about 300,000 powerhouses at the Overlord realm in the universe from the Phoenix race. We have a lot more than them. Wuxia nodded with a satisfied look on his face. At the moment, the Skeleton Clan might be the only one with more ascendants than them. I have obtained a lot of resources this time. This time, I can increase the number of ascendants at the peak of the Ascendant realm in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia spoke to Prime Minister Gue. If the disciples of the Dragon Palace were to absorb the corpse of a Heaven Origin creator, they would be able to quickly produce 10 ascendants at the peak of the Ascendant realm. He had 13 such corpses in his possession. One of the original 14 had been consumed by the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. In addition, give this corpse of a Heaven's Origin creator with the darkness attribute to the demon race. Tell them that the Dragon Palace is grateful to the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor for informing them about the Heaven's Origin creation treasure.
Wang Xian waved his arm and gave the corpse of a Heaven's Origin creator with the darkness attribute to Prime Minister Gui. During this trip to the 6 universes, Wang Xian had gained a lot. All this information was given to them by the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor.
Now that Wang Xian had given him the corpse of an expert, it could be considered as returning the favor.
Of course, there were also thoughts of befriending him. After all, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was the only great Dao expert in the 9 Origin universe.
His strength was unfathomable.
Befriending him would be of great benefit to the Dragon Palace.
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui replied immediately. He gifted the Shadow Devil Emperor the corpse of a Heaven's Origin creator. There were still 12 corpses left.
Wang Xian was prepared to take out a few of these 12 corpses for a trade.
He wanted to obtain some resources to increase his strength.
Seeing Prime Minister Gui leave, Wang Xian had a thought. He opened the mother nest and checked the treasures inside.
When he was at the Earth City, Wang Xian had ambushed and killed 12 Heaven's Origin powerhouses. He had obtained quite a number of treasures.
Among them, the Void Pagoda had obtained a powerful Void Pagoda. However, this Void Pagoda could only be used by the powerhouses from Enlai and the Void Empire.
It was not of much use to him. However, there were 3 spatial-type treasures. The most powerful one was the Void Ruler. The world's end near at hand could be used for long-distance teleportation. At the same time, it possessed powerful offensive power. The body of the Void Dragon could be used. The other 2 treasures could be used with the body of the Void Dragon. Initially, Wang Xian felt that it was very troublesome for the body of the Void Dragon to break through to the Tianyuan Destiny realm. But now it was much easier. He had 3 corpses of spatial attribute powerhouses in his hands. Among them, Lord Tianmen was a Heaven's Origin creation stage powerhouse who was at the control level.
This allowed Wang Xian's body of the Void Divine Dragon to be upgraded to the Heaven's Origin creation stage. The probability of this was greatly increased.
Wang Xian was even confident that he could make a breakthrough in his body of the Void Divine Dragon before the arrival of the calamity. Other than the spatial attribute treasures, Wang Xian also obtained 13 ultimate treasures that could allow him to escape in an instant.
These treasures were all prepared by the Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses when they entered the 6 Paths universe.
They were the ultimate treasures for escaping from the pursuit of the Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouses. However, due to Wang Xian's sneak attack, they were unable to use these treasures. Now all of them had become Wang Xian's treasures. These treasures were also rare treasures to Wang Xian. Every life-saving treasure was extremely precious. 2 of them were treasures that could be resurrected within a certain range in an instant.
They were definitely good treasures.
Other than these 13 life-saving treasures, there were a few other treasures. They were all the weapons of these powerhouses. These treasures were rare existences for powerhouses at the peak of the Dominator realm. For Wang Xian, they were just a little lacking. Currently, Wang Xian possessed 2 fragments of the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan. He also possessed the Black Resurrection Lily and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. He really didn't care about the other weapons. Among the 12 corpses, there are still 9 that have their spatial attributes removed. If I take out 5 of them to trade, I should have enough resources to break through on my own. Wang Xian did some calculations.
Currently, he needed a lot of resources to break through. However, he had enough resources to exchange for 5 corpses. Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to the Elven Empress and the rest.
Of course, he did not send a message to the Emperor of Phoenix.
He had no intention of trading these treasures with the Phoenix tribe.
After hesitating for a moment, Wang Xian also informed the Skeleton tribe, the Divine Tiger tribe, and the Celestial Nation. Although these 3 tribes did not have any powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm, the resources they had were huge.
It was enough to trade for the corpse of a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm.
After the news was sent, Wang Xian read the reply and talked to the other powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm before setting a date.
A trade would be held in 1,000 years. At that time, the other powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin Kismet realm could also take out some treasures to trade.
Dragon King, The floating queen of the celestial nation and the rest are requesting to see you. Not long after, Prime Minister Gui flew over and reported to Wang Xian.
When Wang Xian heard that, he raised his eyebrows. Summon them in.
It's the Dragon King.
Prime Minister Gui nodded.
Greetings, Dragon King.
Greetings, Dragon King.
Soon, the floating queen followed her two brothers and rushed over. She bowed respectfully to Wang Xian, Queen of the Floating Water. The last time Wang Xian brought her to the Sword and Magic Universe, she stayed there for a long time.
Lulan taught her a lot.
However, her breakthrough naturally required her to return to the Nine Origin Universe. Ever since she came to the Nine Origin Universe, she had been cultivating and had yet to make a breakthrough. The corpse of a Heaven Origin creator that Wang Xian obtained this time had a water attribute. However, he wasn't prepared to give it to the Queen of the Floating Water tribe for free. In the past, Wang Xian invested in her because he wanted her to stand on the same side as him and fight against the Phoenix tribe together. However, the strength of Wang Xian and the Dragon Palace had increased tremendously. Whether the Queen of the Floating Water tribe achieved a breakthrough or not was no longer important to him.
Of course, it was also a great thing for the Dragon Palace if she could achieve a breakthrough.
You re-welcome, Floating Water. How much longer do you need for your breakthrough?
Wang Xian nodded at them. He looked at Queen Floating Water and asked faintly. Dragon King, it's extremely difficult to break through to the Heaven's Origin Blessed Realm. Now that my strength has improved a lot, I can easily kill existences of the same level. However, there's still no direction for my breakthrough.
Queen of Floating Water shook her head bitterly. With Lulan's guidance and the fragment of the God of Elements given to her by Wang Xian, her strength had improved a lot.
However, she still felt that there was still a gap between her and the Heaven's Origin creation stage.
It is extremely difficult to break through to the Heaven's Origin creation stage. You will need a special opportunity.
Wang Xian said to her, there is no need for you to be anxious. You cannot force it.
Dragon King, we have just received news from you that you are going to kill the bodies of the Heaven's Origin creator. Is this true? One of the elder brothers of the Floating Queen looked at Wang Xian and asked hopefully. It's true. This time I went to another universe. By chance and with the addition of special treasures, I killed some Heaven's Origin creator. Of course, I didn't kill them completely. They can all be resurrected.
One of them is the corpse of a water elemental Heaven's Origin powerhouse.
As Wang Xian spoke, he did not hide anything. With a wave of his arm, the water elemental Heaven's Origin powerhouse floated in front of him. An extremely pure and resplendent energy gushed out from the corpse.
The energy from just one corpse made the hearts of the Floating Queen and the rest palpitate. They had the urge to worship it.
This was a high-level suppression.
Dragon King, can you? The Floating Queen's brother opened his mouth and revealed an excited expression. He couldn't help but open his mouth.
However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Xian shook his head.
Although the fragment of the God of Elements that I gave to Floating Water previously is not as good as this corpse, it is still a great fortune for a powerhouse at the peak of the Universe Dominator. The value of this corpse is very high. I can use it to nurture the disciples of the Dragon Palace so that they can make a breakthrough in other universes. There will be a limit to the investment. Furthermore, with the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it will be easy for them to exterminate the Phoenix clan.
Wang Xian sat there and spoke with confidence. His words shocked Queen Floating Water and her two brothers, following which they fell silent.
They knew that the Dragon King had given them enough resources and treasures.
Just because of that one condition, it was not worth it for the Dragon King to give them such a valuable corpse of a heavenly Yuan creator. In 1,000 years, there will be a trade conference. At that time, other heavenly Yuan creator powerhouses will also take out some treasures. When the time comes for the trade, I will use these corpses to exchange for resources. There are no restrictions on the types of resources.
Divine herbs, divine fruits, and divine pills are all available. The one with the highest price will get them.
When the time comes, the only ones competing with you might be the saints. Wang Xian spoke to them. Dragon King, can we give you a sum of resources for the trade now?
One of the elder brothers of the Floating Queen hesitated for a moment before asking.
With our relationship, of course we can. However, the value of the resources must be equal to this corpse. You should understand this equality. I can sell it to you in advance, but I won't give you too much discount. Wang Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Dragon King. We will definitely give you the resources that you are satisfied with.
The two brothers of the Queen of the Floating Waters immediately said. The Queen of the Floating Waters stood there and bowed. Floating Waters, you should know about cultivation. Don't feel too much pressure. Even if you can't break through this calamity, I can guarantee that your celestial nation will not decline. It can be considered a good karma.
Wang Xian saw the expression of the Floating Water Queen and spoke to her. Thank you, Dragon King.
This sentence made the Floating Water Queen feel slightly relieved.
Thank you, Dragon King. Our celestial nation will never forget today's kindness. The two brothers of the Floating Water Queen also knelt down gratefully and bowed. We are all creatures from the same universe. Go and prepare. Calm your mind. It's best if you can break through. It's fine if you can't.
Wang Xian waved his hand at them. It's really hard to break through the heaven's origin blessed realm. If I have to break through this realm, how hard would it be?
Would it be hard to break through for the rest of my life? Wang Xian looked at the background of the floating queen and mumbled. He was now at level 7 of the universe's ruler. His strength was at the beginner level. Level 8 of the ruler corresponded to the level of control.
The 9th level of the ruler corresponded to the level of Great Tao.
The peak of the ruler corresponded to the level of chaos. Wang Xian thought for a moment and smiled. He did not have any restrictions to be able to possess the combat strength of the chaos level. An expert at this level should be almost invincible, right? There was nothing to worry about. As for whether there was anyone above the chaos level, that was too far away. The celestial nation took out sufficient resources and traded the corpse of a water-type heaven origin creation stage powerhouse to Wang Xian.
After Tianxi and the rest strolled around the Tree of Chaos, they began their closed-door cultivation.
This time, Tianxi wanted to raise his strength to the heaven origin creation stage as soon as possible. Wang Xian had a thought and came to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was also Wang Xian's divine kingdom. At the position of the dragon throne, the ancestral tree was growing luxuriously there. The incomparably huge ancestral tree had already shown its majesty. The fruits on it were swaying.
There was something extra on the ancestral tree. It was a huge branch with a forked branch. The branch had terrifying powers.
On the branch there were roots of the same root, branches of the divine tree, and powerful branches. These branches were all taken from the heavenly Yuan creation treasure in Tianxi's body. These branches had extremely powerful offensive and destructive power. In the future, their power would be comparable to a beginner-level heavenly Yuan creation expert. Of course, this required them to fully mature. There was still a long time before they fully matured. Other than the branches of the heavenly treasure of Tianyuan in his body, the most eye-catching ones were the fruit trees on the ancestral tree.
The fruits grew on the main trunk of the ancestral tree.
Each fruit emitted a special energy.
Currently, the fruits had yet to mature. Wang Xian didn't know what the specific effects were.
However, he was certain that these fruits were supplementary fruits. The ancestral tree was more of a supplementary type. Within 1 billion years, the ancestral tree should be able to mature completely. After it matures, its strength will also be greatly enhanced. Wang Xian thought to himself. Time passed day by day. 1,000 years passed very quickly.
At the location of the Tree of Chaos and the Dragon Palace's domain, figures were flying over rapidly. Wang Xian stood on a leaf of the Tree of Chaos and scanned his surroundings.
Congratulations, Dragon King. Your trip to the 6 paths of the universe has yielded a huge harvest. The Elven Empress was the first to fly over. By the way, Dragon King, your harvest this time is more than what I have gained in my entire life. I'm really envious of you.
They did not know exactly how much harvest Wang Xian had in the 6 paths of the universe.
However, they were aware that he had killed 11 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm. With just the corpses and resources of these powerhouses, it was not an exaggeration for the Elven Empress to say that she had obtained more treasures than she did in her lifetime.
From the moment the Elven Empress broke through to a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm, she had only killed 2 powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm.
Furthermore, she had obtained their corpses.
However, Wang Xian had killed more than 10 of them in one go. She was well aware of the benefits of killing a Heaven's Origin creator.
Elven Empress, you are too modest. I was just lucky.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head.
Dragon King, your luck is really heaven-defying. The speed at which your strength is improving makes us envious.
The 12 ancestral witches flew over and said to Wang Xian with a smile. That's right. The current Dragon King and the current Dragon Palace have already surpassed the peak of the divine Dragon Clan.
The Hutian Saint flew over and said with a smile on his face, Everyone, you are exaggerating. I am still far from being comparable to you seniors.
Wang Xian smiled humbly when he heard their words.
The new generation surpasses the new. It is a blessing for our 9-origin universe to be able to produce such an expert. The ancestor of the Xuanwu clan said with a smile, Congratulations, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon King.
The Skeleton Clan and the Divine Tiger Clan had sent some experts who were at the peak of the Dominator realm. They cupped their hands at Wang Xian and congratulated him respectfully.
All right. Senior Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor said that he won't be coming this time. The rest are here too. Let's make a deal. If you have any treasures, you can take them out. Wang Xian nodded at them and said. Wang Xian gave the corpse of a Heaven Origin creator with darkness attribute to the demon race. The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor also sent a message to express his gratitude.
The Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor was not coming for the trade this time. He was wandering in the universe.
In addition, the Emperor of Phoenix did not come either. This was because Wang Xian did not invite him at all. This transaction was mainly conducted by him. The rest of the powerhouses had arrived.
Then, Dragon King, bring out the corpses and let us have a look. The Heaven Origin creator of the royal family said with a fiery gaze. Seniors, the corpses of the Heaven Origin creator are extremely precious. I also wish to sell them at a good price. I have the corpses of the Heaven Origin creator with 7 attributes: metal, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. I am prepared to sell 4 of them. You can choose from these 4 corpses.
One will keep the other 2 for the disciples of the Dragon Palace. The 7 corpses are of similar value. The one with the highest price will get them in exchange for resources. With a wave of his arm, Wang Xian took out 6 corpses and placed them in front of everyone.
He still had one of the dark attribute corpses in his hands.
Furthermore, he did not have the water attribute corpses anymore because he was trading with the Celestial Nation. He did not take out the fire attribute corpses. In addition, he only sold 4 of them. The higher the price, the better. This way, he could increase the price by selling them. The group of Heaven Origin destinies swept their eyes across the corpses. Their eyes sparkled.
This required them to compete with each other. Although it was not very intense, they could not obtain these corpses at a low price.
However, the group of Heaven Origin destinies were prepared as well. They took out their resources one by one. What surprised Wang Xian was that the Skeleton Clan took out a sum of resources that Wang Xian could not reject. They directly bought the corpse with the darkness attribute. As for the rest, the Elf Clan obtained a wood attribute while the Angel Clan obtained a light attribute. The Royal Clan obtained a wind attribute. Wang Xian put away all the resources and was extremely excited. These resources were enough to increase his strength.
At that time, he would be able to have existences that were on par with those at the control level.
Without using the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate, and without the help of the ancestral tree.
If the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate and the ancestral tree were added in, Wang Xian would be able to fight against 2 existences that had just stepped into the control level.
His strength could be said to have increased tremendously. With the addition of the Linyu, if the Fallen Shadow Demon Emperor did not have a powerful trump card and was at an extremely deep level in the Great Tao realm, he would not be able to destroy the Dragon Palace. Everyone, I still have some ultimate treasures that can allow me to escape. Next, I would like to barter and conduct the transaction. The transaction of the corpse of the Heaven's Origin creator was completed. Wang Xian was ready to continue the transaction.
He currently had 13 ultimate treasures that could allow him to escape.
These treasures were extremely precious to the Heaven's Origin powerhouses. Wang Xian was ready to take out 3 of them and carry out the transaction.
All right, let's take out all the treasures and see if there's any interest in the transaction.
The Unity Saint nodded his head and took out some treasures. The other experts also took out treasures.
The Hethian sage and the rest took out one treasure after another and placed them in front of him. They were prepared to carry out the transaction.
Wang Xian also took out 3 treasures and floated beside him.
Among the 3 treasures, one was called the illusionary water moon, one was called Kong Ming, and the other was a paper figurine.
Illusionary water moon, Kong Ming, and paper figurine. These 3 treasures were treasures that could allow one to escape quickly and avoid fatal injuries. These treasures were only slightly lower in value than those that could be resurrected without any injuries. They were even more valuable than treasures that could be resurrected. The illusionary flower and water moon can create a figure that looks exactly like itself on the spot. It has its own defensive power, and its main body is in an illusion, can quickly escape. The illusionary flower and water moon can instantly turn into the illusionary realm. It can ignore any attacks and double its speed. Paper Man. Release thousands of paper men and flee to the surroundings. Each paper man can be your real body. Wang Xian introduced the 3 treasures in front of him.
As soon as he finished his sentence, all the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm looked over at the same time.
It seems that the Dragon King has obtained a lot of treasures this time.
The Unity Saint exclaimed in surprise.
Wang Xian smiled. He was indeed lucky.
In the 6 paths of the universe, his strength was not suppressed due to the fact that they were of the same origin. He was attacked by Wang Xian when the other powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm were not paying attention to him. Hence, he could not use these treasures at all.
These treasures belong to Wang Xian. The 3 treasures in the Dragon King's hands are a little valuable. I have one here. One by one, the Heaven's Origin powerhouses took out their treasures. The Skeleton Clan, the Celestial Nation, and the Divine Tiger Clan also took out some treasures and gave an introduction. I have a treasure here. I want to exchange it for the Supreme Kong Ming. Treasure in your hands, Dragon King. The 12 ancestral witches took out a treasure and wanted to trade it with Wang Xian. This was a treasure that could be used for scouting, could detect all kinds of energy around one's body.
The scope of the scouting was very wide. It also possessed a great scouting ability for other powerhouses.
The 12 ancestral sorcerers hid it for Wang Xian. Wang Xian discovered that he could detect it even if he hid his own body.
In addition, with the Heaven's Gift that possessed the ultimate treasure of Tian Yuan and the concealment method of the ultimate treasure of Tian Yuan, he could still detect it from more than 10,000 meters away.
One had to know that one would not be able to discover the condition of Tianxi's body unless they were dozens of meters away. After Wang Xian saw this effect, he immediately made a deal with Tianxi. Investigative treasures were extremely useful. For the other 2 treasures, Wang Xian exchanged some fragments of the elemental god and a treasure from the technological universe.
The treasure from the technological universe was a blueprint, the blueprint of the universe destroyer.
According to the blueprint, according to some scientific knowledge, a powerful cosmic destroyer could be created.
The cosmic destroyer had the ability to destroy the peak of the universe's ruler.
There were many universes, and there were all kinds of them. Naturally, there were universes that focused on technology. As for the technological universe, a powerful warship could destroy the destiny of the heaven. It was incomparably powerful.
The blueprint of this cosmic destroyer was stored in an owl. It contained all the knowledge of the construction of the cosmic destroyer. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before making the deal. He asked Lin Wenluo, the Fire Hammer clan, and Wuxia from the Dragon Palace to study it.
Currently, the Fire Hammer clan was the auxiliary branch of the Dragon Palace. Their combat strength was relatively weak, but they were still very talented in forging and research. Along with Lin Wenluo, Wuxia, and the others, they had studied many treasures. Sometimes, the Sky Array and the Dragon Wizards would also participate in their research. Wizards were also different scientists who specialized in magic. The technological universe was a very powerful universe. Warships bombarded saints and analyzed all kinds of energy, so their strength was extraordinary. Soon, the trade fair ended. The Heaven Creation Realm powerhouses were also very satisfied. The Skeleton Clan had also obtained some good treasures. It's time for a breakthrough. Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace and looked at the resources in his hands with a smile. This trade fair was enough to raise his strength.
First, he called Prime Minister Gue over and handed the other 5 corpses to him so that the disciples of the Dragon Palace could absorb and improve rapidly.
Following that, he began to devour the resources. As time passed, the energy in Wang Xian's body was increasing rapidly.
With the improvement of his dragon energy, his strength was also increasing bit by bit.
The 9-colored radiance filled the entire Dragon King Hall. Above the dragon scales, there were faint divine dragons flying. Wang Xian's enormous body was filled with endless majesty. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade to level 8 of the Universe Overlord.
Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to level 8 of the 9 Origin.
Dragon Realm. Name: Wang Xian Race. 9 Origin Divine Dragon. Mandragon Unity.
Level 8 of the Universe Overlord 9 Transformations Unity.
Origin: 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability: ruling the water tribe below their level. Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements.
Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation.
Divine ability: soul absorbing, spirit attaching. Law divine ability: Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw, Yin Yang Realm Breaking, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Sacred Dragon Shadow.
Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Rising, true.
Dragon Body. Law aspect: 8 Dragon Pillars, 8 Dragon Avatars, Towering Dragon Horns.
Mighty Heavenly Dragon, God's Tail Playing Pearl, Life Dragon Breath, Shadow Dragon Avatars, Dark Dragon Chasing, Dark Dragon Transformation, Wind and Thunder Dragon Birth, Mad Dragon Star Explosion.
Domain: 9 Origins Dragon Realm. Control law: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind and thunder. Divine Kingdom: Dragon Palace. Innate: Dragon Palace members 8060450. Boom.
As the system's voice rang out, Wang Xian's body emitted an even more majestic aura as he charged towards his surroundings. Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes. There was a pair of pupils, one yin and one yang.
The dragon horns on his head were also a yin and a yang. It was extremely strange.
However, it was extremely holy.
Wang Xian looked at his attributes in his mind and a smile appeared on his face.
He tried to sense his own strength. It was much stronger than before. The Heaven's Origin creation, the control level.
In the universe, Wang Xian's strength was considered very strong.
Even if he used all his trump cards, those at the Great Tao level might not be able to kill him.
Wang Xian's body moved and transformed into a human form. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone flew out, and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc transformed into a black dragon cannon. The uninitiated holy wings on his back transformed into a wind and thunder divine dragon windbreaker. Sensing his current appearance, Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Very cool, very cool, very majestic. I'll make a trip to the Sword and Magic universe. I'll give the 3 spatial attribute corpses to my void dragon body, so that it can reach the Heaven's Origin realm as soon as possible.
Wang Xian pondered in his heart. Buzz. After Wang Xian arrived at the Sword and Magic universe, his body moved and instantly entered the body of the Void Dragon. The ruler of the universe is at level 9. To be able to break through to this level in such a long time is already considered not bad.
Wang Xian sensed the strength of the Void Dragon and revealed a satisfied expression. Level 9 ruler of the universe. He was very close to the peak. With 3 more bodies of the Heaven Origin creator, it should be a big problem for him to break through. At this moment, Wang Xian was in the flowing water forbidden ground. He was cultivating in seclusion in a room. Wang Xian opened his eyes. With a thought, he swept his surroundings.
The Dragon King is here.
Very soon, Lu Lan's figure appeared. She looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile. Yes, I'm here to take a look. I want to thank you for your help last time, Lu Lan.
Wang Xian smiled at Lu Lan.
He was talking about the Queen of the Floating Waters.
It was nothing. Lu Lan smiled and looked at Wang Xian with a twinkle in her eyes. Dragon King, you are stronger again. This time I can't see through you. I was lucky and obtained some opportunities. Wang Xian smiled and said,
By the way, Dragon King, there are some things that I don't know if I should tell you about our sword and magic universe. Lu Lan looked at Wang Xian and suddenly spoke. Wang Xian saw his expression and raised his eyebrows slightly, indicating for her to continue. Not long ago, I sensed that at the edge of our sword and magic universe, there was a huge eye peeping at our sword and magic universe. That huge eye gave me a palpitating feeling. I didn't rush over to check it out. I communicated with Senior Wang Tian. Senior Wang Tian also sensed it. He said that someone was peeping at our universe and was plotting against us.
However, the owner of that eye is stronger than us. I wonder if it's an expert from the Mad Demon universe where the Asgardian demon god is.
Lu Lan spoke.
Her words slightly surprised Wang Xian.
There are huge eyes peeping at the sword and the magic universe?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
Yes. As Lu Lan spoke, her brows were tightly knitted. Her face was filled with worry. I have discussed this matter with Senior Hopeless Heaven for a long time. However, in the entire sword and magic universe, only the two of us can communicate with each other. However, our strength is only at the initial stage of the heaven's origin creation.
Our sword and magic universe has always been plagued with disasters. Every time the calamity arrives, it becomes a slaughterhouse. This time, because of you, Dragon King, we can tell you about it.
We suspect that there are experts from other universes who have begun to plot against our sword and magic universe. Our sword and magic universe has 10 attributes. Generally speaking, we can produce 10 heaven's origin creation realm experts, but so far there are only 2. No, I don't know 2. In fact, our sword and magic universe has already given birth to 5 heaven origin creation realm experts, and the other 3 are experts from other universes. They used our sword and magic universe's quota to become heaven origin creation realm experts. Even so, our sword and magic universe still has 5 quotas, which makes other universes covet our universe's quota and resources. This calamity is about to arrive. I wonder if you, Dragon King, can help us a little.
As she spoke, she looked at Wang Xian. The space attribute spot hasn't been taken, right?
Upon hearing her words, Wang Xian frowned slightly and asked. Lu Lan shook her head. If the Dragon King wants to allow his clone to break through to the next level, we have no objections. Before the cataclysm, I will allow my Void Dragon body to break through to the heavenly Yuan Destiny realm. If there are no accidents on my side, my body will be with you. Also, if there is no war in the 9 origin universe, I can come over and even bring people over. Wang Xian spoke.
Oh? Thank you, Dragon King. Lu Lan was slightly shocked when she heard that. She looked at Wang Xian and asked, Dragon King, are you confident that you can make your clone break through to the heaven origin creation realm?
Yes, I have obtained many treasures in other universes this time. I am confident that I can make my Void Dragon body break through to the heaven origin creation realm. Wang Xian nodded and said confidently. Among his 3 corpses, one of them was the corpse of a control-level powerhouse. It was extremely difficult to break through to the Tianyuan Blessed Realm. However, Wang Xian had 3 corpses of a powerhouse at the Tianyuan Blessed Realm. If he tried his best to comprehend them, the probability would be more than.
Furthermore, Wang Xian believed that his comprehension ability was very strong. Dragon King, you are really amazing.
Lu Lan opened her mouth. Her face was filled with astonishment.
It was a little terrifying to have his clone break through to the heaven's origin creation realm.
In the sword and magic universe, how many other heaven's origin creation realm powerhouses are there?
Wang Xian asked Lu Lan.
Dragon King, there are 5 other attributes, namely wood, wind, thunder, space, and light. The rest of the attribute slots have all been taken. Lu Lan replied. Wang Xian nodded. If the experts from the Dragon Palace had the chance, they would be able to make a breakthrough in the sword and magic universe. As for Lu Lan and Wang Tian, would they be interested? Strength was king. In their opinion, the best outcome would be that their universe would not be targeted by other experts after the apocalypse. Now that the sword and magic universe had 5 spots, it was a huge danger to them.
Moreover, even if they did not agree, what could they do to resist? If I have time recently, I will go to the chaotic space around your universe to take a look. I want to see what kind of powerhouses from the universe are targeting you.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before continuing.
If the sword and magic universe were to be attacked during the calamity, Wang Xian would lend a hand.
It was not only because of Long Yin and the rest. It was also for the future plans.
Wang Xian also wanted to get more spots for the powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm.
The Dragon Palace had 9 attributes. If the Dragon Palace added more powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin realm, then the Dragon Palace would truly rise. In addition, he would go to the chaos to take a look. If it was an expert who had just entered the Heaven Origin creation stage setting up a sword and magic universe, Wang Xian didn't mind killing him. The value of a Heaven Origin creation stage powerhouse's corpse was too high. The 4 corpses that Wang Xian left for the disciples of the Dragon Palace were enough for the Dragon Palace to increase the number of masters who were at the peak of the Universe Dominator stage. This was a huge improvement for the Dragon Palace. Let's take a look around. With my current strength, I'm not afraid of encountering strong enemies that can crush me in the chaos. Furthermore, I have a lot of escaping treasures in my hands. Wang Xian pondered in his heart and decided to take a look. Buzz. It seems that the Dragon King's strength has really improved by a lot. He entered the chaos without any scruples. The current Dragon King poses a great threat to me. I really don't understand how the Dragon King managed to cultivate. How is it possible for him to break through so quickly? We are still too weak. With the help of an expert like the Dragon King, it is also a good thing for us. At the periphery of the sword and magic universe, Lu Lan and Wang Xian watched Wang Xian enter the chaos with a look of amazement on their faces. At the same time, they were also somewhat helpless. As their own universe, they had no way to deal with the covetous people outside. The calamity was about to arrive, but they had no way to deal with this disaster. Wang Xian did not know what Lu Lan and the rest were thinking. Even if he knew, he didn't care.
After entering the chaos, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and flew in one direction.
Based on what Lu Lan and Hopeless Heaven said, they felt that the place they were spying on was in another place. Wang Xian entered the chaos from another direction and flew toward the place they mentioned. The universe was very big. Wang Xian flew along the edge of the universe at a fast speed. He scanned his surroundings and kept sensing. At the same time, he took out the investigative treasure that he had traded with the 12 ancestral warlocks and looked at the situation above.
There was no sun or moon in the chaos. After flying for a few years, Wang Xian suddenly stopped and looked at the investigative treasure in his hand.
This investigative treasure was a gray piece in the chaos. However, at this moment, other energy light spots suddenly appeared at the edge. It was a white energy light spot. This white color was very strange. It was not a white light with the light attribute.
A special attribute?
There's only one. The energy shows that it's an existence at the control level. Wang Xian read the information and mumbled.
An expert at the control level indeed had the ability to covet the sword and the magical universe.
Wang Xian concealed his figure and inched forward bit by bit. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he looked ahead in astonishment. There was a huge white building altar in front of him. The white building was placed in a special position. It was obvious that it was an altar. Waves of energy were resisting the erosion of the power of chaos. The entire altar area was extremely huge. It was comparable to a huge city. Buzz. When Wang Xian arrived, a huge pupil suddenly rose in the sky above the white building. The pupil looked in Wang Xian's direction.
There was an illusory figure below the huge pupil. The figure stared at Wang Xian coldly.
When Wang Xian saw that he had been discovered, he raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not move. The power of faith. Is it the power of faith in the universe? Wang Xian sensed this energy and thought to himself, "Fellow saint, may I know why you are spying on me?" The illusory figure stared at Wang Xian and asked faintly,
"Are you planning to set up the sword and the magic universe next to you?" Wang Xian stared at him and asked in return,
Are you also planning to set up the sword and the magic universe?" The illusory figure also asked in return. "I'm going to take a look around." Wang Xian answered his question. "That's best. We shall not interfere in each other's business. The illusory figure said calmly.
Wang Xian nodded his head and left immediately.
As he flew into the distance, Wang Xian could sense that the huge pupil was looking at him. He had a feeling that he was being spied on.
After flying for a whole day, the feeling of being spied on finally disappeared.
This prying energy of the belief universe is really amazing, Wang Xian mumbled. The scope of this probing was extremely bright. No wonder he could directly probe into the sword and magic universe. That expert from the belief universe is at the control level. I wonder if he is the only one or if there are more of them. Looks like the belief universe has its eyes on the sword and magic universe.
Wang Xian spoke and did not continue to probe further. Instead, he flew towards the sword and magic universe. According to Lu Lan and the rest, they only felt that they were being spied on in this direction.
Therefore, Wang Xian did not go anywhere else.
The universe was so big that it would take at least tens of thousands of years to fly around and investigate everything.
Wang Xian did not have that much time. After entering the universe of swords and magic, Wang Xian sent a message to Lu Lan and Wang Xian. Very soon, Lu Lan and Wang Xian came up to him. Dragon King, did you find anything? The two of them asked Wang Xian with hopeful expressions. Yes. There are heaven origin creation stage powerhouses who have faith in the universe and are controlling the sword and magic universe. Wang Xian nodded and replied. Heaven origin creation stage powerhouses who have faith in the universe and are controlling the universe. This? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He looked at Wang Xian and said,
Dragon King, how many powerhouses are there?
I don't know the exact number. I only saw one. Wang Xian shook his head and said, You guys know about the strength of the belief universe, right? I know a little. The belief universe is a very powerful universe. During the last calamity, they conquered a universe. Although they won't massacre everyone in the universe, they can change a person's mind and make them believe in them.
Hopelessness Heaven nodded and said with an embarrassed expression.
Yes, the belief universe is not weak. Not long ago, our 9 origin universe fought with them in the starry universe. Of course, it was just a fight between ordinary disciples. When the cosmic calamity is about to arrive, if there are no special circumstances in our 9 origin universe, I will come over. Wang Xian spoke to them. Dragon King, your 9 origin universe is so strong. There shouldn't be any problems, right?
Lu Lan opened her mouth and couldn't help but ask.
I'm not sure either.
Wang Xian shook his head. But I can guarantee that my void dragon body will be in your universe for the time being. If we work together, a control-level person can still be expelled.
Hopeless Heaven and Lu Lan nodded their heads. They were also very helpless as they didn't have any good ideas.
Now that time was so short, they could only place their hopes on Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't stay in the sword and magic universe for too long. After that, he returned to the Tree of Chaos.
Next, I have to prepare for the calamity. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and muttered. The weak universe had already been surrounded by the powerful fate of the heaven's origin and began to lay out a plan. His cold gaze was already staring at the flesh and blood and the resources inside.
Wang Xian also needed to continue to become stronger. The Dragon Palace also needed to continue to become stronger.
Apart from that, before the arrival of the calamity, Wang Xian wanted to resolve one thing.
The matter of the Phoenix clan. He had to end it before the arrival of the calamity. Disturbing the external world must first settle the internal world. The feud between the Phoenix clan and the Dragon Palace must be resolved.
Wang Xian closed his eyes. Currently, the only way to improve his strength was to have the body of the Void God Dragon.
Currently, Wang Xian and the body of the Void God Dragon were comprehending the power of space together. This could speed up the improvement of his clone's realm.
Over at the Dragon Palace, due to the huge amount of resources that Wang Xian brought, the speed of the improvement of the disciples of the Dragon Palace had increased by a lot, especially in the aspect of high-end combat strength.
With the corpses of 4 heaven origin blessed powerhouses, the speed of the birth of top-notch powerhouses in the Dragon Palace was also increasing. In addition, the 2 elemental gods had already turned into a paradise. The 12 ancestral wizards had already made preparations for this.
This also gave the Dragon Palace an additional top-notch training ground. The blessed land that the elemental gods were born in was the best.
As time went by, the number of experts in the Dragon Palace increased. 100 million years later, Wuxia's void dragon body had reached the peak of the universe overlord realm. He was officially stepping into the heaven's origin blessed realm.
Time passed quickly. 200 million years passed quickly. Tianxi, how long will it take for you to break through?
On this day, in the Dragon King's hall of the Dragon Palace, a group of people was eating delicacies on a big table.
Xu Qing and the other girls included Hua Er, Kai Er, Xiao Yu, and Feng Lingtian. There was also Tianxi and his mother Mu Lin. This was a family banquet. Such a family banquet would only be held once every million years.
This was also a decision made by Guan Shuqin and the other girls as well as Xiao Yu. They could not cultivate for too long. The members of the family had to get together frequently.
Wang Xian naturally had no objections. He asked Tianxi.
As Wang Xian's foster son, Guan Shuqing and the rest quickly accepted the fact that they suddenly had another foster son.
Foster father, it will take at most a few tens of millions of years. I will be able to achieve a breakthrough soon. By then, the divine tree in my body will have reached its maturity stage. Tianxi said, at the tree of chaos, my cultivation speed is very fast. The growth rate of the divine tree in my body is also very fast. If you want to achieve a breakthrough, you have to go back to the Six Paths universe. There are no more slots in the Nine Origin universe. Wang Xian nodded and looked at Lan Qingyue. Qingyue, does Xiao Lan and the rest have a chance to make a breakthrough?
Currently, Xiao Lan and the rest were still in the Starry Universe.
With the cultivation of the Dragon Palace's resources, their current strength had already reached the peak of the universe's ruler. It's very difficult. There are no more spots in the Starry Universe. If Xiao Lan and the rest want to make a breakthrough, they have to enter other universes with special bloodline energy. However, there aren't many such universes. Lan Qingyue spoke and then smiled. However, it doesn't matter. You are in the Dragon Palace now. It doesn't matter whether we break through or not. Wang Xian heard it and shook his head with a smile.
Only the strong ones in the Heaven's Origin realm could live forever.
Otherwise, their lifespan would be exhausted.
Wang Xian would think of a way to elevate all of them to the Heaven's Origin realm. Brother, is the ancestral tree about to reach its maturity stage? Xiao Yu asked Wang Xian from the side.
Yes, soon. It will probably mature in a few 100 million years.
Wang Xian nodded his head.
After the ancestral tree had completely reached its maturity stage, Wang Xian's strength could increase a little more. Oh right, when Xiao Tianxi makes his breakthrough, let's go to the Six Paths universe to have some fun. We haven't gone on a trip for a long time and are tired of the Nine Origin universe. Let's go to the Six Paths universe to have some fun. When little Tianxi breaks through, we can give him a chance. In the future, he will have to live in the Six Paths universe most of the time. We can't let others bully him. Guan Shuqing suddenly said. That's fine. We haven't gone to other places for a long time. The Six Paths universe is a universe that we haven't been to before. It's a brand new world. It's definitely very fun. And there's definitely a lot of delicious food. The group of girls began to agree. Their faces were filled with anticipation. That's fine. The 6 treasured lands of our Six Paths universe are all very unique. The food and scenery are also completely different from the Nine Origin universe. Mu Lin smiled and said to them, when the time comes, I can bring my sisters around.
During this period of time, Mu Lin had gotten familiar with Guan Shuqin and the others. Although their relationship was not too deep, it was still pretty good. As Heaven's Gift's mother, Mu Lin was given a lot of resources from the Dragon Palace in terms of cultivation, including some faith hearts. This allowed Mu Lin's current strength to reach the 6th level of a universe overlord. Her improvement could be said to be extremely terrifying. There was nothing she could do. The Dragon Palace had Wang Xian and Lin Yo. In addition to the Tianyuan creation treasure in Tianxi's body, the Dragon Palace had 2 complete Tianyuan creation treasures.
In addition to the large number of treasures, it was still very easy to nurture a person. Alright, let's take a good look around and let Tianxi have a firm foothold in the Six Paths universe. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and agreed.
The strength of the Six Paths universe was not weak, especially the strength of the undead.
He was able to summon 3 terrifying existences at the heaven's origin creation level. His strength was equivalent to Wang Xian, who did not use the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc at the moment. Of course, the recovery energy of the ancestral tree had to be used. If Tianxi stepped into the heaven's origin creation level and borrowed the heaven's origin creation treasure, his strength would be about the same as the undead.
As for the Golden Leopard and Sand City in the Six Paths universe, they were both at the beginner level.
After the discussion, they continued to chat for a while before continuing to cultivate and have fun. Tianxi, on the other hand, continued to cultivate. Time passed day by day. Tens of millions of years passed very quickly.
Foster father, I can break through.
From the Tree of Chaos, Tianxi flew towards Wang Xian with an excited expression.
He had cultivated here for more than 200 million years. He felt that he could step into the legendary realm at any time.
Although his adoptive father had always told him that he could easily step into the destiny realm of the heaven's origin. However, he was still extremely excited at this moment. Can I break through? Wang Xian opened his eyes and looked at the excited Tianxi. He flew over and patted his shoulder. Since that's the case, let's return to the Six Paths universe and prepare to break through.
Wang Xian said to him.
It was very easy for Tianxi to break through. This did not mean that one could easily break through to the Tianyuan Blessed Realm after obtaining the ultimate treasure of the Tianyuan Blessed Realm. This was because the ultimate treasure of the Tianyuan Blessed Realm and Tianxi had merged into one. They were born as one.
It was also because of this that Wang Xian was envious of him back then.
He was born extraordinary. Even if he didn't cultivate, he could still reach the Tianyuan Destiny Realm. As for the other powerhouses who obtained the ultimate treasure of Tianyuan, they also needed to break their own shackles.
They couldn't be compared to Tianxi at all.
With Tianxi's breakthrough, there would be one more powerhouse for Wang Xian in the future. Tianxi, have you chosen the breakthrough location?
In front of the Tree of Chaos, Wang Xian stood in front of Tianxi and asked with a smile on his face. Behind Wang Xian and around him, there were a group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace.
There were 13 divine dragons, Aochitian, Aochi, Aojian, and the rest.
Around them, Tianxi's mother, Mulin Seer, and her grandfather were staring at them. Since Tianxi was about to break through, he naturally had to return to the Six Paths universe.
Breaking through to the Tianyuan Blessed Realm was an extremely important matter to Tianxi. Where to break through was also a choice. Master, our Muli tribe will handle the water source. Tianxi smiled shyly and said to Wang Xian, forget about the Muli tribe. Your breakthrough will cause a huge change in the energy of heaven and earth. It will cause some conflict with the water source. Let's do it in the sky above the grassland. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said, all right then, I'll listen to you, foster father. Tianxi nodded and had no objections. Dragon King, the last time I set up a demonic altar in the Earth City, PLL teleport to the Earth City. And Lai said to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded. Let's go.
It's the Dragon King.
And Lai swept his gaze across everyone. With a wave of his arm, a wave of energy enveloped them.
Buzz. In the next instant, they appeared at the Six Paths universe's original land city. Wang Xian sensed the suppression from the Six Paths universe and a thought came to his mind.
The same root was connected to Tianxi's body and to the disciples of the Dragon Palace. The suppression from the Six Paths universe vanished instantly. When the suppression disappeared, the 13 divine dragons of the Dragon Palace rose into the sky.
Dragon roar. At the same time, the power of a peak-level universe dominator surged into the surroundings. This time, all the peak-level universe dominators of the Dragon Palace had arrived. A total of 18. With the corpses of the heavenly Yuan creation realm experts, the disciples of the Dragon Palace improved very quickly. Over the past 200 million years, more than 10 peak-level universe dominators had been added. The reason why they came this time was firstly to give the future heavenly bestowal a boost.
The other reason was for the Heaven's Origin realm to achieve a breakthrough. This would also allow the disciples of the Dragon Palace to gain some insights.
The next biggest hurdle for them was the Heaven's Origin realm. Let's go. The 13 divine dragons roared and hovered in the air. A dragon chair appeared behind them. Wang Xian was sitting on a huge dragon chair. Beside him was a small dragon chair. Ling Tianxi sat on it. Behind him was Ao Qitian and the rest who were wrapping Mu Lin Si and the rest with energy. As divine dragons who were at the peak of the Dragon Palace's overlord realm, their status was very high. Apart from those in the Tianyuan Blessed Realm, they were the strongest experts at this level. Tianxi was about to break through to the Tianyuan Blessed Realm. He was also the crown prince of the Dragon Palace. The group of divine dragons who were at the peak of the overlord realm pulled him along. Naturally, they were convinced. As for the rest, they would not let him sit on the dragon throne. In the Dragon Palace, strength was king. Only the Dragon Queen and the future Crown Prince and Princess had the right to be pulled and brought along by them. This was also the rule of the Dragon Palace. The 13 divine dragons roared and pulled Wang Xian and the rest in a direction at a fast speed. In Earth City, the sudden roar of the divine dragons and the sudden terrifying power caused all the strong disciples in Earth City to be slightly shocked. Especially the powerful warriors of the Black Earth tribe in Earth City. When they sensed this power, they immediately floated to the sky, their faces full of shock. What is this? Dragon God, it's a dragon god from the nine-origin universe Dragon Palace. This power is all at the peak of the ruler level. It's a dragon god similar to that dragon king. Look behind that dragon god. There's a throne, and that's the dragon king and Mu Litian. Hiss, what terrifying power. These 13 divine dragons are too terrifying. Not only are there 13 divine dragons, but there are also 5 existences at the peak of the ruler realm. Are these the subordinates of the nine-origin universe Dragon King? Why did the Dragon King and the others suddenly come back? And Mu Lishiansi has returned from the nine-origin universe? What's going on? Immediately report to our Lord Tianyuan creation. The experts of the Black Earth tribe discussed in shock. They stared at the enormous and majestic divine dragon in the sky in shock and fear, especially the dragon throne behind the divine dragon. Pulling a chariot with a peak stage ruler realm existence, this power shook the ancient and modern times. And a person from their six-path universe was sitting at the back. These 10 or so peak stage rulers were more powerful than the experts of their Black Earth tribe. Ha! Somewhere in the Shen Tu tribe, Tu Sha City opened his eyes. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He moved and instantly floated in the sky above the Earth City. This was one of his clones. When this clone of Tu Sha City saw Wang Xian and the rest in the sky, his eyes flickered slightly. His pupils were filled with fear. Welcome, Dragon King. Tianxi is back as well. Tu Sha City approached Wang Xian and the rest and greeted, Dragon King, where are you guys going this time? Tianxi is going to the grassland for a breakthrough. I will accompany him there. If you are interested, Brother Tu, you can take a look. Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly at Tu Sha City and said. Following that, he looked at the group of divine dragons. The divine dragons roared and pulled their dragon chairs as they flew rapidly towards the direction of the grassland. They broke through so quickly? Tulsa City was shocked as he looked at the departing figures Ot Wang Xian and the rest with a twinkle in his eyes. He is my nephew Mu Lishiansi, from the Six Paths universe. He is about to advance to the Tianyuan Destiny realm in the grassland. He is about to add a Tianyuan Destiny saint to the Six Paths universe. He is the godson of the Dragon King from the Nine Paths universe. Mu Lishiansi is about to step into the Tianyuan Destiny realm. The Earth City opened its mouth, and the voice formed by majestic energy spread across the entire Earth City and to other places in the Earth region. Oh, Lord Mu Li Tianxi is going to break through. Hiss, so fast, this is too fast. Wow, our Six Paths universe is going to have one more Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm expert. Mu Li Tianxi is going to break through in the grassland. Quick, quick. Let's go and take a look. The Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm expert has advanced. This is really heaven-defying. Mu Lishiansi was born as a destiny saint, and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace protected him and raised him. Now, in just over 300 million years, he has become a Heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm expert. This is too terrifying. Fuck, with a heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm expert and the powerful Dragon King of the Dragon Palace as a father, if I had such a father, I might have reached the heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm. At that time, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was here in Earth City. It was simply too heaven-defying. He killed other heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm experts randomly. The entire Earth City was in an uproar. Countless powerful disciples were discussing, and they were all extremely excited. The Six Paths universe now had a great existence. And Mu Lishiansi would also become a legend in the Six Paths universe. The luckiest person. Tianxi is about to break through. Hurry up, we are rushing to the grassland. Tianxi is back, and under the lead of the Dragon King he is about to break through to the grassland. It has only been 200 million years and Tianxi is about to break through. Our Muli tribe is about to rise up completely. It's the heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm. I didn't expect that our Muli tribe would have a heavenly Yuan Destiny Realm powerhouse. Our ancestors showed their spirit. Before the catastrophe, our Muli tribe had such a powerhouse. With the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace as a backer, we are not afraid at all when the catastrophe arrives. Hurry, hurry, all the tribesmen rush to the grassland. Muli Tianxi is about to break through. When Tianxi returned to the Six Paths universe, Tianxi's grandfather and the others passed the news to the Muli tribe. The Nine River tribe also received the news. This caused the Muli tribe and the Nine River tribe to be completely excited. The Muli tribe had given birth to a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. In the future, they would be one of the top 3 tribes in the Six Paths universe. They would be able to occupy even more resources. Especially with the impending calamity, having a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert to protect them and not having a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert to protect them were two completely different concepts. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace led Mu Lishiansi to the grassland to make a breakthrough. This news swept through the entire Six Paths universe at a terrifying speed. After the undead and the golden leopard received this news, they immediately rushed towards the grassland. Countless powerful disciples also rushed towards the grassland. They worshipped and watched. Half a year later, 13 gigantic divine dragons stepped into the sky above the grassland. Below, all the strong disciples were shocked when they saw the gigantic divine dragon flying over and pulling the divine dragon throne. Everyone knew that the Dragon King had arrived and Mu Lishiansi had arrived. The leaders of the major tribes of the grassland welcomed the Dragon King. Lord Mu Lishiansi, Lord Mu Lishiansi, and Lord Mu Lishiansi to the grassland for a breakthrough. We are all in the sky above the center of the grassland and have prepared everything for you, Lord. We are here to welcome you under the orders of the spirits of the dead. As soon as they arrived in the air above the grassland, the leaders of the major tribes of the grassland came over personally to welcome them and greeted them loudly. Lead the way. Tianxi looked at them, nodded and said, in the past half a year, Wang Xian had also taught him some knowledge about the skills of emperors. As a creator of the heaven's origin, as long as he had his own clan and tribe, he had to know some control skills. As a strong person, he had to have the attitude of a strong person. As there was the existence of the apocalypse, a strong person in the universe had to know tactics and know how to give orders. Wang Xian had given him a lot of these things in the past half a year. Tianxi was still young. Unlike Wang Xian who had killed his way here, his path was relatively simple, so there were some things that needed to be taught. For example, the way to deal with the major tribes in the Six Paths universe, as well as the attitude towards the other 3 heaven origin creator powerhouses. He could respect them as a junior. However, he also needed to gain the respect of the other party. Otherwise, there was no need to respect the other party at all. Strength spoke the loudest. Wang Xian was very respectful towards the experts from the 9 origin universe. Many times, he would address them as seniors. He was indeed a junior. He had to be humble. However, at the same time he had to treat them with respect. This was the foundation. For the following matters, he would let Tianxi handle it himself. Wang Xian would only watch from the side. After that, Prime Minister Gui would also send a few members of the Dragon Palace to help him sort out some problems. The think tank was still very important. Even if Tianxi had become a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm, Wang Xian, the old father, was not completely at ease. It's Lord Mu Lishiansi. The leaders of the tribes looked at Mu Lishiansi and were slightly shocked. They responded respectfully. Tianxi was sitting on the dragon throne. Behind him, there was the shadow of a divine tree. It was emitting a fierce aura. On his head, there was a crown with a unique design of a tree and a divine dragon. It added a lot of majesty to his young face. He was dressed in the wood divine dragon robe, exuding a sense of nobility. The divine dragon pulled the carriage and sat on the dragon throne. He had a complete heavenly yuan creation treasure. Even if he had not broken through, his strength was not weaker than a heavenly yuan creation realm expert who had just entered. His majesty was revealed. The 13 divine dragons pulled their dragon chairs and continued flying forward. Soon, they arrived in the sky above a forest. Below them, there were already countless strong disciples waiting. The sand city of the dead and the golden leopard were sitting on the throne in the void. Foster father. Looking at the specially cleared void in the sky ahead, Tianxi stood up slowly to visit Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded at him and stood up slowly. It's foster father. Tianxi did not talk to the others, nor did he talk to the undead and the other 3 powerhouses. His body moved and he flew straight up into the sky. Buzz. Behind him, a god tree that was not very thick was slightly thin and long. There were some sharp thorns on it, and it was filled with a fierce aura. It appeared directly behind him. The god tree was emitting a suffocating aura. An aura that was not weaker than a beginner-level heavenly kismet expert charged downwards. He's about to break through. This? He hasn't broken through yet, but he already has an aura that's not weaker than mine? If he breaks through, wouldn't that be? Undead Sand City and the others saw the 13 divine dragons. They saw Tianxi fly up into the sky and directly attempt to break through. Feeling this power, they were shocked. The golden leopard could not help but ask in a low voice. According to the rumors in the universe, if a heavenly yuan creation realm expert who has just made a breakthrough has an attack-type heavenly yuan creation treasure, he can fight against a control-level existence. In other words, it's easy for him to fight against 3 of them, the undead said from the side, his eyes flashing. He reached the heavenly yuan creation realm after cultivating for more than 300 million years. He's much stronger than me when he just stepped into it. I'm really envious. Earth Sand City couldn't help but say. Tianxi's luck is indeed heaven-defying. Not only was he born extraordinary, but he also met a foster father who treats treasures like nothing. I can't compare to him. I can't compare to him. The undead shook his head and looked up into the sky. At this moment, all the powerful disciples' gazes were focused on Tianxi. The divine tree behind Tianxi seemed to have taken root in the void. The branches and leaves above completely covered Tianxi. Tianxi stood on top, and countless wood elemental energy surged into his body. In the sky, the phantom of the divine tree appeared, swaying its branches. Flowers bloomed. Tianxi stood there, slowly spreading his arms. The tree of God behind him also began to sway its branches. At this moment, the starry sky seemed to dim, and only the most dazzling tree of God and Tianxi remained. Rumble! Rumble! The world roared, celebrating. Rumble! Rumble! The rumble of the 6 universes resounded through the sky above the grassland. An ancient god tree with a powerful aura took root in the void. It swayed its branches. Tianxi stood below the ancient god tree and stepped on its branches. Endless wood elemental energy gathered around him. The energy in Tiancp's body was increasing crazily. At the same time, the ancient god tree behind him was also growing rapidly. This ancient god tree needed to borrow the power of the universe and the energy absorbed by Tianxi's breakthrough to reach its maturity. The vast divine tree seemed to have stood between heaven and earth since ancient times. The projection turned into a real object. Below, all the powerful disciples felt this power, and their faces were filled with reverence. Some wood element cultivators even knelt on the ground and closed their eyes to absorb the wood element energy between heaven and earth. Wang Xian watched this scene quietly and quietly felt the process of Tianxi's breakthrough. The strong cultivators from the Dragon Palace also watched quietly. Buzz. Not long after, the ancient god tree behind Tianxi suddenly started to shake. The entire tree started to grow. 2 brand new branches appeared on the top of the tree of God. One on the left and one on the right.
One of the two branches circled around the city while the other was filled with sharp thorns.
Wang Xian looked at the two newly grown branches and his eyes flickered slightly.
Following that, in the middle of the tree, at the main trunk, fruits began to grow.
8 fruits appeared and 2 of them began to ripen rapidly.
It's about to reach maturity, Wang Xian muttered as he looked at the transformation of the divine tree, the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin.
He moved his palm and the immortal slaying calabash, which had been on the ancestral tree, flew towards the divine tree behind Tianxi. Following that, Wang Xian looked at some of the branches on the ancestral tree. The endless branches, the soul-returning branches, the parasol tree branches, the fuchang tree branches, the nirvana lightning tree branches, and a black resurrection lily all flew towards the ancient divine tree behind Tianxi. Each of the branches exuded a powerful and majestic aura and luster. Each of them seemed to be a rare and extraordinary existence. In the past, the endless parasol tree, the fuchang tree, and the nirvana lightning tree were all branches at the level of a venerable.
However, because of the ancestral tree, they had evolved into the ruler realm.
The soul-returning wood and the immortal slaying calabash were already at the ruler realm. Now they were at the peak.
The immortal slaying calabash was obtained by Wang Xian in the past. It was extremely powerful.
After his nurturing, the immortal sword in the immortal slaying calabash could instantly kill a powerhouse at the peak of the ruler realm.
However, such a treasure was useless to him.
He gave it to Tianxi because the ancient god tree in Tianxi's body was an offensive heavenly yuan creation treasure. As long as it was nurtured and rooted in the tree, the immortal slaying calabash's power was only slightly weaker than the last 2 branches on the tree.
The other branches might not be as powerful. As for the soul-returning wood, it was purely to increase some special methods and foundations. One divine tree divine branch after another flew over.
The ancient god tree extended a branch and accepted it before landing it on its own body. The Tianyuan Destiny Supreme Treasure in Tianxi's body was very familiar with the ancestral tree in Wang Xian's body.
Its body also had the aura of the ancestral tree.
The ancestral tree leaned towards supporting and nurturing. The ancient god tree in Tianxi's body was attacking.
Boom! Boom! As the ancient god tree matured, the energy in Tianxi's body also received a huge boost.
His body gradually turned towards the heaven's origin creation. Along with a boom, the shackles were broken.
Tianxi, who was standing under the ancient god tree, opened his eyes and smiled.
He looked at Wang Xian's position. Walala! The ancient god tree behind him swayed its branches. The 8 fruits on the trunk, one of the 2 that had matured, flew towards Wang Xian, a fruit that was born from the ultimate treasure of the heaven's origin. This.
Around them, the spirits of the dead and the rest were staring at this fruit with burning eyes. Their breathing was a little hurried.
This was a priceless treasure. This kind of fruit definitely had a terrifying effect. However, they didn't dare to snatch it. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the fruit to sense it. After consuming the burning fruit, a burst of wood elemental energy will erupt from the body to form a forest. The forest will cover a certain area. Within this area, only by destroying all the trees can one kill the person who consumed the burning fruit. Within this area, if one is injured, one can consume the trees in the forest and heal their injuries. Wang Xian mumbled as he sensed the information regarding the burning fruit. He could not tell how strong the burning fruit was just from some information.
However, as a divine tree of heaven's origin, it could only bear 8 fruits in its lifetime.
This power must be extremely terrifying. The ancient divine tree was different from the ancestral tree in terms of offensive power. The ancestral tree could bear dozens of fruits of heaven's origin. Foster father, mother, I've broken through.
Tianxi sensed the energy in his body and smiled at Wang Xian and the rest. His body moved and he flew over immediately.
Congratulations to nephew Mu Lishiansi for breaking through to the realm of heaven's origin. The undead golden leopard sand city immediately congratulated loudly. Congratulations to Lord Mu Litian for breaking through to the heavenly Yuan realm of destiny. We pay our respects to Lord Mu Litian. Below, all the elite disciples immediately knelt on the ground and congratulated loudly, bowing and bowing.
I Mu Litian, the 6 beings of the universe will definitely protect us, the people of the universe. Tianxi's gaze focused as he swept his gaze across all the powerful disciples and said solemnly,
This was the responsibility of a heavenly Yuan creation stage powerhouse. It was also the responsibility of a heavenly Yuan creation stage powerhouse.
We worship Lord Mu Lishiansi as our faith. We will fight alongside Lord Mu
Lishiansi and protect our home. Below, all the powerful disciples' eyes were burning as they roared loudly in their hearts.
This was the recognition of all living beings towards their own universe.
This was the unity of their beliefs towards the future before the arrival of the calamity. Haha, our Six Paths universe has gained a top-tier heavenly Yuan destiny realm powerhouse. This is the great fortune of our Six Paths universe. Inform all the tribes to celebrate.
Earth Sand City laughed loudly and announced loudly,
Yes, sir. Below, disciples immediately responded.
Let's go, this time we have to celebrate properly.
Golden Leopard said with a smile.
The breakthrough given by the heavens was also a good thing for them. When the apocalypse came, their pressure would be much less. Under the circumstances where they could protect their own universe, they could also go to other universes to search for resources and opportunities. This was the law of the apocalypse.
The strong preyed on the weak. The weak protected their own universe, while the strong went out to plunder. It was cruel. Tianxi had made a breakthrough.
This was a joyous occasion for the Six Paths universe.
It was also a joyous occasion for Wang Xian and the rest. Tianxi was a living creature from the Six Paths universe, but he was also Wang Xian's adopted son.
He was also the crown prince of the Dragon Palace. Tianxi was also Wang Xian's biological father.
Following that, the Six Paths universe celebrated Tianxi's breakthrough for more than 10 years. Wang Xian had nothing to do, so he accompanied the group of girls and began to tour the Six Paths universe. Tianxi had not been to many places, and he had not been to many places in the Six Paths universe. He also followed Wang Xian and the group to tour the Six Paths universe.
This made Wang Xian and the rest completely relaxed.
The current Dragon Palace and its influence were no longer weak. They even called for Tianxi. The influence of the Dragon Palace was already at the top level in the Nine Origin universe.
Wang Xian now had the strength of a control-level entity, while Tianxi also had the strength of a control-level entity.
In addition to the Tai Chi Dragon Plate, the Great Mill of the Five Elements, and the Unicorn Ox in Wang Xian's hands, the Dragon Palace was equivalent to having 3 existences at the control level.
In addition, there were 1 or 2 existences at the beginner level for the specific strength.
Meanwhile, 3 control-level experts would be able to fight against 1 Great Tao-level expert. In other words, even if the demon race became enemies with the Dragon Palace wouldn't be afraid of their current strength. Even if the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor made a move against Wang Xian and the rest, Wang Xian wouldn't be afraid. Of course, as an experienced expert, the fallen Shadow Demon Emperor should have more trump cards. However, if he were to really deal with the Dragon Palace, he would harm himself and the enemy. After all, Wang Xian and Tianxi had the ultimate treasures of the heaven's origin. Wang Xian and the rest had stayed in the Six Paths universe for over 100 million years. Over 100 million years, they had visited almost every corner of the Six Paths universe.
It also made them completely relaxed.
After 100 million years, Wang Xian and the rest returned to the Dragon Palace once again.
Tianxi did not return. Instead, he began to settle some matters within the tribe in the Six Paths universe.
He began to improve the strength of the disciples in the tribe to deal with the upcoming calamity. There are 1.8 billion years left. The calamity is about to begin. After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian estimated the time and muttered, 1.8 billion years. It was neither long nor short. He began his closed-door cultivation. He was helping the Void Dragon body to comprehend the power of space. Now, Wang Xian still had 2 areas that he could improve on. One was the Void Dragon body.
The other was the maturity of the ancestral tree. The maturity of the ancestral tree was inevitable. All he had to do now was to wait.
It was hard to say how long it would take for the Void Dragon body to achieve a breakthrough. Time passed day by day.
Another 200 million years passed in the blink of an eye.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, the ancestral tree, for completely maturing. On this day, Wang Xian was cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, he sensed a majestic life force surging into his body. Following that, the system's voice rang out abruptly. This made him slightly stunned. Following that, his face was filled with a smile. The ancestral tree had finally broken through. His body moved, and he immediately teleported into the Dragon Palace. At the same time, with a thought, information about the ancestral tree appeared in his mind. Ancestral tree, heavenly fate. Branch. Soul returning wood branch, ruler level, with the soul returning fruit. Parasol tree branch, ruler level, the tree where the phoenix resides, the phoenix nest, the land of nirvana. Endless tree branch, ruler level, with endless fruits, increasing the speed of fire attribute cultivators. Constant tree branch, ruler level, with the fruit of eternal birth, activating the intelligence of living beings. Nirvana tree branch, ruler level, with the fruit of nirvana, increasing the cultivation speed of thunder attribute cultivators. Black resurrection lily, ruler level, special flower, possessing mysterious and unfathomable abilities. Fruit. Mother's womb fruit, tenuine level, giving birth to 29 mother's womb fruits, 4 are already ripe. Burning fruit, unique. Abilities 1. Able to revive all wood-related plants. As the ancestral tree's energy level increases, it can increase the upper level of the branches. Subsidiary. Ancient Lake Moon Bay, ruler level, able to quickly recover from injuries, able to recover irreversible injuries. Wang Xian looked at the information and immediately came to the Dragon King's palace. Looking at the ancestral tree behind the dragon throne in the Dragon King's palace, Wang Xian smiled. The lush ancestral tree was filled with endless vitality. It had a completely different power compared to the heaven-bestowed divine tree of creation. The ancestral tree seemed to be able to nurture all living things. The various branches and fruits on it were emitting a majestic energy. This was especially so for the 29 fruits on the main trunk. 4 of them had completely matured. The mother's womb fruit. Wang Xian flew over and waved his arm. A mother's womb fruit landed in his hand. At the same time, a stream of information was transmitted into his mind. The mother's womb fruit could be swallowed into the body in advance. When faced with the threat of death, it could erupt with a terrifying vitality. This vitality could continue to heal one's injuries. It would last until the energy was exhausted. As for how long it would last, it would depend on the specific situation. Wang Xian would have to try it out himself. However, the mother's womb fruit had a terrifying effect. Could revive without any injuries. Yes, after the mother's womb fruit's energy was exhausted. After he was killed, he could revive in the Dragon Palace without any injuries. After he was revived, he would still have his original strength without any losses. This was not something that the soul-returning womb fruit could compare to. This kind of resurrection treasure was extremely rare in all the universes. It was extremely precious. The effects of this mother's womb fruit are really powerful. It's really terrifying. Wang Xian's eyes emitted a fiery glow. Under such circumstances, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if he was dead, he could revive instantly. Most importantly, there were a total of 29 such fruits on the ancestral tree. Compared to the fruits produced by the divine tree in Tianxi's body, there were many, many more. Of course, the ancient divine tree in Tianxi's body had a terrifying boost to his strength. This time, the ancestral tree had completely reached its maturity stage. It also gave Wang Xian's recovery ability and physical strength a huge boost. Previously, Wang Xian's body was comparable to the control level. With the blessing of the ancestral tree, he was able to fight against a control-level powerhouse who had just stepped into the heaven's origin creation stage. Now, he was able to fight against a control-level powerhouse and 2 powerhouses who had just stepped into the heaven's origin creation stage. This was equivalent to Wang Xian being able to fight against a control-level powerhouse and 2 of the weakest heaven's origin creation level powerhouses. Using the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc, I am equivalent to being able to fight against 2 control level and 1 of the weakest heaven origin creation level powerhouses. Wang Xian opened his mouth and revealed an excited expression. This strength was already very strong. With his own strength and foundation, he could easily kill the Emperor of Phoenix and the Emperor of Angels who had yet to reach the control level.
Even the Elven Empress and the 12 ancestral witches could easily suppress them. The improvement of the ancestral tree was a big deal for Wang Xian.
Especially with the 4 mature mother embryo fruits. The value and importance of the mother embryo fruits were too high.
Wang Xian gave one of the 4 fruits to the unicorn ox.
The unicorn ox was one of his own.
Next, it's time to wait for the improvement of the Void Dragon God. Wang Xian mumbled. Once the Void Divine Dragon made a breakthrough, Wang Xian's strength would reach a whole new level. The space attribute was a powerful attribute to begin with. A newly advanced space-based Heaven Origin creator was comparable to the 2 weakest Heaven Origin creator powerhouses with other attributes. They were at the same level and could fight against opponents of a slightly higher level. Once the Void Divine Dragon's body made a breakthrough, Wang Xian's own strength and the 5 elements Tai Chi Dragon Disc strength would be comparable to an existence at the level of Great Tao. Against an existence at the level of the Great Tao, such strength was considered to be the strongest existence in all the major universes.
There's still time. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He waited quietly and cultivated quietly.
The following years were peaceful. Even the Heaven's Origin creation powerhouses from the 9 Origin universe returned one by one. They began to use the last bit of time to nurture their disciples.
The various races were also improving at a terrifying speed.
Time passed quickly. With the appearance of the Tree of Chaos, the strength of the 9 Origin universe was much stronger than before, especially the number of ruler-level experts. They had improved greatly. After all, the surroundings of the Tree of Chaos were comparable to the top-tier Grotto Heavens. In the past, there was only one top-tier Grotto Heaven blessed land of the various peak races, at most 2.
These 2 Grotto Heaven blessed lands could only allow some core elite disciples to cultivate for a maximum of 100 million years.
Unlike now, the entire 9 Origin universe's elite disciples could cultivate here for more than 2 billion years. These 2 billion years could make the 9 Origin universe much stronger.
Buzz.
When the body of the Void Dragon had finished absorbing the corpses of the 3 Heaven Origin creation powerhouses, he had yet to make a breakthrough. Wang Xian brought the body of the Void Dragon to the Tree of Chaos. He absorbed energy here and began his cultivation.
The Tree of Chaos contained all kinds of energy. It was much faster for the body of the Void Dragon to cultivate here than in the Sword and Magic universe.
Time passed by little. Hundreds of millions of years passed by quickly as well.
On this day, Wang Xian opened his eyes. A terrifying spatial energy surged out from his body.
Ripples appeared in the surrounding space.
The entire world was like a mirror. I can feel it. This shackle can be easily opened. I'm about to break through. A ray of light shot out from Wang Xian's eyes.
Wherever this ray of light passed, a thin and long spatial crack appeared.
Wang Xian could feel that his Void Dragon body had touched another realm. Another realm was behind a mirror.
He could break this mirror easily.
However, he could feel that he was still some distance away from that mirror.
This mirror seemed to be in another void. This was because of the quota. It was impossible to make a breakthrough in the chaos. To enter the universe, this universe had to have this quota.
Wang Xian's figure moved and he immediately returned to the Dragon Palace.
He followed closely behind him and flew into the Sword and Magic universe.
Buzz. When he arrived at the Sword and Magic universe, the Void Dragon body immediately flew over.
Lu Lan, brother Wang Tian. I'm about to break through. When Wang Xian arrived at the Sword and Magic universe, he immediately sent a message to Lu Lan Wang Tian. Following that, the body of the Void Dragon flew to the sky.
Roar!
Roar!
The body of the Void Dragon let out a roar and transformed into a divine dragon that looked like nothing.
As if there were no clouds in the sky, the body of the Void Dragon could not be seen. The surroundings were pitch black. Instead, one would be able to see a Void Dragon that looked like an illusion. The gigantic divine dragon let out a roar that reverberated throughout the world.
Waves of spatial attributes surged into the body of the Void Dragon.
Wang Xian's actual body was watching quietly from the side. For this breakthrough, Wang Xian only informed Lu Lan and the Hopeless Sky. He did not make a breakthrough at the center of the Sword and Magic universe. He was not prepared to cause too much of a stir. After all, Wang Xian did not belong to the sword and magic universe.
Buzz buzz.
When the void dragon body began to make a breakthrough, Lu Lan and Wang Xian rushed over through the teleportation formation at the side. This place was at the edge of the sword and magic universe. However, as this place was connected to the 9 origin universe, Lu Lan and Wang Xian had set up a teleportation formation here. It was also convenient for Wang Xian to teleport over quickly.
Dragon King, is this avatar of yours about to make a breakthrough?
Lu Lan, hopelessly sky, flew over and looked at the location of the void divine dragon avatar. He asked with a burning gaze.
Wang Xian smiled and nodded. He watched quietly. Congratulations, Dragon King.
Congratulations, Dragon King.
Lu Lan, hopelessly sky, and the rest congratulated him immediately with faces full of envy. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and quietly felt the process of his breakthrough.
He entered the universe of swords and magic. Wang Xian could sense that the mirror was right in front of him.
He only used a little energy to break the mirror.
In the next moment, he was in a brand new realm. The surrounding majestic energy surged towards him. The power of space gathered in his body. All sorts of deeper insights regarding the power of space surged into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm with the body of the void divine dragon. The system's voice rang out, but Wang Xian ignored it.
All sorts of spatial attribute attacks appeared in his mind.
This made his eyes sparkle. When one reached the heavenly Yuan-blessed realm, what they competed in was the control of space, the control of space. They would also be competing in the control of the surrounding space. With a casual wave of his hand, he would be able to unleash a powerful attack. Buzz. Just as Wang Xian was quietly sensing, he suddenly felt as if he was being spied on.
Wang Xian felt something in his heart. From his senses, in the distant chaos, there was a huge pupil looking in his direction.
This made him frown slightly. With a thought, his main body immediately concealed his aura, completely concealing it. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc and 5 Elements Great Mill simultaneously concealed Wang Xian's body.
His strength was not as strong as Wang Xian's.
With such a long distance between them, there was no difference between them.
At the side, Lu Lan and Wang Wangtian sensed this gaze. Their expressions changed and immediately turned gloomy. He looked towards the location of the pupil. His gaze was filled with a sharp killing intent.
Wang Xian stood there quietly and didn't look at the location of the pupil. The body of the void divine dragon in front of him was breaking through. His aura couldn't be concealed at all. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. There's actually a heavenly Kismet realm powerhouse in the sword and magic universe. In that case, there are 3 heavenly Kismet realm powerhouses in this universe. Although it will add another trouble, just adding 1 heavenly Kismet realm powerhouse isn't a big problem.
At the same time, in the chaotic space around the sword and magic universe, an old man and a middle-aged man stood in the sky above a huge building altar, looking in the direction of the sword and magic universe, mumbling.
In the sky above them, there was an extremely huge pupil. Father, this sword and magic universe's heaven origin creation powerhouses are all at the beginner level, and they are the weakest. With your strength, Father, you can fight against the 3 of them, including me. We are enough to occupy a large area of this universe, develop believers, and allow my little brother to make a breakthrough. The middle-aged man said to the old man beside him. Yes, this sword and magic universe is a good place. It is weak and has a few spots for heavenly Kismet powerhouses. Once the calamity arrives, we will take action to prevent others from coming over to take a share. The old man nodded and said.
He had been setting up here for a long time. Setting up an extremely powerful altar.
Just the setting up of this altar took him hundreds of millions of years. When the calamity arrives, this altar can unleash terrifying power. His army can also be quickly summoned over. Just now, the difference between the sword and magic universe was so great that he used his supreme treasure to spy on it. Although the sword and the magic universe had an extra heavens origin creator, everything was fine and was still within the plan.
Roar. In the sword and the magic universe, the void dragon let out a roar that belonged to a heavens origin creator.
That spy pupil had also disappeared at this moment. When Wang Xian saw that the Void Dragon's body had made a complete breakthrough, he smiled.
Congratulations, Dragon King.
Lu Lan and Wang Xian squeezed out a smile and congratulated him. The elated look on Wang Xian's face earlier had also disappeared.
That peeping pupil had appeared again. The enemy was right around their universe.
Once the calamity erupted, they would face a terrifying crisis. This made them very worried. During the last cataclysm, the Asgardian demon god had led countless demonic beasts to invade the interior of their universe. Countless people in the sword and magic universe had been killed or injured. They did not know what would happen this time. No need. Let's go to a secret place. A place where we cannot be spied on.
Wang Xian looked at them and said,
It's the Dragon King. Lu Lan and Wang Xian nodded their heads and gestured to Wang Xian before entering the teleportation formation. Wang Xian followed them and arrived at the center of the universe of swords and magic through the teleportation formation. Then they arrived at the place where Wang Xian was cultivating. That pupil of mine is impossible to be spied on. In the past few 100 million years, that gaze has spied on me a few more times.
Wang Xian sat down and said with a hint of worry,
Is it still that gaze?
Are there any new gazes?
Wang Xian asked them. No, it's that gaze. Wang Xian shook his head. If it's still that old fellow, I'll hunt him down. Wang Xian said with a twinkle in his eyes. Wang Xian already possessed strength comparable to the Great Tao level. And the strength of the Great Tao level was able to kill an existence at the control level.
3 control levels were comparable to 1 Great Tao level. 1 Great Tao level could kill 1 control level.
This killing was the kind where, even if one had a life-saving treasure, there was still a 95% chance of killing it.
This was the difference between the control level and the Great Tao level. When the Void Dragon broke through, his strength added up to the Great Tao level.
And he knew that old fellow who believed in the universe. He was an existence at the control level.
With this strength, Wang Xian could be killed.
Oh? Dragon King, are you going to kill that spy?
Are you confident, Dragon King?
Lu Lan was slightly shocked when she heard that. She stared at Wang Xian with her eyes wide open. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at them. Following that, he smiled. Buzz. In the next moment, he activated the energy in his body, the 5 elements Great Grinding Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the energy of the Void Divine Dragon.
For streams of energy instantly enveloped Lu Lan and Wang Xian.
At this moment, the expressions of Lu Lan and Wang Xian changed drastically.
The threat of death instantly shrouded their hearts.
They felt as though the sky was falling down. Their life force seemed to be strangled.
Their foreheads were instantly filled with cold sweat as they looked at Wang Xian in astonishment.
Wang Xian smiled gently and all the energy dissipated. Just in case, I'll bring the Lin Yo over. I'll also call for another strong cultivator in the Heaven's Origin realm. He spoke to the 2 of them calmly.
Huff! Huff!
Lu Lan and Wang Tian could sense the energy around them disappearing.
They could feel the threat of death dissipating as they panted heavily.
They looked at Wang Xian with some shock and fear.
Dragon King, your strength, on behalf of all living beings in the sword and magic universe, I thank you, Dragon King.
Wang Tian and Lu Lan looked at each other. They stood up and bowed to Wang Xian with deep tremors. This time, Wang Xian had given them too much of a shock.
They felt that with Wang Xian's current strength, it would be too easy to kill them.
He could easily kill them. They didn't even have the strength to resist.
This made them extremely shocked.
How terrifying was the current Dragon King. Now that the Dragon King wanted to help them get rid of the threats from the outside world, they were grateful, but at the same time they were a little terrified. Would the Dragon King have other thoughts about their sword and the magic universe? If so, how desperate would they be?
There was simply no way to resist.
No need to thank me. We are friends now, and the sword and the magic universe also has my family and friends. Although my strength has broken through very quickly, the most I can do is to let my subordinates break through here. I won't hurt your universe.
If there are no major accidents, I can save the sword and magic universe from danger after the arrival of the apocalypse.
Wang Xian saw their anxious expressions and said with a smile. He had made a move earlier to demonstrate his strength.
He didn't have any other thoughts. We believe in you, Dragon King. With your current strength, there's no need to hide anything from us even if you want to do something.
Lu Lan opened her mouth and heaved a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. With the strength displayed by Wang Xian, he could do whatever he wanted in the sword and magic universe. There was no need to lie to them. That was because they were no longer qualified. At this moment, they were also feeling a little fortunate. If the Dragon King was truly willing to help them, in that case, their sword and magic universe would not be in too much danger during this calamity. Wang Xian chatted with Lu Lan and Hopeless Sky for a while. After that, Wang Xian left the body of the Void Divine Dragon here and returned to the Nine Origin universe. This time, Wang Xian was prepared to hunt down a control-level Heaven's Origin creation. He had to be prepared. He had to be fully prepared. He was prepared to bring along the Unicorn Ox. In addition, he had to call Tianxi over. Tianxi's strength was very strong, allowing him to exchange blows with a true Heaven Origin creation realm expert and gain some battle experience. Within the Six Paths universe,
at the border of the water source and the grassland,
a huge tribe stood there.
Although this location was at the border of the two great treasure lands, the energy density here was not inferior to the center. This was the Muli tribe. On the left was the Nine River tribe. On the right were many top tribes of the grassland. Because divine providence was of the wood attribute,
it was better to cultivate here in the grassland. Hence, the Muli tribe moved the entire tribe to the border between the grassland and the water source. The Nine River tribe also moved here directly because of Gongcheng aiming and divine providence. After all, this was a place where a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert was stationed. It was naturally safer here, and there were many benefits.
When the top tribes of the prairie received this news, they also wanted to curry favor with Tianxi. After all, Tianxi was a wood element heavenly Yuan creation realm expert. In terms of cultivation, he was relatively close to the large tribes of their prairie. The calamity was about to arrive, so it was naturally safer to follow a heavenly Yuan creation realm expert.
Although they had moved away from their own tribe, there were more benefits here.
Tianxi naturally did not have any objections to the top tribes moving here.
He was originally of the wood element, so his attitude towards wood element cultivators was quite friendly.
He even occasionally gave some guidance to the wood element disciples.
On this day, Tianxi, Mu Liyin and grandfather were discussing something in a study room. All of a sudden, Tianxi felt something. Mother, grandfather, foster father is here. Tianxi raised his head and said to them, "Oh, is the Dragon King coming?" Mu Lixianxi's grandfather was slightly stunned and asked. Tianxi nodded. He took out his communication stone plate and sent a message.
Buzz.
Soon, Wang Xian arrived above the Muli tribe. Tianxi sensed Wang Xian's aura and flew over immediately. "Foster father." Tianxi shouted happily when he saw Wang Xian.
"Okay."
Wang Xian looked at him and nodded his head. The two of them flew down. "Foster father, I can feel that the ancestral tree in your body seems to have matured completely." Tianxi knew that the ancestral tree in Wang Xian's body could also sense his aura.
"Yes, it's a little ripe. Take this maternal fruit."
Wang Xian nodded his head and passed the maternal fruit to him. It was more cost-effective to give the maternal fruit to a powerhouse in the Heaven's Origin realm.
It was too wasteful to use it in the ruler's realm. After all, in the ruler's realm, even if one needed to cultivate again after resurrection, the resources required were also less.
"It's a revival-type fruit, foster father. This fruit is very powerful. It's a second life form."
Tianxi received it and his eyes lit up. He said excitedly,
"Yes, take it yourself first. If you die accidentally, you can be revived directly on the ancestral tree." Wang Xian nodded. "I'm here this time to bring you to another universe for a hunt." Tianxi was astonished when he heard Wang Xian's words. He looked at him. Wang Xian nodded his head. "I'm going to hunt down a Heaven Origin creator who is at the control level. In the chaos, his strength is about the same as yours. This time, PLL let you experience the real battle of a Heaven Origin creator so that you can gain some experience." "All right, foster father. I'll listen to you. I'm bored at home now. I have a feeling of invincibility." Tianxi nodded his head with interest. He was eager to give it a try.
After all, being invincible at a young age was very lonely.
Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile.
Tell your mother and the rest. They'll probably be away for a few hundred. Wang Xian said to him.
Yes, foster father. Since you're here, let's have a meal before we set off. Tianxi nodded and said, All right. Wang Xian agreed. Then they came to a quiet courtyard. Wang Xian, Tianxi, Muliner, Gongchang, and Tianxi's grandfather were sitting at a dining table, eating and chatting about some things.
Mom, Lianxi, I'm going out with Godfather this time. I'll be back in a few hundred years at most.
Before they left, Mu Lianxi spoke to them. Tianxi, you have to pay attention to your safety. Mu Lianxi said with a smile. Don't worry, Mom. With Godfather around, what can happen?
Tianxi said with a smile. Furthermore, Godfather gave me a treasure that can resurrect me without any injuries. It means that I can be resurrected directly after I die. Nothing will happen. Godfather gave me a lot of resurrected treasures. It's difficult for anything to happen.
I know. Listen to your foster father when you're outside. Don't try to be brave.
Mu Lin smiled and nodded.
She wasn't too worried about Tianxi and the rest. Mu Lin and the rest all had the soul-returning embryo fruit that Wang Xian had given them. Tianxi had even more resurrected treasures in his hands. He could be resurrected even if he was in real danger. Tianxi is already very strong. He still needs to accumulate some experience. With me around, everything will be fine, Wang Xian said to them.
The child will have to face some problems on his own eventually. It's better for him to experience more with you now. You guys go ahead. I'll prepare some delicious food for you guys when you return.
Mu Lin nodded. Don't worry, Mom. Take a look. Goodbye. I'll be back soon. Tianxi waved his hand at them. The dark energy at the side enveloped them and disappeared instantly. Foster father, which universe are we going to? Are there any powerhouses in that universe?
Will I be suppressed by that universe if I go there?
Tianxi followed Wang Xian to the Dragon Palace.
He asked Wang Xian continuously out of curiosity.
We are going to the sword and magic universe. There are very few powerhouses in that universe. There are only 2 Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses. Furthermore, they are no match for you even if they join forces. There are already other Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses setting up altars around that universe. They are preparing to attack that universe when the calamity arrives. We need to kill the Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses who are coveting that universe. Our target is the Heaven Origin Destiny Realm powerhouses who believe in the universe. Their attacking methods and abilities are different from ours. We must be careful and be careful, Wang Xian said to Tianxi.
Sword and magic universe? I've never heard of this. I've heard of the belief universe. Tianxi raised his eyebrows and said,
Oh, you know about the belief universe.
Wang Xian looked at him and asked curiously. Uncle Tusha City and the rest gave me some information about other universes. Among them, there are some records of the belief universe.
Tianxi nodded.